Oh, hello, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. We've lost Alvaro. He decided he wanted to play some TFT, so he's going to be taking a break, sitting this one out, playing a few more rounds of TFT here, hoping to face off versus Jackie Mao himself. But I'll be back here in just a little bit. For now, you're going to be stuck with me as, oops, I forgot to update an overlay. How embarrassing. For now, though, it is going to be just myself here, so you can start bringing you this game. As, should be a good one here. Draft already underway, and we'll jump in here in just a second now. Should be a really fun series here. I would expect it to be, I mean, if we can go off previous results, would heavily favor for fun going into it without even seeing any of the picks, any of the drafts. We do as well have a stand-in for Midas Club. I can't quite see who it is. Let me go ahead and pull up the draft, why don't I? Might be a little bit helpful. As we'll transition on over. Oh my lord. There we go. Taking a look at our draft, we do have ourselves pretty good one already. Jackie Mao, of course, he's only allowed to play purple heroes, whether it's the Spectre, the PA, or the Faceless Void. This game, it's going to be his Faceless Void. Jackie Mao and Chronosphere, man. He's got some good ones. He's had some bad ones. Sometimes he chronos to create space so he can try and survive a smoke gank when he's farming too aggressively. Sometimes he 5-man chronos the entire enemy team with perfect placement to allow even his melee clockwork to get in and do damage. You never know. It's 50-50 chance every single time here with him. And that's why we love watching him, isn't that right? But it's going to be a fun game indeed. It's going to have... yeah, Snake King back on the clockwork then. Midas open up with the Omni Knight. Usually you end up running this with a Sven. Maybe. Yeah, okay, I was about to say. I'd be surprised. They decided to think about it a little bit here, though, which I'm surprised by. They have banned the very common lane counter, of course, of the of the Undying. 2 melee heroes, one of them strength dependent, that you definitely don't want Undying to just have a field day in that lane. How do you counter this now? Like, even the Slardar, he's okay, but he's not that good. I feel like you can... You already have the clockwork to kind of harass the Omni Knight away, so that's going to be okay. So if you... Maybe the Slardar is just not that bad then here, honestly, against the Sven. Because the clockwork should be able to force the Omni away, or just to use all of his spells super defensively. And if you're doing that, then the Slardar is pretty happy already. Oh, they banned the Slaughter, though, for fun. They don't... Of course, you don't want Envy to pick it. And with Midas Club having first pick in the second phase, it's a little bit too risky to let through. That was going to be a hotly contested pick for sure. The Timbersaw, of course, for very similar reasons, going to be banned out. He excels in these double melee matchups, and you do not want that if you're Midas Club. Probably along similar notes, we might see an Underlord ban here as well, out from Midas. I think that would be quite prudent. You don't want that one to sneak through. Another, basically, melee lane crusher there. Thank goodness. You leave for 2 days, Alvaro moves your microphone around. So rude, so rude. Alright, what do you want to run here, then? I'd imagine we're going to pick probably the offlaner and support for fun. Probably the support first, considering that they have last pick in the second phase. You want to make sure you can at least get a good matchup there in your off lane. You will let a few heroes through, but that's something that they're going to be willing to risk here. Mars banned out, which I don't think would have been too bad for them, but you don't want that against your Faceless Void either. The lane's just a little bit too difficult. Forces you to play very, very defensively and get extra skill points into the Time Walk, because the God's Rebuke into Spear can really very easily set up for some kills there if you're not careful. So it's better that they ban it out. I think that's a good decision to be making. We'll play from Brax. Probably another offlaner you want to ban then. It really seems like they want to get that safe lane secured for Envy. I might consider banning a position 4. You've already banned the Mars, so the Phoenix isn't necessarily too scary, and it's not that good of a pick either for Midas. I might... Oh, the Lena's already banned, luckily. The Furion. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I might ban the flex pick that can either go into the 3 or the mid lane. It's not Pepito for Midas Club here, of course, instead. They're offlaner. Actually, I think they're a Sexy Fat, of course. Sexy Fat, of course, they're offlaner. But still, it's a good ban here. It's another hero that wins the match, or wins the lane, rather, versus the Faceless Void. Midas Club, They ban, okay, the Ryo Invoker. Not a bad decision here. I think you want to pick probably your position 4 or 5 here if you're Midas. What's something that can ruin a Chronosphere real easily? Can't pick a Shadow Demon, leaves you real weak. You also could potentially, it'd be nice to have a stun in that lane. You can probably just pick the Beastmaster here, actually. Yeah, with the Ench is already banned, so you don't have that easy counter. I think the Beastmaster is not too bad of a pick here versus the Faceless Void. Problem is, do you pick it now or do you wait one pick and just pick up another support here? I don't know what support you pick. Maybe if you want the Beastmaster, you could probably get away with the Phoenix, I think. My only concern is that with the Beastmaster, it can A, get snagged up by For Fun here, as they have a pick immediately after. Yeah, the Beastmaster's not too bad. I'm trying to think of who else really ruins a Chrono. Elder Titan, potentially. But as a 4, seems kind of weird. Okay, so they're going to be flexing the tiny mid. It might be RDO mid lane, could be Sexy Fat, could be a position 4. It's a good pickup here in this stage. Keep it a little bit vague versus For Fun, as they're not really sure where that's going to head. Yeah, I think Beastmaster's pretty darn good here, actually, For Fun as well. Pure melee in that off lane. It's a bunch of poison damage. Okay, so they're going to take the Phoenix instead. Interesting. So is it going to be... Yeah, so it's move Phoenix. Phoenix Faceless Void is kind of a weak lane, though, is my concern. It's kind of a weak lane. Phoenix is pretty good at just generally harassing and slowing down potential kills, but not if you have a lot of magic damage or if you have good spells in lane. And with a Faceless Void to partner with, it's, again, not super easy here. It's not a really easy lane for Fun. I don't know. I just think Beastmaster's a good pick here for both teams, to be honest. He's not banned, is he? He is banned. Okay, so I'm stupid. Literally, if second ban out for Fun. Okay, so if that's the case, then both teams still need themselves an offlaner and are probably going to pick an offlaner here. You're going to lose a little bit of the tiny flex, but I think you're flexing it mid and offlane currently. For Fun, they don't really have too much flex so far in their draft. Ah, the Viper. Yeah. That's a good pick. We've been seeing a lot of Viper, Sexy Fat. There's a lot of Brazilian Vipers as well, with Lelis being quite a strong Viper player too, of course, on the roster of Quincy Crew. Okay. That complicates things. Again, that might be a flex pick. It could be mid, could be off lane. It's a pretty good pick on the Viper, to be honest. It's a pretty darn good pick. Either way, Envy's not going to have a lot of fun. We've already gotten both supports out of the way for fun, I should say. And neither of them do particularly well against the Viper, unfortunately. Especially the Clockwork. He just dies to Viper, so you need to avoid that matchup. But the Phoenix isn't much better. At least he's not going to die all the time and can still be kind of useful in lane. But he's not really going to be able to save anyone. Okay, so there's the Void Spirit. Still keeping it vague. Could be offlane, could be mid. But I think it's a good pickup here now at this phase. The Void Spirit, presumably they pick it here because they think it does decently versus a Viper in case it is a mid lane. I know the Void Spirit does pretty decently versus a Tiny as well. You can generally keep your space quite easily, depending on what build you want to go for. If you think you actually, even if it's a Viper, I think you can just go for like the Dissemblate build to max your farming, Dissemblate and Resonant Pulse to max your farming, and then just move into the jungle and eat up the jungle real quick and hopefully still come out with an item. Again, a little bit shy on lockdown here in terms of for fun, but their team fight is currently looking a lot better alone with just the Chronosphere and the Phoenix. Midas Club, they got really great single target between the Sven, Tiny, Viper, but they really could use some team fight presence here. And it looks like they need to decide. Well, they have a last pick, so I think it's wiser to instead look at for fun and decide what they need. They have already got both supports. They got their safe lane. They just need to probably pick up their off laner here. That's what I would suspect. Midas Club with a good ban there on the Snapfire would have been a really good combo here for basically any lane, actually, in almost any role. But, of course, it's between the mid or the off lane currently. Yeah, the Snapfire is a really, really good ban. That would have been a good hero here for fun. I'm considering then, what do you want to go for? Starter ban, there's a lot of good, yeah, and of course the Pugna, which is a good counter to the Viper. I don't know what you pick here is the problem. I was almost going to suggest Bat Rider, but Omni Knight, of course, with the hard counter there is going to do absolutely nothing. Ooh, it's really difficult here for this last pick. What offlanes we've seen? I mean, I guess the Underlord is still in the pool, isn't he? Yeah, we still have the Pit Lord, which isn't bad. It's a little bit more damage than a Chrono. A nice Pit as well to slow down Viper and Tiny. The problem is his break, or rather the Viper break, is going to be really, really strong against him. But yeah, the Atrophy Aura generally is really nice against heroes that rely on crits because it reduces their damage significantly. Centaur's not bad either. He should be able to actually contest that lane a little bit. Will be slightly annoyed by the presence of the Omni Knight, but along with, I would imagine, the Clockwork. You cannot run the Clockwork against the Viper. Otherwise, Viper's just going to eat him. He's going to thank you for these free kills. Very nice. So Midas, I think you're pretty happy to run the Viper into the off lane. Because now you know almost for certain that it's going to be a Void Spirit mid lane. That'll be Ryoya then. So then, do you want the Tiny mid, or do you want the Tiny 4 is the question for Midas Club. And I think both of them are pretty darn good, to be honest. Tiny Viper is a pretty mean lane. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Tiny mid, though, can get off to a really explosive start and potentially try and burst either of the Voids. And it will be, okay, the Kunkka in the middle lane. Damage in a Chrono, that's something that can kind of ruin a Chrono. It does give you some more team fight as well. And I think the Aghanim Scepter here for the Torrent Storm is actually really, really powerful. In fact, I think I would hope it is going to be a, yeah, like more of a utility build here. As we'll be getting underway here. Let me just let y'all key you in here for the what the picks ended up being. Okay, so it is the 4 Tiny. So Motoka Rayor is going to be the stand-in, I believe. No, it's a position 5. Position 5 Omni Knights. I'm a fool. I don't know. It depends. Wow, that looks a lot like Underlord on that Kunkka set. But to me, I would have to give this one 2, 4, 5. I do like their draft a little bit better. The Viper versus the Clockwork is going to be absolutely atrocious. But I think if you can avoid that matchup, which I believe they should try, you might be okay. Envy is going to be off to a really bad start, though, is my concern. The Void Spirit is going to do just all right here versus Kunkka. I think they're both going to get their farm, but Void Spirit is a little bit better at rotating early. Not that Kunkka's too bad either, so there's that to be aware of. But I think even just the early teamfight 4-4 fun is a bit stronger. They've got a Stampede to counter-initiate in fights that, honestly, early on are not going to really be going their way until we get some items on Envy. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to give for fun here the edge. I like their draft a little bit better. The Sven pick is always a little bit scary, but I think that they're going to have it within them here. Not to come up with a rhyme. Unfortunately, I don't have Alvaro to create some space for me while I think. So why don't you go ahead and follow us on Twitch, so when we go live, you get sent a link. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 1 getting underway here of our second match of the day. Midas Club taking on For Fun. Midas just about on the brink of elimination. I think one loss alone, or even just a draw, I should say, is going to end up getting relegated out of playoffs. XyFat could be in some trouble, though. We do have a nice little rotation here. Lots of pings, though. Lots of pings. RDO knows there's trouble brewing. They don't see too many people elsewhere. They don't see anyone mid. XyFat in a good defensive position here. Will he take the bait For Fun thus far? Being nice and patient. Envy trying to bait him. He's going to end up going up the hill, and that should be his death here. We'll see what Void Spirit takes level 1. I don't think they're going to be able to get it here. Oh, they will take the 8th remnant, but it's going to miss. So that's going to be the first skill point used up there as Moo. At least we'll be able to force him out. 2 bounties apiece, though. Actually, 3 bounties make that there for Fun. Is Midas forfeiting a map again? I don't believe so. Both maps, as we have an NA team, are going to be played on US East by default. So it should be, and usually Midas Club only forfeits the map if they have to play to SA. And that is not going to be the scenario here. So I do not expect them to forfeit a game in this best of 2 series. Both servers US East, as always, whenever there's an NA team. Top lane, SexyFat actually in danger. They do have Amin nearby at the ready, however. Might just save him. There's the toss. And that'll give him away to safety. Yeah, it's not a very fun early lane here. We've actually gone for Nether Toxin at level 1 as well here for SexyFat instead of the poison attack. Oh, of course, you always do that. You always want to nuke the first wave, get level 2 from it. That's why Amin actually having to rotate over, stealing about half of the experience, ends up hurting this Viper offlane a bit. So it's a really good early aggression. But again, I'm just really, really concerned for this Clockwork in this top lane, though. I'm not too sure how well this is going to go. He's doing a good job, though, buying a lot of time, but I think this is going to end up being, it could be first blood. No, Moo, he's a tanky boy for now. He'll continue to live. I mean, this is just his job, though. He's just going to be soaking up, basically, poison attacks and Avatos combos the entire laning stage. That's the only way Envy gets farm here, because he's against a Tiny who excels against these melee matchups. And, you know, obviously Envy can't bash. He's got no chance to bash when he's in the break. And, oh my goodness, I don't see this lane going too well. I mean, I guess if Envy just farms under tower, it's a little bit hard to dive him, but I'm seriously then still doubting that. Mid lane, both everyone healing up as Roya will get his salve interrupted by Rayor's cleave. It is going to be going, oh, it's going for Resonant Pulse instead. So this is to win the lane here. He feels like he can do a little bit better. He doesn't farm as fast there if he doesn't go for the Dissemolates. Perhaps with a quick disconnect, though, should be back momentarily.
You don't have the sand.
As yeah, again, I would be surprised to see them forfeit a game in this series. But yeah, I still think that 4 Fauna are going to do pretty well here. Brax has a pretty decent lane matchup here, actually, so he's going to be able to get his farm in. Sven not really able to approach the wave as freely as he'd probably be looking to do here. Dara looking to make sure, yep, he's going to be contesting the pull here, looking to get as much experience. Has a point of the stomp, point of the double edge here. And he should be able to farm up plenty. He's missed the 2 opening ones, though, but that's all right. With return, it gets a little bit easier. Retaliate, whatever it's called now. It's Retaliate now. Top lane, they've forced out Moo. So that's going to allow Amin to go on Envy. Toss level 1, right back on over to SexyFat. We still have that time walk. Going to have to be level 2. This time Envy, they finally forced him to change his build. It's not double ringer regen, quelling, and just into a tango. He actually had to buy a wand this time. That'll be good for him. He's going to be going for a little bit more regeneration.
You're going nowhere. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Ryoya then. He's doing okay here. 18, maybe that should be 20. Yeah, 20 and 6 compared to the 17 and 1 here. Just about even. A few more denies actually going in favor of Ryoya is going to give him a little bit of an edge here in terms of experience, but which is always important to get. You know, this third point in the Tidebringer really ends up increasing dramatically the amount of damage you actually end up doing here. As we finally see a point in the Dissemolate at level 4 for the 1-1-2 build. So we'll see here what he decides to do. I would expect him to now put a second point here into Dissemolate just so he can actually move on and eventually recover in the jungle. He is probably going to be booted first. And with X-Mark, Torrent now both up, as you'd expect on a level 4 Kunkka, it does get a little bit dicey for him to be here constantly. As we're going to contest the 4-minute rune. Good Torrent there. We also have our Omni Knight nearby, as Moo top lane is going to be picking up a DD rune. They know where Ryoya is going, and well, they know where he's coming back to. And this could very well be first blood. Ryoya running in a straight line, trying to outrun these crazy people running him down, but that's going to be Ryoya there getting first blood quite easily. Just running in a straight line, and he'll find him. Cogs and a DD rune both available here for Moo. So there's going to be the Icarus dive for a kill and return. Those supports ended up rotating on over, though. Is going to be a pretty big win here for Midas Club, however, as of course they get the kill onto Ryoya. Bot lane's not too fun for RDO, but top lane as well, not very fun for Envy, who's just going to begin eating a lot of poison attacks here quite consistently, I would imagine. Yep, and there's going to be the break to make sure he cannot bash. It's pretty tough. Roya's back mid now. That's going to be ruining his level advantage. Now all of a sudden we see Rayur with about a half level advantage to his favor now, as we begin to see why you might want to put more points into Assembly, and he has put the second point in now. Lowers the cooldown here quite significantly by another 3 seconds, more damage, and that'll allow him to now recover in the farm, because he's going to be booted here relatively quickly. He's not going to be able to really outlive and out-heal a Kunkka with this level 3 Tidebringer. Brax, in the meantime, bottom is getting ran down. He's going to be able to live, though. We don't have a point of the Degen Aura. Second point here in the Heavenly Grace instead. That's a level 1 Sunray, so unlikely to do too much damage there. Wise, you just get to soak it in, get a few of the rays. Icarus Dive, though, will get our Phoenix away to safety, but just barely. That's fine, though. Tranquil Boots on our Phoenix, so he's going to be able to heal up. Just needs to stay out of combat. Top lane, Envy, likely to die here, indeed. Just a nice little toss, and Avalanche right back into Sexy Fat, and that's why I had some concern here for this top lane. Again, not much Moo could do there except look to Cogs and push back the Tiny, which is defensive at best. Avo's dead. He's taking a break. He'll be back for our next series in the remainder of the day. And he's playing some TFT right now. He can't beat Envy, so he has to, he has to play when Envy's playing. Let's see here, Omni Knight. Yeah, he's only going to look into the light there briefly. Again, level 1 Sunray, not really doing too much here. Heavenly Grace, that bonus strength is about to end now. Can they get the kill? Yes, they will. Snaking there with damage over time being applied as soon as the bonus strength ends, and his HP will be reduced to naught. 14 bonus strength, no joke there. 200, what is that? 200 something, 300 something HP that you gain. Moo trying to run here, will be able to at least live a little bit longer, as I believe Envy's already been booted. Where is he? Yeah, Envy's walking around in the river right now, trying to find some farm. Again, he's not really, I'm not even really sure where he would go. To be honest, I'm surprised he didn't decide for a Heart of Tarrasque in that top lane. I think it wouldn't have helped very much. You're probably still dead. Envy does not like Heart of Tarrasque. He is a firm believer in the double ringer regen ring of health. Straight into what I only can imagine is going to be the Battle Fury. Moo likely to die. There's going to be the toss. No Avalanche necessary on a Sexy Fat Viper Strike. Moo has no TP, no mana, and very little life left, as he will then die. Yeah, this top lane is going swimmingly for Midas Club.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Aurelia is going to be able to recover here a bit. His problem is that he also has his purple brethren here that is also needing to recover in the jungle. And Envy right now, my goodness, this is a Faceless Void, not farm whatsoever in the jungle here, especially with 2 points here in the time lock. He had to go for 3 points in time walk. Couldn't max the bash. First of all, why would you bother versus Nether Toxin? But secondly, there was just too much damage over time. He needed as low as a cooldown on that time walk as he could get. Obviously, that's going to come and bite him in the butt here as he is going to now rotate into the jungle. I think soon to follow here. It's just going to be way too annoying. Nice job there baiting out, even Stampede utilized there. They're going to be going for a kill top lane instead, however. On the Sexy Fat, Light Moo taking a bit of damage here. Envy will now drop the Chronosphere. It's a pretty darn good one. It won't save the life of Moo, however. He will take down, and in fact, Sexy Fat still alive, turning and fighting Envy. Broken, forced to now retreat back with the time walk. We still have that Icarus Dive up and ready to use, but Envy slowed by the 4 poison attack stings. They will not be able to refresh it. He's going to have a time walk here in a second. Should be able to save his life a little bit longer. Underneath the tier 2 tower, he will go. But Rayur, is he going to stop? No, he's not. Because he's going to be able to flex on him, get the kill with the Tidebringer underneath the tier 2 tower. And that's going to be Envy using the Chrono, not getting anything, and in fact dying. As Midas Club, they rotate just about everyone up top. Even the Sven is going to be farming in the triangle camp, but it is going to result in the kill onto Envy no matter what. That one could not be avoided, unfortunately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
It is going to be the utility build here for our Kunkka. Of course, the offlane Viper, no stranger to the Urn, is going to finish that one up. And now it is going to slowly after be the, of course, the Halberd, right? There's no need to go for a double Urn. In fact, it would be very, very bad. So going instead for the Halberd is going to do well against Envy. It's going to do well against the Centaur as well. Brings a decent amount of damage. But I like this play. Midas, they recognize their strengths right now. For fun, they just cannot fight them here. Now they do have the egg, but no chrono yet, and even if Envy were to show up, I think they would just bully him out immediately, as Envy is going to begin having a very, very rough game here. It's gonna be a long road to recovery here, to be honest for you. He did at least get blessed with the Iron Talent, so that'll allow him to catch up relatively quickly. Moo, with some good cogs, should be able to survive any combo here from Ryor, who's not going to throw anything. But only level 4 on the clockwork here is going to hurt him quite a bit. This top lane snaking, again, just continuing to get bullied by Viper. Viper with some not insignificant attack speed either, so it's not just a free chrono, or not a free egg kill there. Eternal Envy, though, he's going to be in the jungle farming away. Sven has one built in, and a DD rune here as well. That should be now the Mask of Madness already finished, if he's got that coming to him, which he does indeed with that quarterstaff coming now. He's going to be going into the Echo Saber, so he is definitely, and very easily at that, going to begin to out-farm Eternal Envy here. It is a bit awkward because we also have Ryor needing his first item here being the Halberd, also farming a bit in the jungle. For fun, they recognize this, so they're going to be sending and putting in some pretty deep wards here. Moo looking for whatever he can get. Wants this level 6 ideally, but they do have Brax here who did get pretty decent farm, and he's pretty close to being as farmed as well as Ryoya. But to be honest, for fun, they just, neither of their lanes really got off to too good of a start here, so the early game advantage definitely still in the favor of Midas. It's true, it might be less than a 1k difference, and our Phoenix is definitely nicely farmed here. They're giving him some solo experience, as he's going to be going for the Meteor Hammer first. And in fact, we might see a kill down bottom onto Amin. We do have ourselves a Stampede at the ready. Will we need it? And maybe here to escape, because there's TPs coming. And there's the second one. Nice job there. They catch Ryor. Ooh, and that's going to allow Brax to get the blink off it just in the nick of time there. Nice job there. As, you know, it wasn't actually a missed... it wasn't a missed Aether Remnant. It was actually put down perfectly to preempt that one. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Yes, the reason why Midas Club were forfeiting games was not because it's an NA/SA game. It's because they're playing out of Europe currently. That would be why. So they're going to rotate over to US East, though. I guess the ping is playable. Smoke's breaking, though, as they find only the Omni Knight. And it's going to be a bit of a tough kill here onto him. They'll get it eventually if they work for it, but the problem is it's going to take a long time. That's going to allow Sexy Fat to then rotate on over. There's the GA. We got plenty of magic damage. See you later, son. Double Edge is magic. That's all magical damage, so that's going to be great at nuking through very tanky heroes. Envy is closing in now on the Battle Fury, but he's still a bit far off. Now, again, they can team fight quite well, so that's why Envy's here for right now. He's going to be pretty strong, not by himself, but because of teamwork. You know, teamwork makes the dream work, and that can definitely overcome Midas. As even now with the Kunkka, they don't really have the best team fight. Overall, they're just still stronger right now. So you know, if they win fights, don't be too surprised here. But when we do have Chrono, when we got Egg and Stampede all at the ready, in addition to this hook shot, right, which is great at protecting Egg. Do not expect for fun here to avoid a fight, because they definitely recognize, hey, we're pretty strong with all of our spells. Amin is closing into this Blink Dagger here. Really, really wants it. That might have been a kill on Terraria had he had it. Of course, he's going to be still continuing to farm up a little bit more for this one.
Radiant are scanning.
Brax has been making really good use of his Blink Dagger. I wonder what he's going to go build here this game. Perhaps a pipe would be nice, especially for all of the magic damage early on. Is definitely going to be from, of course, our Kunkka, our Tiny, our Viper. So I think that is a pretty good case there, as we already have finished up the Halberd, by the way. That's going to be a bit scary for Envy. As Amin in some trouble, tried to farm up the Blink Dagger, instead should end up dying to the second Double Edge if they can actually find him. They're going to lose vision here, but Amin is not going to be able to outrun them. Little Avalanche, or a toss rather, not going to save his life. That's a big kill. It's going to reduce, it's going to slow down this blink time in here by another minute or so. Snake King as well has been farming up quite a storm indeed. He's already got his first item. That's going to be the Meteor Hammer. Nice job here. Good farm on Snake King. They're giving him a lot of space here. It's important as well. They really do need the levels here for Supernova. It's a really big part of their team fight. More so for the hits. Normally you want to level it up to get those 2 extra hits per level. But honestly, I think for now you're looking mainly for the damage. And unironically the stun duration here to follow up after Chrono, because again, Envy's just, yeah, the man farms, but he just is not going to have damage here. It's going to be a pretty slow Battle Fury, all things considered. Should be around 16, 17 minutes here for Envy. And during this time, RDO has done quite well here. He's not quite yet finished up the Echo Saber, but he's getting close. He's getting close. And of course, the big problem, normally he would be able to really, start starting his stuff and really start farming, but they've given quite a bit of farm here as well to Rayur, who is going to put it to good use, but you just have to split the farm. I almost would prefer to see them play a little bit more aggressively here with our Kunkka, with Sexy Fat. Now we have Rada Vatos, however, so they can just about kill anyone here, including Envy, including the Phoenix, including the Void Spirit, and including through Stampede. So you know what, now that I think about it, Midas, I think they definitely did need that first round of items here, so now they have it. Heaven's Halberd, and of course Rod of Atos. We should expect to see a death here where Ryoya getting out in time, though the boat is going to completely whiff. However, they still have plenty of damage. X-Mark used. Ryoya, nice job on the Yule Scepter, predicted that one perfectly, and he will be able to live. That's going to be the Atos reveal, and not too much of an effective one at that. Very, very good stuff here from For Fun.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Envy, Battle Fury finish, not bad, 16 minutes, all things considered. He had to leave the lane like 6 minutes into the game, so not too bad. And even look at this, Snaking, pushing the bottom tier 2 all by himself, basically. It's a pretty safe bet, but a little bit dangerous, especially after they go ahead and reveal the Rod of Atos. It can be very, very deadly to a Phoenix. Root preventing the Icarus dive. But Envy now, his farm is going to be getting to accelerate. He still is going to lack some damage. The break is going to be real annoying, so I'm going to be curious as to what his first item is going to be. It might even be a BKB game here for Envy, to be honest with you. Not first, but there's a case to consider it here just so he doesn't get blown up. There's a few counters to him here in the game. But right now, Rayur and RDO, they've decided to split farm here relatively equally, so neither of them too far ahead. Again, a bit surprising. I think it's really this last pick Centaur showing its worth here that I've underestimated, because they just have such a hard time killing anyone if they can get the Stampede off defensively. Yeah, not even RDO's going to be able to catch up to them. Middle lane, Namin has the Blink Dagger now, finished up. So they're going to be probably looking for a kill there or so, but they've already lost the bottom tier 2. They didn't put up a fight for it. Of course, they traded at tier 2 in exchange, but it wasn't the entire For Fun roster pushing them. Instead, it was just Snaking who whittled that tower down with some right clicks, a few creep waves, and the Meteor Hammer. Sexy Fat will deny the mid-tier 1 at least, but we're going to be even in terms of the tower count. In fact, actually, we have a small advantage here for Fun as they've managed to snag this Radiant tier 1 top lane. Pretty good farm here, and in fact, we should have an item now coming to our Void Spirit. Indeed, we do. Is that Desolator already? Where are you? Not quite, but Desolator here in about 1,000 gold. This is going to do well here. So they are looking to be a little bit more aggressive, even on the mid laner, and they're giving them a lot of space here. I'm surprised. Midas Club, they're actually down 2k. They're all kind of farming close together here, and the Sven even is not able to out-farm a Void Spirit, which, again, is not too crazy, especially because you do farm really, really nicely with the Dissemblate and Resonant Pulse build. It's the fastest farming build to go for him, as Envy drops a Chrono there on a Sexy Fat again. Envy just having to do that one defensively, because otherwise he just dies, unfortunately. For now, the later this game goes, the better it is going to be here for Fun. I'm very surprised. Again, I'm not too shocked that they decided to wait for their first round of items, kind of hit them with the volley, but now you haven't really pushed this early game lead. Like you boot Envy out of lane 6 minutes in, and you don't have the farm that really looks like that's what you did here. Sure, Envy is suffering a little bit, but again, against a Kunkka, against a Sven, that's kind of to be expected, him to be down about 1,000 gold at this point, but even so, being down this little is actually a really big win here for Fun. Bot lane, they are going to be getting the kill onto Tiny for free. Brax making the jump in with the Blink Dagger, Hoof Stomp. That's nearly going to be Aghanim Scepter already for Brax. This is a great item. Reduces all incoming damage during Stampede by 40 seconds. Allows Brax to run up and down cliffs and ignore pathing during the duration as well of Stampede. It's actually one of the only items in the game that will reduce pure damage.
Not that we have very much of it this game, except for Purification. But still, it's going to be really, really great here, and actually could end up saving the life of all his allies. So it's a really defensive build here. I was wondering what his first item was going to be, because Pipe seems pretty good, but also Crimson Guard's amazing. Well, okay against Sven, right? That item's kind of weak overall, but I think the Aghanim Scepter is going to be the best of both worlds. Increases your damage quite a bit, or increases the utility of Stampede. You're going to be pretty darn happy with that. Mid lane, we see a smoke. Midas are going to decide to try and make something happen. Quite a low kill game, only 5 to 6 here, 20 minutes in. A farm fiesta for everyone, but now it's going to be Midas looking to push their advantage. They have caught Rayoya. The Aghanim Scepter already done for RDO, so you can run, but you cannot hide, as that Sven will chase you down. Big power spike here from Midas. I would really like to see them fight a lot more now. They've really let the rest of For Fun farm. Look how farm snaking is. He's almost as farm as your offlaner. For Fun, if you give them space, they're going to find the farm, and they have done plenty of that. Everyone on their side is so farmed. Again, they're still trailing the Sven Kunkka, but kind of to be expected. And all of a sudden, look at this. Envy is going to be claiming that number 2 spot, make it from 3rd on the podium. In terms of net worth, is Envy. Moo, he might take a death here, but guess what? He's doing his job. And even then, he's almost nearly as farmed as your position 4. There's the hook shot away. That's For Fun. They go, yeah, okay, if they're going to let us farm, let's just farm. We'll outscale them, and outscale they will do. At this rate, this game is going to be pretty easy for Fun. As Envy might even drop a Chrono here. We have that Axe, of course. As our observer just noticing from the Spanish street, not being in some trouble. They have caught Ayur as well. Envy, not really sure what he should do here. It looks like now he wants to Chrono. Beautiful 3-man Chrono into the Supernova on top. Envy going to get eaten by a boat, but again, he doesn't really bring any damage at this point anyway. GA will be dropped, but still plenty of magic damage to be dealt, as now Brax running on in, trying to join the fight. Ayur, even with the run buff, is going to die. Snaking with lots of levels here, has a level of 4 Sunrise, so he's got plenty of damage. Sexy Fat might actually get hit by the Meteor Hammer. He just barely caught there. Good damage over time, and great control as For Fun will take the fight without losing anyone. 3-0 there. Beautiful stuff. Envy with a great Chrono. Of course, immediately he doesn't really do anything because he doesn't have damage yet, but it's a really nice Chronosphere. Sets up for a great Supernova. GA kind of just ignored there, and For Fun starting to show their stuff here. Up 6K all of a sudden. 6-9, which is very nice. Though, will be stunned up and killed for the 10th kill then, in favor of For Fun. RDO even getting forced out. RDO potentially in trouble, actually. He's going to get comboed up here. If Envy can get a few bashes, it'll be pretty darn good, but the Heavenly Grace should just about save his life. Now looking to turn onto Envy. That'll chase him up the hill he goes. BKB popped, though, by Envy. Envy, you don't have damage. Envy, yeah, okay. Envy's just going to TP. Snaking is going to die then in his stead. Rather. All right, and now potentially even Rayoya in trouble. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. If someone was like, long road to recovery, lol, but like, it's true. Envy, he just doesn't have any damage right now. For now, he is just a Chronosphere machine, and I think that's all he should be looking to do. He needs to be playing into the late game. Late game, Envy has got no problem here versus the Sven, however, assuming that the rest of For Fun can't control the area around the Chronosphere and make sure that there's no, X-Mark or Torrent shenanigans into the Chronosphere. That's the only concern I really have here for Fun late game, as well as the entire early game, which is why I'm surprised that For Fun are actually doing this well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sven finally beginning to get a little bit more of the farm. Again, I was surprised that Kunkka, I don't want to say was allowed to get so much, but basically they were. I mean, they left bot lane alone basically for the entire game here. Snaking got all of his farm and experience. I mean, Snaking is level 14. That's unbelievable. Snaking is as high as a level as Midas's mid is, right? And that's why I'm so confused. I feel like they didn't really do much here with the mid lane Kunkka. They booted out both of the Voids into the jungle and then just kind of farmed on their own side of the map, even though I think they have a really good early game advantage here versus For Fun. Yeah, it's kind of countered here by a Stampede, but Stampede's got nearly a 2-minute cooldown. And Midas, they're not exactly cooldown dependent, especially with these 4 heroes, excluding the Sven, who you're not going to be fighting with early anyway. Now, For Fun are quite confident with the team fight abilities all at the ready, and basically the ultis. For Fun even smoking into an Aegis here. That's how confident they feel. Brax is like, yeah, I'll double edge in the middle of my smoke. I don't give a darn, man. Envy, we'll see what he can find. as I think the Midas are going to recognize that there's some shenanigans mustering, and they will go ahead and play this one defensively, trying not to lose any of their heroes here early on. Again, game will continue on then. Centaur can go for the AC, another great item here, some bonus armor. Zami making the jump here. Brax is going to get off the ulti, 40% damage with this is fantastic. Envy going to get chronoed. That's a beautiful torrent onto 2. Sexy Fat, though, in some trouble as we do have the Supernova now dropped. Envy running away from Supernova. He's going to drag him out. Now he realizes his mistakes, run them back in. He's going to need to get healed up by Snaking here, who will be able to continue the Sunray. Mu with a great hook shot there onto the back line, so they have found Sexy Fat courtesy of Rayoya. However, RDO still doing a ton of damage there. Will be able to immediately punish Rayoya. X-Mark will be able to catch Mu. The Torrent misses, as he should be the last remaining death here in this fight. RDO still plenty of time here in the ulti, will be able to get that kill quite easily, and it's going to be a 2 for 2. They did not lose Aegis, not much there, but again, Rayor just completely ruining that Chronosphere. Nothing they could do. Snaking deciding not to drop the egg there. It was a good Chrono, again, a good 3-man Chrono, but he's immediately just getting like torrented into boat every single time, man. Envy cannot get anything done in this Chrono. He just doesn't have damage. And he doesn't want to BKB for that, because guess what? He can BKB, but then he doesn't have damage in the Chrono. Yeah, he's got levels, but he's got no attack speed basically here. Oh, and now he might... No, RDO should be able to kill him. Yeah, he's going to be okay. They're going to keep on keeping on, though. Brax with the Aghanim Scepter is going to be real annoying here for the likes of Midas Club. As basically the rest of For Fun are just going to keep on farming. Envy then. Okay, so I think he's decided on an item, which is going to be the Manta style. I like it. That's going to be able to purge off the roots, as they do get a kill bot lane there onto Sexy Fat. It takes about just all of their HP, but they will get that one eventually. Brax with the Blink Dagger out, surprising him there. Man, For Fun, they've really just had almost the utmost control of the enemy jungle this entire game, and basically the entire bottom lane. I mean, look at this. You got creep pushing already. Look how much damage this tower's taking already. 27 minutes into the game. That's very surprising, in my opinion. That's very surprising. Again, and who's doing this pushing? Is it a Furion or a Beastmaster? No, it's the position for Phoenix that's getting all that work done. So Snaking, he's amazing. Don't get me wrong. He used to be a great offlane player. I'm sure he still is, but he's been playing position 4 for a while. But he's such a strong offlaner as well. You give him this pseudo offlane role, and he's going to perfectly transition into it here. Mid lane, Rayoya is going to be able to avoid the Torrent. As now BKB finished for Rayor. We already saw that last fight, but now we're going to be getting the Torrent Storm. And I do like this a lot better here, as that'll give them a little bit more unpredictability and team fight control, which they are certainly lacking right now. If you can get that one off here before the Chronosphere, then you're going to be, sitting quite pretty as well. But For Fun, they continue on. Envy, he's got the Yasha, so he's a little bit more dangerous in these Chronospheres. A little bit, not by much, but he's getting there. Still needing a little bit more gold, as I might be able to scout him out. He does indeed. He's just time walked as well. There's the toss, but just in place here. Envy is going to have another time walk here at the ready. Rooted down, though he can't use it. X-Mark back into the Torrent. Sexy Fat, though. Yeah, they just don't have the control for him. And that's the rest of Midas Club then backing off. My goodness, this Sven is so scary when he gets that Heavenly Grace. Of course, granting the bonus strength. It looks like it's the old Sven also when he's going to have it active. Blink Phoenix, yeah, it's not too rare, to be honest, here for Snaking. Mostly it's going to be for the repositioning, as it's also going to be for repositioning here, because his egg placement is going to be really, really crucial during the Chronosphere. And he knows, he's played with Envy, right? So he knows Envy's not going to give a darn. Envy will chrono his own teammates if he thinks it's a good chrono. He's not going to let him know. He's going to say, yeah, that was the right play, deal with it. And most of the times, actually, Envy is completely correct. So he knows he needs to be probably a little bit further away from these team fights than normal. Not only, of course, because they have a Sven, they have a Kunkka, they have a Tiny, but also because you have Envy on your team. So it's important that you stay clear of his way so you don't get chronoed. And I say that completely seriously. It's a really good item on a Phoenix. It's a really good item. Imagine being able to place a Supernova basically wherever you want, and that's what the Blink Dagger allows you to do. It gives you a lot more safety in that. So not too crazy of an item, but again, I'm just surprised. Like for fun, they've just been farming. They've just been allowed to farm here basically the entire game. There's going to be rocket flare scouting out enemies in the enemy triangle areas. They're going to smoke up yet again. Brax's smoke will break. Sexy Fat's going to be the target here. They're going to have plenty of damage for him, even just perma-stun. We still have the hook shot at the ready. Brax charging on in, along with Envy to back him up. There's Brax now potentially in some trouble. Hook shot, though, to counter-initiate, and now the Chronosphere is going to catch two. Envy disarmed, though. There's the Supernova on top thanks to the Blink Dagger. Brax setting up in the air, will be brought back down, gets a stomp off, and there's going to be a Supernova stun as well. Pearson BKB. Brax eventually will die here as RDO running him down, but there is going to be now the Nullifier. He is dead. Kunkka's BKB is now expired. He's in a lot of trouble. Royoya is going to be able to right-click him down. Essence Ring keep him alive a little bit longer, but it's a full team wipe here in favor of For Fun, and already we start to see the team fight just so much better here for the side of them. Really, really good stuff there. Envy, I'm sure, doing a little bit more damage in this team fight, has a respectable 3,200 damage, but it would be rude to ignore Phoenix, who did 3k damage, as well as Royoya, who did the same amount, and of course these BKB durations are really long for this stage of the game right now. So the longer we go, the shorter those puppies will be, and this is now going to be at least 2 lanes of barracks. They push incredibly quickly, especially now with the Desolator up on Royoya. Yeah, this is going to be 2 lanes. They have a fortify, but again, actually, to be honest, For Fun are not scared of Midas Cloud. They did use God's Strength on that one. We're going to have another boat BKB here on the Kunkka, but they're easily going to be able to escape and back out. Roshan might be respawning right now. We'll take a look. It's going to be a bit of a longer Rosh here at 2 minutes, but this tier 2 is not going to last as long, as they are just going to, destroy it through the backdoor defense. Backdoor schmack door is down it goes. And now Megas are a very serious looming threat for Midas Club. Again, long Rosh. We still have to wait about another 90 seconds at this point. Snaking incredibly farmed. I think that's already the Shiva's guard on the Phoenix. Midas Club, they're going to sell out now of the base and see what they can find. Smoked up. We'll see what they can bring. High ground siege is going to be incredibly deadly for them. They recognize they need to fight with these big ultis off cooldown, but everything's back up already but the Chronosphere. We'll see what they can find. A kill onto Royoya would be quite nice, if possible. I mean, Smoke's going to break. He's going to use the courier to his advantage there, but unfortunately still not able to find a kill here. Royoya still has another charge here of the Astral Step. He's going to TP away in the trees. Blink Dagger not ready. He is off and away. A long TP. That was a long TP. TP to a tier 3 tower. It's a bit of a long one. Kind of maybe made him sweat there at the end, but he's going to be okay for now. Phoenix now with the Shivas. His egg is even probably more secured. Of course, the active as well will reduce the amount of healing hit by people on its AoE by 25%. That is going to be real, real nice. Envy is going for Butterfly. That's going to be a great item for him. Now his Chronos are a little bit scarier, especially with the 40 attack speed that he's taken here at level 20. Eagle Song already. He's going to have some evasion. That's going to mean MKB time here for RDO, who does have one queued up. But now we even see Royoya managing to outfarm RDO. In fact, they might even be able to get a kill here. Stampeding on the way in. Beautiful 2-man chrono, courtesy of Envy. They can be able to blow up one real easy. Envy BKBs, but will still be disarmed. Hook shot to follow through as well. Out from Moo. And that's going to be RDO in a lot of trouble, and RDO dead. Royoya getting the kill there. Nothing to go through the Supernova. Sexy Fat tried, but could not get the job done. As the team will throw in the towel, strike the colors, and it's game number 1 in the pocket of For Fun. Very strong game for these guys. Again, I'm just a little bit surprised that Midas, they won mid, they won top lane, and they just didn't really convert it into anything. I think they were scared of the team fight, rightfully so. That early team fight is no joke, even though they did win those lanes real hard. We saw Envy get 2 chronos and like 1 chrono actually without a supernova, and he literally just didn't do anything in that team fight. Sexy Fat turns and nearly kills him immediately after. But yeah, they wanted to farm here, Midas Club. I think maybe I don't know. I'd be interested as to what they decided was the best move here, because they did not think fighting early was their best move. At least not to me. They didn't really seem to try and go for it here. But also they kind of split farm on the Kunkka and the Sven early too, which wouldn't have been bad if they all showed up to fight, but none of them really were too interested. We only see 2 kills on Kunkka, and it's not because like we dodged too many boat torrent combos. We dodged a few of them, but of course you can kind of expect a Void Spirit to do that, right? but we didn't really see too many of them at all this game. So I'm a little surprised because it looks like Midas Club were willing to take that one into the late game considering how they played early. But we'll see here as it's going to be back to the drawing board and back to a short break here for game number 2, guys. You can strike on the call. Alvaro will be back, not for the next game, but for the next series. So you're stuck with me for one more game. Hopefully you're enjoying the cast, though, and if you are, drop a follow on the channel to notified when we go live here, as we still have plenty of action to follow. Stick around, guys. Game number 2 coming up after a short break. We'll see you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. Our tournament coverage here for the Realms Collide 2 Burning Darkness tournaments. I am Seeking Strike Avo, still having a break series here. Decided to finally take one off the bastard. Such a... It's just... That man, you can barely get him to take a time off, even though he's Spanish. Who would have thought, right? It's crazy. Anyway, we do have ourselves a draft now underway. For fun, do take a one-game advantage here, and that is going to inch Midas Club closer and closer towards that bottom four status, and officially cementing that in, as I believe a loss here would do that. Let me just double check here. As indeed, so far, the 2 and 13, 2 and 14, I believe, is where you will stand eliminated. And as that's where currently Infinity Esports are. It's coming down to it here. Our big old square of hexes that I thought initially was going to be impossible to fill in here is slowly but surely filling itself in. And there's quite only a few days here left. We're running down the series here, folks. But game number 2, our draft already underway. Let's go ahead and... catch up with that one now, shall we? So we'll take a look here. We're just now getting started. And now we actually get to see the first pick here. The first ban out from Midas is going to be actually that Faceless Void, which is curious. For fun, they're not going to be deviating much. They will decide to ban the Mars a step earlier in the first phase, but of course the Beastmaster, of course, getting a ban, and the Lina as well. Just too flexible, the Lina is the problem. She can play almost any position, and she flexes incredibly well, so it's no surprise to really see that hero constantly getting banned. Now, for fun, let's see what's going to be. The Ench to start off with. It's kind of strong against the Undying. It can be a little bit weak, but the Ench is the type of hero that Undying hates laning against, which is ranged heroes with good move speed that poke and prod him from afar, that also nuke his tombstone relatively easily. The difference here is that Enchantress has like 520 or 540 starting HP, and each stack of decay is going to reduce that by 80 up to a minimum of 100 or 200 HP, I believe, is the absolute minimum, and then Soul Rip to eat you up. But Midas will pick up both supports here early on. I generally don't like to see this, to be honest with you, but these supports, they're just okay. The problem is you can really hard counter the Undying lane. As Envy, he doesn't give a darn. This is like almost a dream Undying lane, to be honest, in the off lane, but it's probably going to be the Mirana there instead. I personally really do enjoy the Undying versus the Spectre. You reduce Spectre's HP is incredibly effective because then with the dispersion, of course, being based off your HP, it really, you don't do as much damage, you're not as tanky, and you just die real easily. But it'll probably the bottom in that lane with a +1. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad here. If I were for fun, I would ban the Ember. We've seen how effective that combo can be. A couple carries here. I mean, you got 3 bans. I would maybe ban the Ember. If I was just thinking of, you know, countering the enemy draft, I would ban Ember and Kunkka, and I guess with your Sven. So those are the 2 I would ban here for fun. And then maybe you can get away with picking a Storm. Not like immediately, but this phase. For fun will have last pick overall in this draft, so that'll be nice for them. As we'll see the Clockwork ban for snaking come out. Now, pardon me, that was Moo last game, not snaking. Snaking the position 4. Again, snaking had just so much farm last game. He basically turned into an offlane. I mean, a Shiva's Guard, Blink, and a Meteor Hammer on Phoenix in one game. Holy moly. I mean, they were winning by a lot there near the end for fun, for sure, but, like, he had so much farm. It was incredible. They banned the Wisp, which the Undying kind of counters, to be honest, so it's a bit surprising, but it's just a combo you don't want to see. Tusk Wisp. Midas Club have faced it at least once here. I mean, everyone that's faced the Zoomers, if you don't ban it, it's going to get picked against you. It's a really, really strong combo. But the Undying actually does pretty decently against it as well in the safe lane to some degree. He can kind of mitigate the risk, but the problem is he can really only do so when the Tombstone's available, and if Tombstone's not up, then nothing's going to stop that Wisp Tusk combo. All right, for fun, they're just going to be banning strong cores. I mean, hey, you pick Spectre, you ban Faceless Void. Well, they ban Faceless Void, and you ban the Sven PA. What else is left for our strong cores? I mean, I guess a Drow you could ban. Spectre pretty good against the Drow, though, as we've seen in our first series. So I think for fun, they'd probably be pretty happy to let that one through. It does make your offlane pretty difficult, though, is the only issue. But for fun, of course, they're going to have 2 picks to contend with that, if that's so what they desire. We'll see here. Last ban in this phase. I mean, I would honestly ban the Drow, just because it makes your draft pretty hard. They're going to ban Lifestealer as well, so they're just looking to ban out a bunch of carries here. So I would recommend that Midas do pick their carry in this phase. There's so many offlaners still in the pool. And, you know, you can always try and snag one away for fun. I'd be pretty happy, especially because you already know what that matchup is. I would definitely pick a carry in this scenario. Probably because for fun... Yeah, you definitely pick a carry. Not this pick here for Midas. I think you want to do it last pick because you have 2 bans immediately to protect it. And that is going to be the idea here. For fun, though, open up with a position 4. We could use a stun, something a little bit tanky early on because you will be against an Undying. Ideally not a melee strength hero. So there's still quite a few there. You could maybe try the Grimstroke here. Pretty good at holding down a Marana. Nothing really to combo it with, but of course your draft still has quite a few picks left to go. What is it going to be? Okay, the Skywrath Mage, there we go. That kind of fits those criteria. Lots of harass damage. It's going to be a free stick game for your enemy safe lane, but it's definitely a lot of early damage. I wonder if you want to like combo this maybe with a Legion Commander. I think Undying is, again, still pretty strong in that lane, but with the Skywrath Mage, it's way too much damage for an Undying to tank up. Especially, I mean, even with the wand and stick, it's going to be a little tight, but I think it's a good Skywrath Mage game here. It prevents the Morphling pick effectively as well, who's another really strong carry / middle laner in this meta. And so far, so good here for fun. Midas, you I don't know. I mean, it's got to be a core is the problem, right? You got 3 core picks in a row to get out of the way of. I guess the Viper's still available if you just want to pick the Viper now. I wouldn't be too against that. Of course, against the Spectre. Yeah, I mean, Viper's not banned. Just pick Viper, right? Surprised to see the Slardar instead. Perhaps they're a bit more comfortable on that hero. It's still a strong pick, though, against the Spectre, of course. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I'm a little surprised not to see the Viper, but I think the Slardar pick as well makes a lot of sense here. Okay, so if you are for fun here, you got probably, I would pick your position 4. There's not too many offlaners banned. You might get 2 of them banned against you, but you already know the enemy mid laner, so they're not going to be banning offlaners. And there's a lot of carries still banned. So you need a core here for sure here for fun. It's a little dangerous to draft your mid here, so I guess you probably do want your offlaner. It kind of sucks without knowing the matchup, though, is the problem. Especially because it could definitely, very realistically, be a Drow Ranger, is the concern. What's it going to be? Okay, that's the thing. That's the thing, though, is, right, you pick Drow here, and you're sitting quite pretty, I think, here, in my opinion, for Midas Club in that off lane. Even though, again, the Skywrath Mage is really annoying. Right now, the only person to close the gap is the Spectre. I guess maybe it's a bait, right, because the lane is good and basically free, but if you pick a Drow, you will lose the game, in my opinion. Okay, Midas, they're not going to do it. They're not going to fall for it. The AM, it's a good pick here. 2 picks to protect it. You do have always the threat of the Skywrath Mage to come kill you, is my only big concern. But right now, all of the lockdown is, well, not actually all of it. The Tidehunter, of course, with a Ravage might be able to catch up. Not guaranteed, though, because the AM it has the Blink, and Tidehunter, the Ravage does have that travel distance and the travel time, right, from the center of it. So it's going to have to be a Blink game for sure for the Tide. Not too impossible here, but a good pick here, and some more late game against the Spectre. So I think another farming fiesta we're currently set off for. So I'd like to see some tempo out of these mid laners. I guess it could still technically be a Skywrath Mage, though. Mid. Probably not, though. Hello. Well, you're so loud. Everyone knows you're here. You slammed your door open. All right, he's playing charades now, so that's okay. For fun here, though, who'd they ban? They banned the Viper and the LC ban. Yeah, it's a good LC game for sure. Yeah, it's a good ban. Although, if you ban LC, I guess LC mid is not out of the question. So what, are they expecting... What, do they want a Batrider mid? Why do they ban the LC preemptively? It's a good combo, but not exactly as strong... It's not, like, exactly super strong in this game. I guess it's dangerous against an AM, though, because you can't really counterspell duel. All you end up doing is AM starts the duel, and that's still effective lockdown. So that's going to be their big reason. Well, a reason. I don't know... what Midas Club can pick here, because their mid lane is going to be countered pretty much guaranteed. For fun, they banned basically all the carries they could. Now they have to ban a different position because the AM's already been picked. There's the Storm ban. This sucks, though. This sucks for Midas. There's a lot of the safe mid laners already out. There's no Storm. I guess maybe you go Ember. There's an Ember in the pool, but even I don't love that against a Skywrath Mage. Yeah, the Kunkka Storm. Yeah, the Storm wouldn't have been so strong a pick either, but at least it maybe wouldn't have died immediately to the Skywrath Mage like an Ember would. Ooh, it's tough. Maybe you go... Maybe you can get away with a Pangolier here, some early team fight, and look to ball out of control, but then you might get countered in the mid lane really hard. Tiny, okay. Okay. That might work. We'll see. I mean, here's the thing. It's going to kind of be boom or bust from Midas, because if this mid lane fails, then there's kind of nothing to hold back. No, and by no means do I mean this as a pun intended. There's no way you hold back the tide, though, quite literally. Because they're just going to be running at you. Your AM is going to be super weak. He's still a carry that, unlike the Spectre, unlike the TB, cannot fight early. There's no chance here for an early AM. Unless, I guess, you're the God King Hualien, then maybe, because you build Echo Saber on AM and Mask of Madness like a madman and win games. All right, for fun. What do you count this one? Void Spirit? Yeah, it's a really good draft here for fun. Yeah, this is a really, really solid draft here. Last game, I actually really liked the Midas draft, to be honest. If they had played it early, I think they would have won. If they played it early. That's the thing, right? They kind of just farmed. Late game, that was very easily for fun, but they did all the steps right in the lane here for Midas. This time, let's assume they repeat. If they can win the lane, it'd be okay. But for fun, once again, they just scale so much better here. Is my problem, right? The Spectre versus the AM is still a little bit spooky here for our Andy Mage, is the biggest concern. And I'm sure you all heard Alvaro here kind of wincing and grimacing even at the Midas Club last pick here for the Tiny. I agree. I'm not really a big fan of it. Unfortunately, you know, it's come down to this here, basically, for Midas Club. They're about to be mathematically eliminated here at the hands of For Fun, who are definitely themselves here for fun, still looking for points. Again, these guys tied for third, so this series incredibly, I should say, important for them here. Actually, For Fun, they're a bit further down, aren't they? They're 10-10 currently, so they're just about dead even. So they're looking to go above 50% here and make sure that they can move on here into the playoffs. So very, very important game here for Fun. Once again, though, Envy on a purple hero and Royoya again on the Void Spirit. He had an excellent game one, so I wouldn't be too surprised here to see him pop off again, potentially a little bit here in this game as well. As we will be jumping into our game here in just a bit. Let me come up with a rhyme for you. Why not? Alvaro is taking a break. He's currently playing on his phone. Why don't you give us a follow so I don't feel so alone? Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 now underway of our second series. We're about to be halfway through the day, and if you hate me, guess what? You're halfway through having to deal with me all alone. Alvaro will be back shortly, as we will be jumping right in here for this game. If you're watching us over Alliance versus Secret, welcome. It's nice to have you. Thank you for supporting NASA Dota. So we have ourselves Midas and For Fun. Of course, Midas having a bit of a bad showing this tournament, in no small part, of course, due to the fact that they are playing over from Europe. So naturally, they have to, well, not naturally, I guess, but they do end up having to forfeit half of their matches, or they're very, very close to. Majority of the teams are going to be from SA, and they just can't really play from Europe to SA. It's the servers are so bad, or rather, the connection is so bad. I think I don't even know what it would be. If I can guess,
My worst region here in SCA, I think, is like maybe South Africa, or I think Europe. EU West is pretty bad here for me as well, and that's somewhere like in the 230 to 280 ballpark there. So even here, US C to US East is quite high as well. It's in the low 300s. So I imagine that's what it's basically playing like. And let me tell you, at that ping, you literally cannot even tell what your enemies are doing sometimes, because it doesn't update that frequently for you. Quite literally impossible to play. So I can't blame them. It's just unfortunate circumstances here. And unfortunately, Midas Club is looking like they will not be making it out of the group stages, unfortunately. As we will be continuing here in just a second, waiting for a reconnect on RDO, who is currently cutting down some trees here, having a nice time there. Will Brazil vs. Unknown be casted on this channel? Absolutely, Northern Hemisphere. It will. It will. We'll be covering all the matches here of Realms Collide on this very channel, as we have been doing. Brazil versus Unknown happening next. The schedule is not a rolling start. It is not an accelerated schedule, which means our admin will not host that lobby and therefore start the match until this one is completed. So if you're waiting for Brazil versus Unknown, got to stick around a little bit longer here before so we can finish this one up and get going in our next series. Alrighty here, as we'll be getting underway at the Horn. It looks like no one really contesting the runes. It will be for fun snagging the bottom two, and Midas very easily claiming the top two bounties as well. I didn't mean to ping Envy. Not that he saw that, but he is sitting currently on top of a ward. Cutting down these trees, you tend to see quite a bit, just so a support can't really sit here and auto-attack you from a decent range when you're contesting the creep. Envy's going to want to keep creep more or less kind of in this area, generally speaking, and having a support sit back here and just kind of lob arrows at you, especially a hero like the Marana, is not definitely going to be an ideal scenario. Especially because there is some kill potential in this lane. It's not the worst off lane. It's actually, I think, probably, especially if Envy just eats an arrow there. So get down, Mr. President. Probably thinks it's more efficient there to block the arrow, eat the damage, and not get a guaranteed last hit there on the range creep, but it'll go eventually, as Sexy Fat level 1 here in the Slytherin Crush is able to secure that one. Middle lane, Ryor is going to suffer a little bit early on in this matchup. He's gone for True Grab, as you do early on here in the lane versus Ryoya, and actually only gets one of the Avalanche hits to proc. He's got the cleave, but unfortunately it's not going to be as good as the Kunkka cleave he had last game. Earlier it is going to be better, but it does not scale nearly as nicely, as we have both Supportius trading blows. Impetus, though, making Moo a big winner out of that exchange. Undying taking a lot of damage. Soul Rip again here, stealing plenty of strength, all from the Undying, though. Sorry, I'll make that from the Tide Hunter, however, the other green hero. So we are fighting still top lane. Sexy Fat getting the kill onto Eternal Envy. Looks like another arrow there setting up for a kill. Very nicely done. Didn't expect Envy to be the first one, but Moo, he might even be the second of this. We do have another bash coming through, and that's going to be 2 kills then in this top lane. Again, quite a strong lane here indeed for Midas Club. And once again, it'll be Envy probably starting a little bit on the back foot. Should be able to recover here in a bit, though, but might be, again, a little bit of a longer road to recovery here for fun. For now, though, it's still too early to really say anything decisively. 2 minutes into the game, an early kill onto the Spectre doesn't really guarantee you much. The first blood bonus is going to be nice here for our Potom. That'll be probably boots on the way, or a very early earn instead, which I wouldn't really oppose to either. That can be a really big snowball item here for our position for Lina. Did Secret win? Or who won? Alliance? Who won that game? I can't really... if you would, feel free to spoil me on that one. If you spoil this game, though, I'm going to ban you. Arrow. Envy catching this one, too. Nice job, Envy. Good catch. He's going to be going for that early blade mail. Mid lane, though. Oh, Ryoya's going to die. Ryoya just running him down here. Felt real confident here. Pretty standard build as well for Ryoya. He went for the exact same build last game. As this is going to allow him to get some damage in. He's going to go ahead and tank the tower here a little bit even. Oh, he's just going to die to the... No, I thought he wanted to die to the tower, but he wants to live. He's going to, no, he does want to die to the tower. Okay, he just had to aggro it correctly, and that's going to be a deny, of course. Less than 40 gold going the way to everyone here is a very fair exchange. AM jumping on a Snake King here, as in some trouble is Undyne. Denies himself, however, as RDO still running down Snake King. Might have this kill, doesn't have boots, but does have an Orb of Venom here. That's actually going to be a really big thing to note here. RDO basically, he can kind of join teamfights a little bit early thanks to the fact that Skywrath Mage for him is basically going to be a walking bomb. 4.1 int gain per level is higher than Pugna, isn't it? Who I think has 4 Invokers up there with 3.9. So yeah, they got some pretty serious damage there. Or Tiny needs to take a few more sips of the bottle, but a DD rune ready to go. There's going to be a lot of damage there. Yeah, I mean, it's no joke, right? Higher int pool means, of course, more mana for AM to then do more damage with the mana void off of. Not only that, but it's not like Snake King has got a big mana pool and, you know, not many spells to cast. This guy is going to be spamming out spells. Of course, Mystic Flare is 800 mana to cast at max level. And that's going to be, what, translating alone at level 3, we'll call it, to almost probably what is 1,000 damage there, you know, for a Skywrath Mage. So it's real important that Snake King play this one aggressively, but also wisely. He's not really able to walk around next to his entire enemy team and get them all murdered. That can definitely be a big concern for them this game. So do be aware of that. Again, they're not going to be too big of a threat here until the AM is really ready to fight, because once you blink onto that backline for an AM, there's really no going back. So there's no going back for Moo either. Sexy Vat will be able to bash him to death in the river. Mid lane, Rayor this time getting a kill onto Rayor. Nice job there, utilizing the DD room for a little bit of extra damage. No Mandy, no problem here for at least Rayor in the mid lane, who's been doing a pretty good job this series, I'm not going to lie. It's been impressive. From EU to US East is maybe a 100 to 130 ping. Yeah, that seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. I was talking about C to US East, just for worst case scenario, for what For Fun has to play. Sorry, make that Midas Club would have to play from EU to SA, whether it be Peru or Brazil. And be in trouble, will die out to the rotation of Rayor. Very nice job there, utilizing that DD rune for kills in 2 lanes. And it's a really good start yet again for Midas Club. 6-1, an early lead. They do end up winning their lanes and then just kind of, in my opinion, making some tactical errors, whether that's not, you know, in calls not to fight or in decisions not to fight or whatever it be. They decide just not to go for it here, even though I think personally they're a bit stronger than their enemies. For now, though, we'll see how the game begins to progress, because we are a bit deeper in. And we're getting there here. Well, there's another kill top lane. Why not? They're basically free at this point. Rayor sticks around and gets a second. He's queued up 4 blink daggers, so he can blink 4 times as far, folks. Isn't that right? I mean, though, he's going to be sitting mid, soaking some experience. Has 2 earn charges here, just looking to defend the tower. Because the free kills right now, they're not mid. And bot as well is not too free either. Brack's just a little bit too tanky here, especially with like barely any mana ever. RDO just doesn't really do damage to him. And even when he has the mana void, I mean, he's got 351 mana, you know? Like, that's not too much damage here for a Tide Hunter. He's not really going to care. Envy, though, is going to be beaten to the punch here, and speaking of punch, gets bashed by Sexy Fan, who is now level 6. 3 points in the bash now after he started with the crush at level 1. Secret 1? Was it a 2-1 or was it a 2-0? Alliance picked Wraith King? Is that why they lost? What would you say that? I mean, Wraith King's pretty bad. What, was it like Wraith King against a Faceless Void or something? Because then maybe I could see it. Tombstone down bottom, as we do have Moo rotating down over. Just couldn't really do much top lane. The Tombstone will scare him away from the tower. Arrow is going to be able to kill the cart even through the fortify. Very balanced ability. Like a Alliance picked Wraith King is a. I mean, he's not a strong hero right now. I understand, but my goodness.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rayor seems to be queuing up an Echo Saber. Now, this is an item I can't say I've ever seen on the Void Spirit, to be honest. He does sometimes play around his attack damage, but that's usually more to do here with Astral Step on the level 25 talent of with the 160 crit. I mean, he doesn't have an insignificant amount of damage, but, you know, as an intelligence-based hero, his agility gain is not all that great. You know, compared to an AM, who's probably like 3 point something, 2.8 even is not too great either here. AM's got really crappy stat game, to be honest. Mid lane, though, there's a kill. Ryoya is going to get a solo one onto Rayor. Maybe looking for more. Is the Undying in some trouble? Envy haunting in as well. DD Rune activated. They need a little bit more. We don't have any spells, however, but plenty of damage. 97 plus 97. Thank you very much. And Snaking then will be right-clicked down by RDO. Finally put a point into the ulti. I'm in with a leap. Generously getting him all the way across. Not enough mana for a leap and a TP, so he's just going to TP home where he stands. That'll leave him A-okay for now. We're looking to get some damage under the tier 1 tower with the DD active. Won't be able to get much, though. Pugna rocking a 5.1 int gain level these days. Pugna's at 5.2. Thank you for the correction. I thought Pugna was the highest, but I thought people maxed out around, well, heroes, I should say, maxed out around 4. Thanks for the heads up. It's I knew he was highest. So does that mean Invoker's like 4.8 or something crazy then? Because I know Skywrath, he's pretty up there. There's a few heroes you learn to love to play against as when you play Nyx Assassin, and it's Skywrath the Mage, it's the Invoker, and of course our Pugna, as we're going to see Ryoya get right-clicked down yet again. Nice usage there of the Centaur Conqueror. From Moo to enable that. Moo, of course, down bottom, still able to help out mid lane, but he does need to get some experience here. They will be able to finish off this tower and might be able to defend top lane, actually, because they do have themselves a Ravage at the very least. Level 7. Support's incredibly under-leveled here. Both position 5s are, of course, but that's not too unusual to see. That's not too unusual to see here. As Ryoya will be able to get that mid-tier 1 here in time. This should be RDO continuing to farm. He's now going to have Power Treads up, going back into the Battle Fury after the Ring of Health. Thrax nearby. He's got a Soul Ring, so he does have plenty of mana here for the Ravage, even if he is completely broken on his mana. This does give you exactly 150, doesn't it? Yeah, it gives you exactly 150. So he can always Soul Ring Ravage instantly. But for now, he's going to have to focus on this Tombstone instead, as Ryoya has TP'd in as well. Brax here, again, can always pop the Soul Ring and a Ravage, and there he goes, right on cue. Catching 3 heroes here. Do they have the damage? However, down goes 1. It's just the Mirana, as RDO still alive for now. Will be able to counterspell the burst to prevent that damage from going on through, and he is free to TP on home. Nice job there, as they're not going to catch him. He's already gone. Good stuff there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just check in here. No, now you got me curious. Int gain. Who's got the highest? Yeah, Pugna's at 5.2, Invoker's 4.6. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I was definitely wrong against that. Lich is surprisingly the same here with the Skywrath Mage. I did not know that. I did not know Lich's int gain was that crazy. That's impressive. Especially because all of his, I think it's because all his mana, or all of his skills are incredibly mana intensive to use. As we actually have on for the Echo Saber here on the Void Spirit. Surprising. Envy, in the meantime, Avatos is not going to be able to nuke him down. That's the Blink Deck reveal put to not very much use. I mean, trying to run him down here. We don't have an arrow. Envy will, however, die to the Starstorm, as they will trade his life here in exchange for the Tinies. I mean, likely to live here. Of course, has still 1 leap charge to use, and the brown boots. Oh, well, but here's Brax. Now, might have something to say about that. They're going to slow him with a concussive shot, and he will end up dying. As indeed, our observer has noticed, we do have the Echo Saber. You know what, let me go ahead and ping it once. I can't say I've ever seen an Echo Saber on Void Spirit, like I've said. He is going to be going here for the Silver Edge. I'm not sure why. If I'm completely honest, I'm really not sure why. The only passive you can break here is going to be Slardar's Bash, or sorry, yeah, Bash the Deep. That's the only thing you can break. I guess you can break the magic resistance on Counterspell and Mana Break, I guess. Okay, so they just really want a man fight in AM? Yeah, I could see it. Wraith King against Void, they die back a 4-man Chrono for the loss. Yeah, so that's the thing, right, is Wraith King and Venge are your classic, oh, they're going to nuke me, I'm going to die in duel, Chrono, whatever, I'll just pick this hero. But Wraith King is just, the problem is there's a lot of heroes in the meta that are just really strong against him, and he really does kind of suffer. As all the talents being nerfed didn't really help him either. And yeah, so it's no surprise that the hero, unfortunately, is just that bad. It happens, though. I mean, yeah, when the cores are so strong in the meta and there's still now one more ban to go through, it's no surprise that a bunch of carries get banned out. The Undying popping the ulti here. Soul Rip is going to allow him to live a little bit longer, but it's only Soul Rip level 1 here as he's looking to max the Tombstone. Tombstone nuked down immediately. Ryoya with the DD rune is pretty darn scary here, to be honest with you. Good stats given here for the Echo Saber, especially because it does give you 10 ints, just about a bit of everything here. But that is going to be converted then into the DD rune, which he's now hitting you twice for. So good call there for Midas, not willing to fight there. We also do have an NV Spectral Haunts at the readies, where there's going to be now the Power Treads finish for Jackie Mao. Do we think Ryoya has bought Echo Saber before? Good to know. Good to know. I don't know. I'm not against the item. Like I said, there's not really too many int heroes that are right clickers. Medusa, Void Spirit. You know, who else is a real right clicker for an int hero? Not really many of them. You know, AA maybe. Queen of Pain's not too bad. Puck, Leshrac is not terrible. You know, like maybe an Enigma. Windrunner probably the exception to prove the rule, right? Of all the carries, and you know, Silencer, Visage, but. So I mean, there's still a fair amount, right? But there's a lot of interiors I didn't name. So it's just weird, especially because I think there's only what 3 or 4 interiors that are actually melee. The majority of them are ranged. You got your Darkseer, you got your Void Spirit. Who else? Who else is a melee hero? See, now y'all got me very interested here on this strange path that we walk. I think that's the only int hero. Is there really only 2? I suppose there is, yeah. Yeah, there's really only 2, huh? That's shocking. Not really. Kind of makes sense, right? Spellcasters are always going to be ranged for the most part. Yeah, so it's just really just Darkseer and Void Spirit, so the purple boys. I kind of like that, though. Kind of like that. They're going to trade some towers, though. Top tower for the mid tower here. And they continue fighting on as down bottom. RDO's been scouted. Ryoya up the mark, however, with his little Aether Remnant. Haunting on in, though, and Silence is going to be RDO. He's in a lot of trouble here. They need a little bit more, and they will find the kill. Right-click out from Ryoya. Nice job there. That'll give enough money now for the Shadow Blade as he's going to go into the Silver Edge. The rest of Midas, though, going to try and farm their hearts out. It is going to be Ardiolo still with no Battle Fury. He's real close, but he's not yet there quite yet. Rayyor looking for a solo kill on the mid lane. A little bit of an arrow. Might be able to seal his fate, but that's not going to be the case. As Brax with the 4-man Ravage, and that's going to set up for a beautiful Mystic Flare now onto 2. They can't even let this poor Sexy Fat live any longer. Tombstone drop has to be focused down, as at the very least the zombies will be able to rain down Snake King there, Romero style. Tombstone now nuked down, and Rayyor to follow up there onto the Undying himself. As that'll be then 11 to 12 here, 16 minutes in, and already a 6K net worth lead here in favor of For Fun. I do believe we already have Blade Mail. Indeed, we do. Brax as well is going to be farming up quite nicely indeed with the, oh wow, this is Mechanism. Okay, I like it. It's a good item here. But we already have, of course, the Vlads, which is a great item here. Once Envy actually gets online, it'll be doing some serious damage here. Envy, by the way, already has the Yasha, is really out farming RDO now at this pace. RDO needs to get his Battle Fury up ASAP. He needs his Battle Fury yesterday here at this point, 17 minutes in. He's only taken 1 death, just not too much CS to his name, surprisingly. Like that was his only death that we've seen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, hold on, bottom. Oh, they're fighting. They found Ryoya, actually. Sexy Fat with a 7-time kill streak now, Bounty. Going his way, looking for another bash here onto Brax. Will have it now. Oh, no. He had it, but he decided to go instead for the Corrosive Haze. He got a little bit too greedy there. I don't think they would have killed Brax anyway, if I'm being honest with you. I think this kill's a little bit too hard for them, especially because they're out of Tombstone range. But now he's going to get that bash he was looking for. Double silenced, however. Needing to get back, as Envy was looking to try and go right back in there. What the heck double silenced him? There's no tier 2s. Yeah, there's no tier 2 neutral items. Just that should have just been Ancient Seal. I feel like my game shows me double silences all the time. Mid lane, I mean, is going to be forced back. Gush's very strong ability these days. is, oh, in some trouble, perhaps, Uzami. They're going to keep running him down. We do have the enchant ready in a couple more seconds, but they don't even need it. The impetus is going to be able to strike her down using its rainbow powers. RDO, at the very least, has now finished up the Battle Fury, and he is beginning to finally farm now, as Ryo was hoping to find him. Just a little bit late there on the TP. Medusa is an intelligence hero. Oh, she's agility. I'm an idiot. I don't know why. It's because she got crazy int gain. That's why. XD. It's because her int gain is up there. Cut me some slack. Cut me some slack.
Radiant are scared.
Gosh darn it. The problem is I'm 4 minutes in the future as well, so I can't even addend my statement there. That's okay, whatever. I'm wrong every now and then, you know. The casters are humans too. What can we say? Ryoya, though, with his Shadow Blade now completely up and running. Let's see this break in action here on a Sexy Fat. He will go. There's going to be now the 8th Remnant. Great toss here to try and get him off into safety. As now Ryo looking to sacrifice himself for the team. He will gladly take that sacrifice in exchange. It's going to be Mu of all people there getting the kill. Tombstone dropped here preemptively to force them away, but they might just now look for Roche. It's a bit difficult, to be honest. I mean, I guess we do have Ryoya with the DD rune. It's not too bad, right? Again, decent right clicker. Decent right clicker. Ah, that's right, Ogre. Alrighty, there we go. Focus now on this Roshan. It'll be slow but steady. Slow but steady, and that might win the race here. And actually, it's good space here for RDO, who desperately, desperately needs it. He's now got nearly enough for the Yasha. That'll be on his way now. He's going to be up against an Aegis high ground probably here a little bit. So he might be a little bit in some trouble. Again, I mean, one of the slowest Roches I think I've ever seen here. We even have a medallion. It's just, it ain't too fast. Envy doesn't really want to go for Roche here. So instead, he will continue farming. Envy, he's got some good farm as well here. He nearly has the full Manta style, so he's almost a full item here above the AM. Not quite, but he's getting there, as that's going to be Undying in a lot of trouble. No passives to break, but you'll just take the bonus damage out from the Silver Edge. Thank you very much. Mid lane, Ryoya getting a solo kill onto Mu, in addition to a Sexy Fat being there, of course. That was probably very useful to have a stun. Braxa looking to counter-initiate. There's the Haunt out from Envy, as there's going to be now the Ravage. Do they have detection nearby? Absolutely! That's going to be a kill onto Ryoya. Up next to die will be Sexy Fat, caught by the Ride of Atos and Snake King's Mystic Flare. That's now level 2. And with that kill, he's going to have some more damage, and 3 kills for Ryoya. That's true. DK ulti is strength. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I think y'all probably, I mean, Twitch chat is never wrong, of course, but you're probably right about that. There goes Envy then onto the tower. He's going to haunt in, show off his brand new, actually, Dragon Scale, of course, incredible item here. It does get copied onto the illusions, but not only that, the Manta style as well is going to be doing excellent here. RDO continuing to try and farm his best here. He's still a little bit behind, though, of course, as Envy does have a little bit more farm than him. Yeah, Battle Fury
is under attack.
Just a bit behind here, Envy. Some pretty impressive farm thus far. Glimmercape finished on our Undying. Sexy Fat with the blink going next into Midas. It's an interesting decision. Bonus attack speed isn't bad, actually. I think that's going to be a big reason of why he wants to go for it, as he does see Snake King, but that's a tough kill. And Snake King sees him too. That's because Ryoya's Invis stalking him with the Aegis and his Silver Edge. Going next for the Basher. It's completely a right-clicker Void. I'm not against it, to be honest. I'm not against it. It's just interesting. Void base stats, okay. He's got decent stats. Amin continuing to farm his best here. Ryoya, I think that's going to be the Orchid completed. No, Echo Saber, of course. Why would he ever go for an Orchid onto Tiny? That just doesn't make any sense. RDO is still continuing to farm. That's a decent item. Is he really going to go for the Clumsy Net? It's not bad. I've seen it happen. Of course, you're still within attack range if you can cast it right when you blink on top of him. That'd be pretty good here to control our Skywrath Mage. It's going to require him to go for a Force Staff if he wants to live through that one. But yeah, it's not going to be very easy here for him. Again, that's the idea, though, is you have this Walking Bomb Skywrath Mage who at 1,500 max mana, who has very, very expensive abilities to cast, right, is going to be a very, very enticing target for our AM. Our DO then has now the Manta style completed. Courier on its way back from the Secret Shop with that Ultimate Orb in tow. Ryoya continuing on the prowl. They still have another minute and a half, so 90 seconds with this Aegis. Snaking going for his Ags next as Brax just continuing to run down people. Full medallion. Sorry, make that a solar crest. Technically more than a medallion, as that'll be a very, very nice minus armor in addition to the Gush. We don't have a Desolator. You don't really need one. You don't really need one this game on Ryoya, even though he is going for right clicker. There's a free courier kill, by the way. 500 gold, not too bad. I'll take that. That Sexy Fat looking to run away. Could be in trouble here. No, he's in the river. He's totally fine. That man is too fast. But yeah, right clicker Void Spirit, not too bad here is what we're seeing, especially with the power treads. Why not, right? As Amin was, I guess, going on the prowl looking for couriers. Mid lane, it looks like Ryoya. Invis yet again, but as is Ryur, not going to be able to catch him. Sexy Fat will be able to snipe that tower and continue to run away through the river. He's pretty mobile here. He's doing a good job here. Lots of like guerrilla warfare out from Sexy Fat. That's going to be Midas completed and flying his way at the very least, as Amin will be caught. Oh, Undyne looking to snipe the outpost. It's an odd time to be doing that, but 2 TPs completed. They are not going to be able to scout him. Simply running behind a tree is the easiest juke of all time sometimes. Welcome all of our viewers over from the Epic League. We do have ourselves a match now between Midas Club and For Fun. Midas currently on the brink of mathematical elimination from the playoffs here in the Realms Collide 2 tournaments. Burning Darkness presented by 4D Esports and casted here on the ePulse Gaming channel. $75,000 US here is the prize pool for NA and SA teams here. Sexy Fat in trouble, though. He's going to be caught by Ryoya. No Yule Scepter here. Did not get a bash, unfortunately. He's really looking for him. There we go. There's the bash we want. Sexy Fat can bash him back here in just a second. But Moo now is going to be able to slow him down the Impetus, and no chance there is the Dissemblate. Actually, no, it's going to be the Birds. Concussive Shot, really getting the kill. Decent damage on that, 280. I always underestimate it. RAM is about to have a basher. Again, decent farm. He is keeping pace here with Ryoya and manages to out-farm now Eternal Envy, who on the Spectre, you know, is not that hard to actually do. Spectre doesn't really flash farm too nicely, especially as nice as an AM, but Ryoya just in the middle lane here, doesn't really want the Undyne. Would appreciate a kill here onto RDO, but they're not going to be able to make that jump, as he will now jump instead for the Undyne, take the kill onto him. Thank you very much. As the regen rune activated by Ryoya, might as well just use all the mana. Buyback out from our AM. They're going to be looking to try and defend this game and take it as long as possible. As Amin, he's really just out here sniping couriers. That's the second one he's gotten. I believe Ryoya's courier is, I think, now respawned. Maybe just still alive. And be getting closer to this Abyssal Blade. He's going to be of some slight concern. Some decent money in the bank to make that as well for Brax. I wouldn't mind seeing him turn into a right clicker as well this game. But most importantly, we do see RDO now take the lead here in terms of most farms in the lobby. That'll be the basher now completed on him. He is slowly but surely going to be able to catch up, as there's a free kill onto Amit, who is looking to cut the wave and do some damage here to the tier 1 bottom. Sexy Fat with a Midas now. He's going to be looking to scale a little bit. Of course, the Midas granting additional experience, which is going to be real nice. Now, the question is, are they going to really be able to put it to use this game? For Fun, they're looking pretty strong here. It's nearly 30 minutes into the game with an 8K net worth lead going their way. It's not like the biggest lead I've ever seen, but it's not insignificant either. RDO making the jump. Hurry on to Ryoya. They're going to haunt it, but it's too late. RDO murdered him already. That's going to be what that clumsy net is for. Great job there. Another crush here just to slow down Envy to ensure that RDO is able to live. They do have the Skywrath Mage TP in here over to the Outpost, however. RDO with a blink at the ready here should be okay. There's no way they should catch him, right? Right, RDO? Yeah, okay, good. He's not going to farm. He did go for the blink Uncontrollable Illusion, however, interestingly enough. Our AM there being able to get a big kill. Again, I mean, Intiro, even though not the craziest intelligence pool on his team, of course. But a good kill there regardless. I mean, you take those. 2,000 damage there done by your AM. Yes, please. Yes, please. And let's see here. That's going to get him even closer to the Abyssal Blade. A DD rune means he can actually fight here. He's not really too scared of the Spectral Haunt until this Abyssal Blade is completed either on the side of Envy. I don't think he's going to be super, super nervous about that either. Envy, he's getting closer, though. We're about to finish that one off. Brax has now gotten his Blink Dagger here. Nothing really to cancel it, except for Tombstone. That's going to be the biggest thorn in the side here for Brax, who's going to be looking to initiate nicely there. But our Ench even going for the full Guardian Grievous as our Void Spirit looking to finish up the Abyssal Blade as well here. Boot to Travel on Skywrath Mage is really nice, considering that Midas are looking to slow down this game as much as they can. That is going to be their best decision here. Envy looking to TP out. No Avalanche to cancel that one as there's a kill on a Sexy Fat down bottom. They just jump him and they kill him. All 5 heroes now in the bot lane for fun. Looking like they might try and contest high ground here and force the issue. We did buyback earlier on our Undying, so they know that there's no buyback available there. Roshan has respawned, however. They could potentially try and contest over this one. Our Tiny getting close to BKB here. The problem is for fun are not going to give him the time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to go straight now onto the high ground, begin to lay into this tower. No minus armor for the buildings, unfortunately. But they still have plenty of damage. I mean, look at this. 128 damage plus 88 is no joke on this Void Spirit. It attacks decently fast, especially with the Echo Saber, of course. Plenty of strength stolen for our Undying, but Brax keeping them at bay. I mean, what do? He's got a Ravage. You got nothing to cancel that. Envy almost caught the arrow and said that'll go to Ryoya, but still not really much to be had. AM not showing, which means that Snaking has to stay very far away here. Snaking, or rather AM will show then. He's cutting the mid-wave. They're going to TP back for him here as he's going to be looking to collect a bounty. Hopefully he doesn't blink into the river for this one as they are baiting it for him. RDO, though, he's going to make the smart play. There's going to be the Spectral Haunt over him. The bash here by Envy doesn't yet have the Abyssal Blade. Manta on Manta. RDO needing to blink, but he's going to get bashed instead. And now Silence. That's going to be a big kill. All thanks to the bash of Eternal Envy. Well played. They do have vision there. Unfortunately, this ward now just expiring, but RDO taking a very, very big and costly death. That'll put him now dead for about another minute. In the meantime, for fun, we'll see what they can do here. They have themselves, of course, an entire minute. A Roshan is available for the taking. Mid Barracks could potentially be next. And, of course, with a right-clicker build here on our Void Spirit, we do have some serious tower push. I've managed to find our poor little Morana as well. Ryoya just jumping her as easy as pie with that Abyssal Blade. No chance for her to escape. And now Roche is next. This is only the second Roche, so Aegis and Cheese. Aegis probably to Envy, Cheese perhaps to Brax. Maybe Ryoya rotates on over, you give him the Cheese there. As that'll be Roshan, just in the pocket of Envy, of course. Full gem of True Sight as well for Enchantress is going to really help him close out this game as well. So the 12k net worth lead, leading by 11 kills. Yes, the AM is a bit of a problem, but now you know, probably doesn't have the buyback. Still wants this Abyssal AM. He's over 1,000 gold away from it, however. So he's going to be in some serious trouble here. But Envy, straight into the base he goes. The problem is I don't think AM has any more time to farm. For fun, they're going to be forcing the issue. Sexy Fat trying to push as much as he can, but no one is alive to cut the mid-wave, and no one can do it too effectively, while the Skywrath Mage is annoying as annoying as he is. They will smoke up and sally out, however. We do have a BKB at least for Sexy Fat, but Brax with the Ravage still at the ready. We've only seen maybe 2 this game, and they both have been excellent. That's all they've really needed, though. Abyssal will catch Amin. There's going to be Abyssal to follow up as well. The Ravage now will stun 3, and that's enough as Sexy Fat now will get his BKB off. Immediately bashed by Envy, though, who will get bashed in return. RDO jumping onto Ryoya, unable to get the kill onto him, and RDO now silenced, double silenced here, in some trouble into the 8th. The Revenant can even get a blink out. He's silenced again, just permanently. Snaking then is still alive, Ryoya alive, but they're going to throw in the towel here. RDO will call it, dead for 70 seconds, and the rest of his team to follow suit. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for the side of For Fun. Very strong game here out of For Fun. They kind of just built whatever they pleased on the side of Ryo there. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of how I read that one. And it was still enough for them to get the kill. It was still pretty close, though. It was pretty close. I mean, the AM was pretty darn strong. It's pronounced Ardo? Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for the heads up. But yeah, that was a bit of a tough loss there for Midas Club, who are now will find themselves mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. Unfortunately, they are unable to then proceed on in this, well, they into the playoffs anyway. For fun, though, with these 2 wins, they're finally going to break the 50-50 curse and finally go above even. They're going to be 12-10 here after this one, so still in a good position here and still might be able to make a run here towards that top 4 position here, depending on how some other matches play out. But they leave themselves in a good spot to at least guarantee lower bracket potentially. We have 2 teams eliminated, and we have another matchup here coming up next, which might just decide what a 3rd eliminated team will be. Team Brazil versus Team Unknown, currently sitting at 9th and 10th respectively, with both negative loss win rates here. So this could very well determine here which team will be moving on and which team will be almost certainly eliminated from the playoff contention. Do stick around, guys. Alvaro will be back. He took a little nap, ate some food. He'll be back in a little bit here and be joining us for our 3rd series of the day. For now, hopefully you're enjoying the cast. If you are, be sure to drop a follow so you get notified whenever we go live, as we have 2 more days of group stage after this. And then playoffs begin, ladies and gentlemen. No breaks, all gas, as Our Realms Collide 2 will continue after a short break. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to to the Voice of the Realm, the nightly radio program that brings you the best NASA Dota we can muster. Currently, with the tournament Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness.
Yeah, indeed. And we've got just SA Dota now from here on out, I believe, right?
Yes.
I don't think
'cause the last one is Infinity versus...
Eco Boys.
Yep. Totally SA Dota.
Yep, so just all SA Dota from here on out, guys. So, yeah, it should be some fun stuff indeed, as we already have a draft underway, and it is moving. So why don't we get taking a look here as both teams... yeah, already a few picks in. Unknown, obviously, going for a red theme on the Dire side. I do really appreciate it here. What do they need right now? They need... could be actually a Snapfire mid.
I think it's a 5, though, to be honest.
You think
it's such
so?
a buy unknown. 5.
Okay.
But it could be a Snapfire mid. I think it also depends on what what
Lina.
what you feel like you're going to do. I really actually think they're going to run the CK Lina, though, as an offlane.
Okay.
I've seen that combo before run by unknown. It's very, very powerful.
Oh, give me another red hero. Yes, that
he turns
counts.
red.
That
he turns
counts.
red. That goes.
Okay, unknown. Okay, so we got to
Yeah,
ban.
I'd be surprised if you picked your 5 last, right? I mean, I guess you can pick like a flex here, like goes 5 or mid to mess with a lush track, but you have a lot of options here.
Kind of curious though. A red hero, I guess. Ember Spirit.
There you go.
There
I
it
know
is.
against a lush track, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is Pango red? No, it's
There's
purple.
some cosmetics that turn him red.
Okay.
There's some cosmetics that turn him red, but his scales I think are.
I like the Pango here. I think Pango's kind of decent.
I think the Pango's pretty good as well. Kind of just completely ignores the Earth Spirit, right? As long as you can actually get off your silence. 'Cause
Really annoys a lush track as well until he gets BKB, and early BKB on lush track sucks.
Yeah.
Goes with your tempo as well. I mean, I like the unknown draft in general. It's actually a pretty solid draft.
I agree.
I really like the CK offlane with the Lina. It's a really strong combination. What people are doing these days is you actually throw the Chaos Bolt, right? Which is like, that's animation. And then you reality rift him to bring him back. And then the Chaos Bolt hits him.
Can you do the reality rift animation? I think it's pretty good. I was hoping you would make the noise as well.
No, I wasn't going to do that. I knew that was what you were hoping for. No, but you Chaos Bolt him and you reality rift him and then you bring him back and then the Chaos Bolt hits almost immediately. It's very difficult to avoid that. And then Lina Light strikes a raise and then you have a massive combo. In addition with, like, say, you have 1 level of your crit, for example, and you deal a lot of damage in the lane. And particularly useful against heroes like Spectre. I would even say it's good against Undying, because Undying is meant to harass a lot, but he's not great when you start initiating on him, because that's when you just start to pile damage on him.
Yeah.
And Decay is not the lowest cooldown in the world. Yeah, you spam it in lane, but you don't spam it in quick succession. You spam it, once, and then you wait another time.
Well,
and
yeah,
get
I mean,
stacks.
especially because you don't max it. 'Cause why would you max
True,
it?
it's true,
The
exactly.
only thing you really get out of Decay is like 10 more bonus base damage
And cooldown reduction.
and cooldown, which is of course nice later, especially if you go for X. But
Doesn't
no,
increase the mana as well as you get more levels.
maybe about like 10 each.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's relevant when you're in the lane, particularly.
Yeah, that's a good point. When you're that's a good point. to
Which is
bring
why
up.
also it's like literally counterproductive.
Yeah.
I don't know if it still does that, but anyway.
I
And
believe it
against the
does. I
Spectre's
believe it
particularly
does.
good as well because you push her back. She's a melee hero, relatively easy to do. So I like this offensive lane a lot. I'd like to see a mid laner now. They banned the biggest relative attack heroes, which are Bilge Spirit and Kunkka.
We need a red hero though.
Against Slash, I really don't like the Ember.
I don't like it either. I completely agree with you, but like thematically, I love it.
I mean, you could actually put the Lina mid if I didn't like the Lina so much with CK. I think if you may run like Snapfire 4, Lina mid, and you pick up a 5 here, then I'd be fine with that. Right?
Yeah, but just 2.
Nah, they're
Yeah,
going to go for
alright, it's
straight.
the
Actually,
Pugna.
Pugna's great against
Yeah,
Slash.
it's a good pick.
Because now that Nether Ward, actually, whenever you have abilities like Witch Doctor's Healing Aura or Leshrak's Pulse Nova, now you get dealt 50 base damage every time, like every single tick, which is every second. So that's like essentially a 50 DPS ward.
I will say though, and SEA's figured this out, but Lesh Ags is completely bonkers these days.
Yes. And that
and-
destroys Pugna.
What?
That destroys Pugna.
Oh, it does. Yes, it destroys Pugna, especially because you're right. The 50 damage is a serious problem right now, especially because we do not have a good Nether Ward hitter at all on the side of Brazil. Like they don't hit things very much, right?
No.
That's why Desolate is so good for Spectre. But the Axe is real good, and yeah, they're not just they're deciding to not hit with the Nether Ward at all. I guess. Okay.
Oh, it's on 4DR as his actual name. Huh. Surprised with that. This is the first game we cast where 4DR is not called Stabs equals Cancer.
Oh, you're right.
He actually officially changed his competitor.
yeah, nice.
And you can tell leagues are coming, huh?
Leagues are coming. They make the announcement, and they're like, "Hey, boys."
The leagues are coming. Tidehunter picked up by Brazil is... I mean, it's okay. He's going to have an okay lane against Snapfire Sven, right? So it's not too surprising there. But I don't love the Tide here because you do have a lot of magical burst damage. It's usually what he suffers against. Like long-range magical burst. If you're, for example, Mortimer's kissing the Tidehunter, he can't really ravage in the middle of it.
Do you see this Mortimer, by the way? I haven't seen this set before.
Yeah, it's Yadomi set. I've always seen it. It's Yadomi specifically.
Interesting.
It goes from a salamander to an axolotl.
Oh, I see. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was really confused.
I mean, look at the fucking Tide Hunter. Like, are you
Whoa, what
seriously
do you-
talking
what do
about
you
the
mean?
Snapfire?
He's always been a dinosaur. What are you talking?
A ghost? Dinosaur ghost?
He's always been what is the big an omegalodon?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it more looks like a deformed duck to me with scales. It doesn't.
Well, he's not here to look good for you. He's here to ravage his opponents, isn't he, Alvaro?
But he's gonna have a tough time this game.
He is gonna have a
Because
tough
Sven
time,
can
man.
avoid it, ravage with either BKB or the Ags, right? CK does get bothered by the Ags, so that's or the Tide Hunter. That's a good idea. But Pugna and Lina will have not much trouble against him. Neither will the Snapfire, because they have enough range to just avoid the Ravage from being too effective or outrun it. Because if you're really far away from the Ravage, you can usually just outrun it. They have really good team fight in Brazil, though. They have really, really good team fight. But I think that Unknown can win this game.
Yeah, the team fight's a bit scary, right? I feel like if this goes late, I don't know, because then CK is so good late as well. That's basically just an extra
And so
carry.
is Sven
Especially
against
if you go for an Ags with Sven. Ooh, that's spicy right there. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm a favor Brazil. I'm going to favor Brazil on this one.
Okay. I'm going to favor Unknown. So, what's going to win? Is it the strong lanes or the team fight? Follow us on Twitch and find out who's right.
There we go. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. My goodness, the realms collide too. The darkness is a light. As we now have our third match, pardon me, of the day. Team Brazil versus Team Unknown. Just because everyone's asking, Game 1 Peru, Game 2 Brazil. I hope I don't have to repeat it again. Once again, Game 1 Peru, Game 2 Brazil is going to be it. So just help each other out in the chat. Now you all know. Now you all know.
It's always, yeah, it tends to be like that.
Yeah.
Which also might mean that Brazil is not really going to play this game to its fullest. Like, I've seen them GG out early games. I know that everyone makes fun of Astini because he's the only one that complains about servers, quote-unquote, vocally on Twitter. But the last time the King RD won against Quincy,
I don't
they
know.
literally went and said,
Go ahead.
we
sorry.
won one game, and technically that counts as two because there was a server ping issue. And I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, I get that, right? I understand the point, and maybe they will GG out. I'm not saying that's not impossible. I'd really like them to not do that, however, because they are currently, almost tied for 9th, 10th position, right?
Yeah, so
And
they can make it through if they get the 2 points.
Exactly. So these 2 zeros, these two games are both important, and the same goes for Unknown as well. It should be obviously.
If Unknown gets 3 2-0s, they're likely to eliminate For Fun away from the table.
It's
Because
true.
For Fun is starting to really lose steam.
Yeah, you're
From
absolutely
winner
right.
of the summit to not make it through the leagues. I mean, this shows, right? This is why I always say that I think leagues are an interesting format to watch in Dota, and people in Dota, I think we don't really appreciate consistency too much, particularly because, TI conditions that to not appreciate consistency. But I don't like that. Like, I think that this shows what teams can be more consistent here. Oh, never mind. For Fun has 12 points. What?
Oh yeah, they just got a 2-0, right?
Is that why? Oh, yeah, I guess the table is just... Oh, my goodness, yeah, they were... right, I guess everyone has 11 points except for Beast.
Yeah, it's really close. What are they, like, tied for first now or something? Yeah, right?
Yeah, but Unknown can still make it through, though. They can eliminate Thunder Predator, Quincy Crew, or Omega. Like, they're not really... Because they've played the least games. So even though they don't have many points, it's because mostly they haven't played too many games.
Yeah, it would be... We'll see, right? Because Aggo Boys actually could potentially still be in trouble. They could still be in trouble because they have...
100%, yeah. They also have 11 points. I mean, everyone could be in trouble that has 11 points, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, more. Well, I guess maybe Infamous, right? Because Infamous, they're 11-9 already, so they can't take those losses back.
And Thunder as well.
Thunder as well. It's a good point, right? So further losses for those guys are certainly going to hurt. If Eagle Boys or Quincy or Omega lose, currently these guys all have 11 points, but only 7 losses, obviously meaning they've played 1 less match. They can maybe, hopefully at least tie or try and mitigate any losses, because it's really getting down to it here. And in such a big group, it's so hard to know how it'll play out. So I kind of like that, because to your point about consistency, right? I mean, like, come on, we had OG Fluke 2 TIs, like that's just how inconsistent, right? XD. But on a serious note, like big groups like this are always fun because it makes it hard to go, oh well, if we win our match and if the other teams draw, we can still get through if this match is a loss for them. It's like, what? No, it should be like how well you do, right?
Right. In the case of For Fun, by the way. They've actually played all their matches, so I was completely wrong. They're not safe whatsoever.
Oh, they're done?
12 points with all their matches is not a good score. They're literally only, like, they are, so say 20 versus 22. So they're most teams have, like, 1 best of 2 to 2 best of 2s left, right? And they're only 1 point away. So even if Just Under Predator ties, or Quincy, or, for example, Infamous ties, they're already at the same score as For Fun. Right?
Well, Beast Coast, then, now that you bring it up, they only got 1 game left to play either, as well.
Yeah, but they already have the 12 points as well. So even if they were to tie here, they would already secure the 13 points. Because most teams only have 1 or 2 games to play, with the exception of Unknown, which has 3 series to play.
I get what you're saying, but it's not like Beast Coast have like a quote-unquote an easy opponent, right? They're up against Omega. That's not, a given tie even. That could very easily be a 2-0 against them.
But I think... Oh, yes. Good point.
You know what I mean? Like, you're right. I don't raise that point to be like, haha, Beast Coast is going to lose.
Caught the first blood.
I did, yeah, of course. I mean, it was simple. But like, it's really coming down to the wire here. You're totally right.
Yeah, a couple teams are kind of screwed here. I mean, Infamous, Thunder Predator, For Fun are all sweating. Beast Coast should start sweating because of Omega. Omega does have 2 more series left, so it's not that big a deal for them. And one of them is against Midas, so... They
do, right? Yeah, Omega has 2 series left.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
So even if they were to, like, lose completely against Beast Coast, just a single point would already put them in a pretty nice position. Like 12 points is the points you want to be at, more or less, if you want to make it through, right? Because Unknown, they still have 3 series left. They have to win them all, and then if they win all of them 2-0, right? They would still only be at 13 points, right?
Yep.
So if you win 2, I guess that's what you kind of want to get.
Oh yeah, it'll be close. It'll be close.
And if Brazil loses this one, I am not certain if they can qualify any longer.
What'll they be at
here?
They
have 1 more series. Yeah, if Brazil loses this one, they'll be at maximum. They will get 11 points. And they would most likely not qualify.
That's pretty close. So right now, 12 looks like you're decent, at least for lower bracket. Above 12, and you're pretty decent for upper bracket, is what it currently looks like. Zoomers right now in a fantastic position. They still have 2 matches to play. They're 12-6, so they're very, very likely to at least qualify for playoffs, if not upper bracket.
I'm going to find an easy kill. So we started the discussion about this, guys, but it's just, now it's actually getting down to the wire. I didn't really realize that everyone has 11 points. Of course, this is actually more common in South America than it is other regions because of the server issues, right? A lot of teams have to forfeit due to server, or not forfeit necessarily, but all teams have difficulties due to servers, etc., etc. Some teams forfeit due to servers, so these things do change things around.
I mean, I guess, though, when you play a bunch of matches, King Jungle's in some trouble, as Wiz instead will go for the courier. I guess to your point, though, about consistency, right? Like, the more matches you play, the more that sort of, quote-unquote, evens out, though, right? Compared to if you're in a group, the 1 Peruvian team in a group of 3 Brazilian teams, right? You're like, well, that sucks.
Exactly.
But this way, it, quote-unquote, evens out. So I really like your point about leagues. Yeah, Costa Bill's going to die. There's just way too much harass in this lane. Holy moly.
I mean, within that point as well, if you're a North American team, if you've gotten a bunch of ties or a bunch of bad scores, there's no excuse for the server. So like Brazil could say. Like Brazil could honestly say they lost a fair amount of points because they're one of the few Brazilian teams in this league, and you're struggling to get better ping. But the American teams have a huge advantage. So if they're inconsistent, it's up to them 100%.
Yeah. Wish is going to go for King Jungles. Oh, might have killed him there. Decay timing out really, really soon. Oh, he needs a little bit more. Gets a little bit more decay there. Has another LSA. That should hit in the trees. Has the vision. He's juking himself. Wish, come on.
No, he didn't get the vision because he messed up with the positioning there.
Yeah, no, he decided to move on up. He really played
unless you killed... you kicked Undying out of lane. That's kind of a win. In fact, killing him might even be worse here,
I
honestly.
agree. Is he just going to deny himself? No, he's not. I mean, he does have a healing pot, so...
I mean, he can at least do... Oh, he does 2 cells. Did he have 2 salves a second ago, or the Curry just... No, he had 2 salves the whole time.
I don't know. He probably is going to be looking to kill himself, though. You're right. Because
Right.
he can heal himself up, but he won't get any more mana.
Exactly.
Oh, now he's going to heal. All right.
All right.
Well,
We'll
Wish
see
is-
how
Wish
much the
is-
Spectre wants to cry today.
Yeah, Wish is like, oh, you're going to heal up, are you? Well, don't mind if I cancel that real quick and try and do as much damage to you as possible.
Just keep him low enough so he can't join the lane
Yeah.
again. But,
So
yeah,
it's-
look,
yeah.
King Jungles wants to die. If I was Wage, I would
Yeah.
actually leave him alive.
I agree, because then he does literally nothing, and then you can just focus everything on the Ghostable. Like, literally ignore the Undying as long as he's like within one hit. Let Creep kill him if it comes down to it. Let him soak experience from Ghostable. I think that's whatever. I mean, it's like these tiny things, right? Oh my goodness, look at this stack up top lane here. Sir Francis Lee back in action here, about to finish up his urn already. Could be a nice item for him this game. Snowball out of control potentially, especially with King RD in the lane. I've got some serious skill potential for sure. Mid lane we've not really talked much about though.
No, we have not. The matchup is slightly Leshrac favored, not surprised. Like, the counter, the Pugna to the Leshrac is more towards the mid game than it is towards lane. The lane should actually be Leshrac favored because you're a hero that has magic damage that's ranged. That's just that simple. That's how you counter.
Ghostable is dead, I think, bottom.
Nope. Nope. Where's the Undying? Oh, he's stack. Oh,
Yeah, he's pulling.
Okay. I mean, I'm not against pulls like these, but if you pull, you usually take your carry and you go, hey, you know, stand back for a bit because I can't help you. Like, you're up against CK and Lina. All these guys want to do is murder you.
Yep. That's what they're here to do. That's what they're here for, so yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, maybe a little bit miscommunication there. Someone was not ready, who knows. Mid lane, Robozi is going to be able to scout that Earth Spirit rotating on over. He's got a ward up on that ward spot, watching over the top power rune, and therefore the Earth Spirit. So that gank unlikely to be fruitful. Top lane is now starting to get a little bit more difficult as we have more and more levels in the lane. Stuns are longer. Scatterblast is doing more damage. Miss Mortimer is adorable. I don't like his tail. I like everything else about this guy, though. He's so cute.
He is very cute. I think the axolotl is adorable. There's also Beast Coast's pet. What was American call it? Mascot.
Mascot. Yeah, we call it the same.
No, because we don't have mascots. Yeah.
Oh, no, but like a pet is called a mascota. isn't it?
Yeah, but like
that's the same thing.
like teams don't have mascots. That's what I was.
Yeah, they have pets.
No, teams don't have anything.
Yeah, they do. Teams have pets all the time in America.
Yeah, in Europe they don't. So I'm telling you, they
Yeah.
don't have mascots or anything.
You know, there's like, you
That's
ever hear the story
exclusively
about
an
like
American
the
thing.
Texas teams that always have like a bunch of cows and other rival teams will steal their cows from them?
I don't know if you're memeing or not.
I'm not. There's a true story. There is a full like ROTC Academy unit dedicated to protecting the cow. Because people will try and steal it. And also at the same school, there's like a dog that like if it barks in one of your classes, like the class is dismissed. Top lane, they're going for a fight. They're looking to dismiss Yato Mean. His ADR rotating on over. Great Scatterblast catching 3. Will that save him? Nope. The dog's barked. Class dismissed.
I can't believe your country's real, dude. Costabile in trouble. We're gonna try to pull him back. No, there's the Chaos Bolt. Stun
LSA
him
in
out.
1.
I don't know if they can kill him though. I think they like the damage and they're like, let's go Undying instead. But that's exactly what King Jungles wanted. For you to
Yeah.
counter on him and ignore Costabile. But one nice Dark Enslave there by Wish will ensure that the Spectre will not be able to heal back up with the South. Okay, that's pretty good. I think it's overall a win. I mean, I know they didn't say they didn't have too much quote-unquote harassment, but any kill attempt that doesn't get the kill is just harassment instead, right? So it kind of works for them. Costabile is struggling a fair amount here. I don't think Drakil's too concerned with getting farm this game. He just
He
wants
is.
to
I mean,
deny
luckily,
Costabile.
they're level 5 here, which is going to
Nope,
do
this is
even
bad.
better. And this is a good
4DR.
rotation again.
Yep. But it's a nice little kill before Drakil dies, right? So make sure that he's still being useful in that lane. 25 last hits to 21 on Spectre. Not the greatest, honestly, for Costabile. And the biggest winner here is the Sven, which is 37 to his name.
Yeah.
Managing to outlast the Tidehunter as well.
Again, this lane will get a little bit easier and easier as Costabile gets more levels, right? Spectre does really, really well with any heals in lanes because they're way more efficient. That's more damage for her enemies, right? So the Undying does especially well there, especially because he reduces enemies' max HP, which makes Dispersion do more damage. So it's a strong lane in idea, but it's just there's way too much aggression here for even this lane, I think. So off into the jungle, Costabile currently trailing the pack of all cores. That includes her laning opponent, Drakil. 13 deny is really the big difference maker in my opinion, but yeah, it's been a tough start there.
Oh, Robo Theta in the middle lane in trouble as 4DR runs him down. There's no more mana on him. He was hoping to use that regen room really efficiently, but instead his 4DR absolutely
Nice
destroyed
LSA.
Yanomi. Also going to die to that Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict. Yeah, that's why you can't really stun a Leshrac and get away with it, right? He still deals damage to you despite him being stunned.
Yeah.
And they're playing this better right now for Brazil, I think. The bottom lane went well for Unknown, but the middle lane 4DR is making the difference here. And that's exactly what we should be doing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think.
Why is everyone's fighting with no mana here? 4DR's like, yeah, sure, I'll beat you to death.
I think he does, actually. Yeah, he does outdamage the Lina there, so
Yeah.
pretty easy. Even Lina with one null talisman. Starkiel really wants the last hit on the big creep. That's definitely worth it. Top lane. Already running down Yadomin. Should be okay here. Level 8 already, my goodness, on this Tidehunter, though.
King RT nearby. There's the Boulder with the tower helping Yadomi a bit. Can he get away? He has the cell, but the Anchor Smash will guess exactly where he was going. Not that he had to. It's just
You went a little Borat there.
What?
You went a little Borat there. I heard it.
What does that mean?
You know, you ever see Borat?
No.
The movie? Oh, really?
Is under attack.
No.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, anyway, Costa will continue to farm. This should be the top tower now. My tower.
Structures are
Very nice. As King RD is going to be focusing on this. Of course,
Is that supposed to be a person?
uh,
4DR almost got destroyed there. Wish doesn't have a Laguna though. Why did he stay here so long? Flee. They're just walking towards Wish, hoping to get the kill. No, that's not going to happen.
no. Oh,
Stay
no,
away,
they
please.
deny the tower. Okay, good stuff. You deny the tower away from the Lesh, or sorry, from the Pugna. He's a little sad now. He's like, that sucks. I wanted that bounty. But he does have a good amount of reach already. Does he already have an Aether? No, not even. My goodness. Just good cast range on that hero. King already eventually, there you go, after nuking his like third or fourth wave, he's going to have this tower. Down it goes.
Dire's top tower
He's able
has
to
fallen.
at least equalize in terms of the tower counts now. But better not. Already off into the jungle, farming quite nicely. Has already the full Mask of Madness. Going next into the Echo Saber. His bottom lane, they're fighting. Once again, ADR rotating over.
I mean, 4DRs do so much this game just to make sure, hopefully, they bring it back. That Chaos Bolt. They didn't use the combo correctly, doesn't really matter though. Lifestream will make sure. I think 4DRs to make so much space this game, it's kind of tough. I really can't ask more of him. Like, you can't really deny Berna right now. King RT staying in his lane, trying to still put pressure. After all this top lane, because they take the tower so early, you can put some early pressure into the dead lane and force Berna to go into the triangle, which would be ideal. Because if he goes to the triangle, then Pugna doesn't get the easy farm in the triangle, which usually you need to finish up the Aetherlands. King RD, look at this, like, he just kicks Berna out. Berna is managing to farm decently, but he's still an annoyance, which is why Widge is joining. Still no Laguna, though.
I mean, you're literally tickling him, Lina. He's got already a Hood of Defiance. I think he took...
He also went for 3 points of Cracking Shield.
Yeah, he does not care for anyone in this top lane. He's like, sorry guys, I'm just going to keep pushing this tower. Don't mind me. Bottom, they are fighting though. As there's going to be Costa Bill rotating on in with the Haunt. That's going to be a kill now to Robo Z. Drakil free to TP away though, but they did get the important kill, so they're not too concerned with that one. And that's already Yules, my goodness.
Yeah, 4DR is playing in a great game. He knows what he has to do this game, and he's doing so much work. It's like he's in a ranked game, and he knows that his teammates are awful. And that's what he's throwing this game. Not because his teammates are playing badly, but because unfortunately their lanes were not good enough, and Spectre needs to play around this Leshrac. And Tidehunter can't really rotate early, because he's not an effective rotator. Right? He's more of the stay static in lane, pray that I can draw some aggro, and that's pretty much it, until you get some useful items. The Ravage is not a great initiation tool early. It's much better as a counter initiation.
Yeah, I'd really like to see what has he got next. Like the boot to travel into the Ags build here for ADR. But you know his best here. I'm not going to doubt him. For now, it's going to be the BKB. I don't think that's necessarily a bad choice either. It's the safer choice for sure. I just kind of like the keep up the global pressure, keep being as annoying as possible here. The build that you sometimes see a little bit more in C to just desperately farm that Ags.
Yeah, I mean he has to go BKB this game. I think that's wise.
Yeah.
I don't usually condone this kind of build, but this game is without BKB you can't really be impactful because you have to make sure that you're alive here for as long as needed until Costabile finally comes online. I think the BKB is a good choice, actually. I like this. I mean, I do agree with the Axe choice, but a bit late. Drakil, nice silence there to prevent the Chaos Bolt. But 4DR could still be in trouble. You'll scepter someone. The courier is, of course, going to die, carrying his clarity and his TP.
No.
Can 4DR get away? Reality Rift not in range, not even close. Neither is Chaos Bolt. They do find KJ in the back lines. And okay,
nice
that's a
cookie.
really good cookie. Together with the Mortimer's kills, King RT's getting chunked. He's forced to Ravage. He does catch everyone with the Ravage. Nobody runs away. But Trakil's here to ensure that King RT's Ravage is not only misused, but completely useless.
Yep. He's like 3-second stun. I don't think so. See you later. Purging that one off. That must feel really good if you're the CK. But hey, tanking that Ravage is pretty cool. They don't lose anything out of that one. And they even rotate on over to try and defend this mid-tier 1 as well. As Costa be in trouble. They already used the cookie. They need a bit more damage, and they have plenty of it. There, Robozy just sucking him off. And we'll get the kill with the life drain.
That was not the greatest play by King RT. You depend a lot on your Ravage early, obviously, to make plays. And as I said, it's a really good counter-initiation tactic, but not
Nice
when you're
heals.
in there.
Wish did well to get off the LSA. Is not going to be able to kill anyone, though. It was a good effort.
Yeah, Laguna is fine to waste because the cooldown is reduced and sorry, it's not that high, and it's also not that important to use Laguna early, especially as a support lane. But the Ravage is a much bigger deal. Now, what does King RT do? He's gonna go back to farming lanes. Yeah, that sucks because that one, those small engagements, using the Spectre there as well, essentially, it nullified all the impact 4DR has managed to get in the first early levels. Because now Pugna with the Aether Lens has come online, he can start pushing towers. They've already taken 2 tier 1s. They only gotta take the top tier 1 if they want to as Pugna, and then start to go for more kills.
Yeah, and that Robozy's continuing to farm though. He's going to have a Blink Dagger relatively soon, so hopefully his positioning can be improved with that, right? The always problem, right? The problem that everyone has with Blink Dagger, because I mean that's everyone equally, right? It's an item. Is it doesn't give you any stats, right? It doesn't do really much. It's a crappy build-up, right? Because it's just a lump sum of gold that doesn't give you anything and takes up a slot. So we'll see here. He might begin to suffer from that later on, but hopefully can use that this bit of a spike there to help his improvement quite a bit.
Trakil ignores that less rocket down bottom. Interesting that CK is not rotating too effectively early, right? Like they're not, or rotating at all, right?
Yeah, really at all. Yeah.
He's just staying in this bottom lane. I wonder if they think that this bottom lane is really important because it protects the triangle as well. Some teams I've noticed have been trying to prioritize the off lane tier 1 a bit more. Well, there's a cookie here, by the way, but almost hit down. They try to go for the Undying. King Jungles. Yeah, it's a really good bait, actually. Mortimer's kill is very close. They're gonna kill King Jungles with it, but the Haunt's ready to make sure Roboteta also pays for his sins. Wish does get the bounty rune as Yadomi gets away thanks to the Scatter Blast. Nice gush, though, to slow him down, and Yadomi will fall to that. Berna was considering re-engaging, but the CK is not there, so it's not a good idea.
Yeah, in fact, they're thinking of going for a kill onto the CK. In they go, but they're not going to catch him. Of course, he does have the Observer Ward. Silence unnecessary, used instead by the Yule Scepter of ADR, and off and away they go. BKB in 1,200 gold then for our Lesh.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good fight, though, of course, for Brazil, as they're just going to sacrifice the Undying real quick and pick up a nice team fight off of the end of that. Another kill there onto the mid lane Pugna. That's going to be his 3rd of the game here, so not too great. But, I mean, especially when compared, of course, to the Leshrac, but, you know, much different starts here for these two.
The Pug doesn't have to do as much as Lesh this game, of course, but the Spectre has gotten enough to come back, so I'm hoping they're going to fight with her soon as well, which they've used some really effective haunts as well. King RT just dispels that.
There you go. Just walk it off, dude. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So I think Costavila is fine, honestly, this game. I think Lesh did his job right now, and now you have 3 relatively farm cores in Brazil, whereas Unknown is depending a lot more on the Sven. I question how effective this CK will be as it goes on. He's going for the Phantasm build. It's a really good build, by the way, to avoid Ravage, if you time it properly.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, with the Ags. Yes.
The Ags on the CK. It's a really, really good build to avoid Ravage. If you can time it properly, you can avoid an assault. Like if you bunch up together, just Phantasm, and you avoid all the tentacles. So it's a good idea, this game, actually. Usually, I think the Ags on CK is just nice, but especially when you have something to dispel or something to avoid with a Phantasm, because you get like a whole second of invulnerability with it, it's pretty great. No,
yeah,
0.5 seconds of invulnerability.
Yeah, it's got a decent time when he brings in the boys, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. And you can also then just continue to push. Spectre struggles a lot against these kind of builds as well because she can't get Desolate damage off because you always have like a partner next to you.
Yep. That's,
and they don't have any illusion killers either. Not that it matters, but like, you know, nothing that can deal area damage or anything like that.
Well, the Lash, right, with the Pulse Nova.
Yeah, but the idea is I'm assuming you're gonna go for the Lesh first, each and every feat.
Sure, yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, without the Lesh, yes.
Yeah, because I was thinking more about like when you Phantasm in, you're gonna probably try to kill the Lesh. So like if you have something like an Ember, for example, then Ember can just stay back and avoid being killed and be smart about it. But Lesh doesn't really have the option or the to do that.
Yep. For now, both teams just pretty content to keep farming, though. Pugna has the Blink Dagger ready to go. We're, again, about halfway towards that Aghanim Scepter we're talking about here for Drakil. Yadomi is going for the Mechanism, as there's going to be a smoke now. Robozy in trouble. Rolling Boulder is not going to connect here. Gets the Blink out in time. So Drakil is going to go ahead and use that Phantasm. 4-second stun. Count him. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Sir Francis Lee. So he's not going anywhere.
Thank God you counted them. I wasn't aware what 4 was.
There was the Spectral Haunt as well. Well, it was important, right? Because Flea's the only way they catch anyone right now.
I love that Pugna just went to the Vampire spot to trust the shovel because it's like maybe there's more chances of finding them in this high ground.
Well, because then you could go, hey, idiots, you didn't pick up the rune.
Right, yeah. Flea is going up to the high ground. There's a Stormhammer. Nice. King
With the
RD
Ravage?
does have the Ravage. That's a pretty decent Ravage, yeah. Catching the Sven with CK. Stopping the Pugna and Wish. They're going for the Sven first. 4DR with the BKB. Very powerful. Mortimer's cases. Not doing anything. They murder Berna first. Flea could be in trouble, but they heal him with a Soul Rip. Now Drakil is actually the target. Robotheta trying to decrep him to save his life, but Drakil is just so slow. He's being body blocked by big boys here. And Unknown will lose their 2 cores.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, they lose Sven. Yeah, that was just bad. That was a really bad fight for Unknown, unfortunately. They didn't really get anything out of that at all. At first, I was going to say, oh, they kind of wasted Haunt. You know, they were expecting Flea to maybe not get stunned or not get stunned for 4 seconds, which is why I highlighted that. But then Flea's like, I'm just going to go in and stun them anyway. Rolls in blind, I believe. Yeah, he rolls in blind as a bat. Just comes in, starts a team fight. They don't even have Haunt, but they do have that BKB, which they put to great use there. Pick up 2 cores. The most important ones at this point, I would say, as well. I think Pugna, we usually like to say he's like the strongest hero for like the first 20, 25 minutes in the game, but now we have a BKB on Lesh, and I think the turns have tabled.
Yep, I agree. That's why the early BKB was so important this game, right? Because if you get the early BKB, it's a huge point of inflection here for the Leshrac, and you can start just creating space like crazy for the Spectre. And like I said, the Leshrac has a lot to do in the early mid game, but he's accomplished most of it, which Spectre has got enough time to recover. She's got the Manta style, I believe, on the Cur, yeah, and the Scotty is coming soon to her as well. And Spectre and Sven is not that bad of a matchup for the Spectre as long as you're capable of maintaining farm with him, which is usually a difficult task for Spectre. Not if your Leshrac is this impactful. Also, King RD, because he's been playing passively for the majority of the game, has also amassed a ridiculous amount of farm, and you'll be playing with some nice auras as well, with a Pipe of Insight and soon to have the Grease as well.
Yep. Yeah, those are going to be really great. Yeah, it was like the 4-Fun game. Snake King just had so much farm. They just let him farm, and he was like, he had more farm than the enemy offlane. I was like, this is ridiculous. You had a Phoenix that game with just so many items, and it's going to be kind of similar this game, right? King RD is, like you're saying, he's going to be quite rich here. He's richer in actually than Robo-Z even, as we're getting a little bit of a longer pause here. Unknown now, it's their time to disconnect. As Flea will get reconnected here. Okay, Mr. Admin. We are lagging. Snapfire getting closer to this mechanism. Has enough for the bracer, but there's no point here. You're really looking there for the full mech recipe. Lush now going back for the Ags. Great item. I think this is a good time as well, right? Because really what you're looking for is the 20 and then 25 talents there on that thing, which really make it strong. Yeah, it's such a good item in this game, especially because you have heroes that you want to be kiting out. You've got a lot of illusions you should be dealing with as well, so Lightning Storm is really going to make it quite easy with that. Not to mention that 1 second slow can be absolutely just painful to deal with if you're a hero that usually it depends on their move speed and mobility, like a Sven, like a Lina, right? So
like a Pugna, actually.
Like a Pugna, quite a fast boy as well. This little spooky, scary skeleton. Good point.
That's because he's a child, so he moves his legs faster.
It's true.
No, he is a child, dude. Yeah. He's actually a psychopath child.
And that's why he moves his legs faster, because he's a child.
That's what children do, right?
Well, because they got tiny legs. They got to move
They have
fast.
tiny legs, so they have to move them faster,
Yeah.
otherwise they can't get places.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
not how
right.
biology works? Anyway, the choice of Leshrac of going to the Blink Dagger I also really like to jump the backlines, right? Stop the Lina. Like, you can easily kill Lina, Snapfire, and Pugna this game. And you understand that because the Spectre can also join you in that Odyssey, then you can actually be really impactful at completely cutting down Unknown's draft. Because both CK and Sven can really only act as... I mean, Sven deals a lot of damage, but CK, as the game progresses, can really only act as a tank. He's not as strong an initiator as other offlaners. So you can't really stop the enemy team if they jump your backlines.
Unlike the Odyssey, however, there's no Naga Siren in this game, so it shouldn't be too much of a difficulty whatsoever.
Okay. Alright, friend.
What? You said Odyssey? Those
Yeah,
eyes.
okay.
Those
I
eyes.
apologize. Did I use a word that's commonly used in English? I'm
Well,
sorry,
yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Odyssey, so commonly used. You know, me and my compatriots, we're always sipping bourbon, talking about our different Odysseys that we
Yeah.
go on and peruse and purvey. I don't know,
Yeah.
big words.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
you use Odyssey all the time, dude. You're right.
All the time. It's my two
know,
most used words
you know,
are
we-
Odyssey and touchdown.
me when I'm talking to the boys. What do you say? I was chatting up a female companion, and we went on an Odyssey
Actually,
together.
I do use chatting up a fair amount.
Well, chatting up is that's just a British term, though.
Yeah. What do you say? Like courting. I was courting.
I was courting, yes. And she was like, yeah, I need you to string my bow, and also, oh, great LSA is going to catch ADR here. Really, really
the
good
Stormhammer
guess.
to bring him back to earth, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be like the Stormhammer and bring you back down to earth. Get going with the game because we have Unknown trying to push towers. The best thing they can do right now is actually propose to initiate themselves. It's difficult because Brazil still has a Titan you have to deal with, and the Tombstone, really good counter initiation abilities. But if you are not the one that's proposing things, it's always going to be Brazil running you down in the backlines, especially once we get the Axe Blink Dagger on Lesh. In fact, he already has a Blink Dagger, so he can start doing this if he wants to. I love that the Crep to save the Catapult, actually. Very smart play there. Until the creeps came by.
Yep.
Small
Yep.
bit of
If you disarm something, not only will it not attack and not be attacked, but if you disarm a neutral, they just
You
stop.
mean if you
they
mean
just
if you
stop.
decrep it?
Yeah, because it's disarmed, can't attack.
Well, I
They
know,
just-
but like if you haven't halberd the catapult, you can still attack it.
You can still attack it, but it will not. It just stands still. It gets really confused.
Oh yeah, because it's constantly. The reason is because it's constantly running the attack command in the script, and then the
Yeah,
script
yeah,
goes
well-
and says, no, you can't attack, and it's
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure. It's basically, you know, it's because they live to do one thing, and that is attack. And if they can't, they don't know what to do. They just get confused. The poor things, you know.
Radiant's bottom tower is
let's see,
under attack.
Team Brazil. They're gonna King RD.
Oh.
That's a beautiful Ravage into the hunt. They go for the Lina first. That's a perfect initiation.
Great
Bye bye
silence.
Lina. And with the silence, as you say, Robotita has also been cancelled. Anchor's managed to finish him off. Drakil
Wow.
also dies in a matter of seconds. And they didn't even have to waste the BKB on Lesh just now. Nah, it doesn't matter. Stormhammer me all you want. Yadomi is certainly dead. They
gonna
wanted
dive?
to think of going for
Yo.
Berna. One of them
Lee.
must have died. Sir
Get him.
Francis Lee, you madman! He's gonna lose his life. How will he protect the Queen of England like this?
He's gonna
Thank
be
God.
okay.
Oof. I thought for a second we had to rely on Rowan Atkinson there.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah, good fight there. Good fight. King RD was like, hey, I think they're here. And he blinks into Ravages. Beautiful initiation. Flea follows up beautifully as well with a really, really crucial silence there onto the Pugna mostly. But of course, also silence into the Keel doesn't hurt in that team fight. Why not? You might as well. They're magnetized anyway, so what you do to one, you do to the other. And just great stuff there. Good target prioritization, and Brazil now extend their lead to 6K here, 23 minutes into the game.
That was an awesome Ravage. That was just a really good Ravage. I mean, that's the thing, right? Early, you want to use the Ravage as a counter initiation, but as you go on, you get more items. Of course, you can just use it as initiation.
Yeah.
Counter after all. But if you do this, right, yeah, you do lose this quote-unquote counter initiation ability, but you don't really care because Unknown doesn't really have an option. If you break their lines, this is the kind of formation. It's very similar to like a Roman formation. They have to really follow their lines and be very stable and constantly follow orders. The moment they break, they're incredibly weak.
Well, I mean, and you're to a quick point on how Ravage is generally used. You're totally right, by the way. Ravage is generally used early on as a form of counter initiation. Also, even for an early blink on a Tide, usually you still want to use it defensively until your teammates get a little bit more mobile. This game, though, it's not really a problem, right? It's actually the Tide Hunter who needs the blink to catch up with his team. You got Flea rolling in from halfway across the map now with his level 10 talent. Literally Spectre haunting in from wherever she damn pleases. Lesh is fast as hell. You know, like, that's not a problem this game, right? So it's really good that they recognize this and they're going, yep, let's just Ravage. We're going to go for it. My team will be right behind me immediately. And it's just a beautiful follow-up there.
You're totally right. I agree. Because the Ravage is such a big AoE spell that if you like the mobility, you're like, well, I want to go and jump the back lines. But by the time I get there, they're already not stunned anymore, right? Because it's such a massive AoE. That's a very good point.
That's a big problem a lot of people have casually playing Dota too. You know, if you're like an Earth Spirit and you get your Blink Dagger, you go in for a nice Echo Slam, but it's not enough to kill them, and your team is like, well, what do you want me to do? I'm, you know, like a very slow man, and you have a Blink.
Because they're already working with brain lag on top of that, right? So they're always late no matter what.
Yeah, they're going to scan, unfortunately. They're going to be a bit late. ADR was looking for a revenge kill after he was killed in the exact same spot, but this time they're going to TP on in time.
It's like a pride, a grudge.
Kill them!
They thought they could spill my blood here. I will spill their blood too.
Do you know how to say revenge in Portuguese?
Revenga.
Sounds realistic.
Venganza is in Spanish, or venganza maybe? Actually?
Ah, yeah, that could be it.
Genuinely, I'm gonna look this up. I'm kind of curious.
Our spooky, scary specter.
Oh, it is. It's venganza.
Ah.
Oh, I wasn't that far off.
Ah,
It's exactly like in Catalan.
Yeah, good guess. Yeah, that's basically what he was yelling for there. Unfortunately, he's not going to find anyone. He still has a 9-second BKB, by the way, so that is terrifying.
Yep. Find Lina. Which... Yeah, dies here easily to the Ball Edict and the Pulse. No, I mean, what are you going to do? Oh, the Gush. King RD's like...
Kill secured.
he's leaving.
Wait, Costabile's mid? I think they're okay, but they maybe could be in trouble?
Costabile, kill, goes in, hoping to get King Jungles. Yeah,
Oh,
King Jungles
wow.
first. They're like, just kill his support! Now he's sad, he can't fight with as much strength.
Fight through
Look,
the blade mail, fight through the pain better now. That a boy, feel
it was
the
just
burn.
the ages, but can they leave in time? Ooh, Drakil actually found this left strike, but they have the Ravage. Beautiful BKB by Berna. They want to go for 4DR. He needs a BKB as well. Costabile is ravaging your backlines though, as Drakil is dying alone here. Berna is finally out of BKB, and they can finish him off.
Yep.
And they will also find Robofeta. Meanwhile,
Great job.
4DR.
Wow,
Okay.
you madman.
He almost dies there.
That was a great job there by Flea. You were casting the rest of that team fight. I just want to highlight that Oboz was like, oh my god, this team fight is going to shit. I need to get out. And then Flea was immediately then just stunning and locking down the Pugna. He is on like full-time Pugna duty. And that's great. That's all he has to do really this game, right? He's locking down supports and the Pugna. That is what he quite literally excels at. A lot of other heroes, you know, they depend on killing heroes and knocking down other heroes with their abilities. No. Or sorry, with their auto attacks. Not Flea. No, he's here to silence you for 4 seconds, right? 3.5, I should say, with the magnetic grip, and then stun you and cancel your TP. He's doing a great job here of just constantly locking down Pugna and making him a non-factor in these team fights. It's amazing.
Exactly. They're doing a really good job, and this Pugna has not half the impact that 4DR has managed to have. And it's not really his fault, more around how well Brazil's been playing this. I saw King Jungle's getting pummeled, but this happens.
4 seconds stun. What are you going to do?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds.
4 seconds. 4 seconds.
4DR is just waiting for the axe. I think they're playing these team fights really well, but at the same time, I do find that Unknown as a weakness that I didn't really see in the draft very much, which is the lack of initiation. I was kind of hoping that Sven would make up for this, or that the lane of Lina and CK would be able to crush the Spectre, but I went against my own advice, which says you don't care about the Spectre's lane, you care about the rest of the people's lane. And I think in this game, it proves, right, that literal fact. Because 4DR just made the game.
I think it'll get a little bit better here. Berna is closing in now on the Aghanim Scepter. He needs another 800 gold for this, so it'll get a little bit better. But overall, I do agree with you. They're finding themselves trying to counter-initiate after a Ravage, and it's like, what? You know, that's not even starting your plan like 2 steps back. That's like starting your plan like across a trench that you need to jump over that's filled with sharks. You know, like it's really hard.
Yes. Yes, exactly. You also happen to be in the James Bond movie. It's very different.
Yeah. The sharks, they have lasers on them.
But only laser pointers, not actual real lasers. They're just there. They send an army of kitty cats to attack you.
It's the guy. That's exactly right. Yeah, the sharks guide the cat. I mean, it's hard, right? It's hard to initiate after a Ravage, especially when they have so much natural follow-up. King Jungle's going to try and live.
BKBs.
Look, King RD, he's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it again. I got Ravage at the ready. There's going to be the Haunt. They're going to be looking for Robo Zia, I believe. Good lockdown onto him. Flea with another follow-up stun. ADR might be out of mana, but out of life is going to be Little Pugna. In the meantime, Costabil is going to scare away Wiz and the rest of the supports as Drakil, I was about to say, you madman. There's no way you actually go for that there. And he doesn't.
Can you look at Chaos Knight's inventory, by the way?
Sure can.
look at his inventory looks like a thrift shop, dude. He just built half an item for a bunch of different things and never completed a single one of them. Like he went for the Boyd booster and now is finally going for the Echo Saber. Did finish the Shadow Blade because he thinks he needs the Silver Edge, but the fact that he went for that point booster and didn't really commit to the axe, he did use the Ochre axe that was actually bought earlier, and then he turns into the Echo Saber. It just doesn't give you an option to deal with the Ravage right now. The only real BKB carrier is Sven. The Pugna can't really get one. That was the whole point of the Phantasm, and you're not really assigning yourself to proper roles this game.
Oh, there's a 3-second stun. Kana,
that was
1,
a
2,
really
3.
odd force step there.
Alright, there's Flea.
Made the stun even almost more successful. I get the Shadow Blade pickup here in general, but I think the axe is very important to deal with the Ravage. Until now, you don't have anything to deal with this Titaner and then the Spectre Hunt. They have such good team fight. We've been pointing it out in the draft, and are known as completely ignoring this team fight, trying to play their own style, and that's a bit of a risky maneuver.
Good initiation.
Yeah, do we have Hunt here? Costabile does have a Pistol Blade, tries to kill Drakeel. Here's the Mortimer's Kisses though, and the Ravage finally comes out, stopping the CK. Berna, thank God, has the BKB, but Drakeel is about to die. Almost to start to healing him. Here, RD, not in the best of positions, needs to get away. Lotus Orb used, but on what?
Oh, yeah,
ADR, we just can't tell.
ADR was chasing down supports here, didn't have too much impact. Now he's looking to turn here in a 2v5. BKB'd away that LSA. Berna perhaps in some trouble now, turning and fighting here onto ADR. Yadamine, anyway, I start blasting. BKB is now over. That's going to allow Sven to make the jump. They need one more, and they're going to find it. Also in trouble with Scostabile. He's going to get a 4-staff courtesy of Sir Francis Lee, but looking for more without a heal. There's going to be actually the break applied, and look at the damage now, Avo. 4 heroes dead. Actually, call it 5. Call it a team wipe in exchange for nothing out from Unknown.
That was not too great a choice by Brazil to fight there, right? Like, I mean, I get it that you think you're very strong, and you are, but you were only strong because of the coordinated team fights you were running. It was precisely because of your execution that your team was so strong. But you can't completely discount Unknown. Unknown hasn't dealt with your big team fight, which is why they're trying to avoid it as much as possible. That's what they accomplish here. By Drakeel with a Shadow Blade. I mean, I don't know if I want to compliment the Shadow Blade pickup, because it was more because Brazil didn't know what to do against it. They just lost their mind for a second. Like, oh my god, Shadow Blade!
Yeah, I have to question, I'm sure that ADR is doing it as well, and he's probably questioning, what did I do in that team fight? He really didn't do anything. He walked over here to scare away the Snapfire, then walked back, and then walked back again, and then he BKB'd and went right back in, and now, I mean, the train is just running. The train is running, Alvaro.
It's the last choice that he made that I think is the most questionable. Because, okay, you don't have the best event of your team fight, you're trying to save your King RD, fine, whatever. But Spectre was alive. And then you go back in with a BKB and you commit suicide and you end the Spectre. That was the miscall there.
King
Look,
RD
Drakeel can go. Yeah, they're trying to stun him forever. He doesn't have Ravage. He's just walking in the middle of this. Lina is dying though. 4DR deals so much area damage, destroying the backlines this time successfully, but the cost of King RD. 2 tanky beefy boys. They want to stay here and fight, but they've been stunned. Berna just gonna TP in the middle of nothing.
Flea.
Okay, they have Rolling Boulder, dude. Yeah, it's 4-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's pretty short.
Did he forget what the cooldown was? That was an odd TP. Drakeel in trouble. Here comes the Spectre finally with a Hunt. They're gonna find Drakeel and Berna and surround them and kill them.
Yeah, that was a little bit, how do you say, bit off more than you could chew there for Unknown, because they didn't quite have the ultimate there, being the Ravage, but they're still quite tanky, and they're still pretty darn strong. They try to go for 2 lanes at Barracks, and like, yes, we did it. We killed another support. Let's go for bottom. I was like, boys?
I mean, it wasn't the craziest of plays. Again, both teams are kind of forgetting that Brazil is winning only because they're destabilizing the enemy lines, right? And Unknown is only winning because Brazil was destabilizing, could not play their plan properly. You can't give them another option. Stop giving them chances, please. And then second of all, that choice to TP is questionable to me. If he continued fighting, he might have been able to actually get another kill or even run away with Warcry. But instead he TP, which set up for the rolling boulder.
Yeah, or at least finish off the bottom lane of Barracks, right? There's something to be said for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like anything. Yeah,
anything
I agree.
would have been better than that TP, because that was 3 seconds of nothing. It's a rolling boulder, dude. It's 4-second cooldown. You must know it's impossible to do that.
The only way you can dodge a stun, by the way, on an Earth Spirit is if you know he's going to miss the stun and he starts rolling, then you can get away with it. Especially if he takes the level 10 talent, because then he rolls forever.
Yeah.
And
or if he rolls right past you, as you say, then once he misses that, you start TP.
But before that, it's just too hard.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Laguna, Lina's like, that hurt.
That tickled.
Wait for kills here.
Okay.
That Silver just working really well for them because Brazil starts.
Oh, Wish though. Oh my goodness, Wish is going to eat this entire brand new Aghanim Scepter. That was a BKB for Wish. He's like,
well,
really,
not
man?
He's had it for a bit. It's the Butch Traveler.
Okay.
Yeah. He's had it for the last fight as well.
But he's starting to do damage now in these fights as well.
Yeah, he deals a fair amount of damage. I mean, Lesh was such a good performer this game. I just don't know what happened in the past few fights, dude. It's like they just lost. It's like Captain Steamspeak stopped working or something. I'm not really sure. That was really odd. And now Unknown actually has a solid chance here. Oh my goodness, a kill.
I'm not sure who's in trouble. They both ran away from each other.
I'm not really certain who is leading this game any longer. I mean, if the team fight is uncoordinated, it's definitely up for Unknown, right? Because they take advantage of the lack of... you need a coordinated team fight for Brazil. And you can destabilize Unknown with that. So Unknown wants to create chaos with the CK and Sven. Particularly CK and Sven are the smart ones. Or the important ones, sorry. Oh, wow. Drakeel is actually going for full core build now. Screw the Axe. He actually starting that point booster into a Scotty.
I don't mind, to be honest.
Like it too.
I don't mind. This is what I was talking about, where their late game is going to be real strong. I mean, CK in the lane and his current kit and playstyle, I think he is probably best suited in the off lane. Yeah. But I think he's one of these heroes that then they transition back into the old style just because it's so nice, right?
Right. I agree. And you just become a secondary carry this game. And it's fine because, as you say, you just go into the late game so easily. I mean, you're going to be lacking any sort of initiation. Phantasm at least gives you some sort of team fight, but at this point, I don't know if it matters.
Those were Phantasm illusions. What? Why did he just Phantasm like that?
Because it's 75-second cooldown, so you use it to like split push sometimes.
Okay, I forgot. No, the cooldown used to be like 3 minutes or something ridiculous on this ability.
130 seconds.
Yeah,
140,
it was so
130, 120.
Every single level, though, I'm pretty sure for a while. It used to be every single level.
No, it was 140, 130, 120.
Still too long.
But that's not. Yeah, 10 seconds.
And plus, the hero was so bad as well. Like.
Yeah. It's like, guys, I can make an illusion 10 seconds faster this time. Okay,
that's like Luna ult as well is like that. There's like so many restrictions on it for no good reason. Like you read that thing and it's like, please agree to the terms of conditions of using Eclipse. You are not allowed to hit someone more than 3 times in 1 second. You cannot hit them more than 6 times overall. You know, it's like if you die, it will end. But if you have Ags on place it on someone else, it will not end. It's like, why? It's so complicated. They're going for a kill. King ready, broken. Try using your Kraken Shell now, boy. Although they have plenty of heals for him. They even kick him away. He's still alive. And the gobble up is going to stun up too. Flea, though, BK beat up here, looking to fight. The Abyssal Blade, though, onto Berna is going to slow him down a little bit. Finally get King Jungle's King ready, also dead as ADR now looking to try and counter-initiate here. Berna invis, though, with his own Silver Edge, looking to try and disengage from this one now. Flea just off the mark there on the rolling boulder. Yule Sceptered up is going to dodge the slow, but not that stun. Into another one out from ADR. That's a kill onto our Sven. Dead for a minute and a half, rather, with no buyback.
Okay, now the CK is in trouble. There's a rolling boulder. They want to push him back for Keel. Keel thanks to Roboceta, but in comes 4DR. There we go. Attack the backlines as you've been doing well this whole game. Activates his BKB, runs that Roboceta, force him to use his own BKB, but Roboceta's BKB is a long one. 10 seconds.
What?
Witch with a wobble up. They use the Yule Scepter. They want to kill Witch before he can kill the Lash Strike. And Costamile, by the way, is still alive. Okay, I don't know if you saw that. Did you realize Berna TP'd in the middle of that?
What?
Yeah, in the middle of that team fight. You look at his TP, it's on cooldown. He tried to TP in the middle of that team fight. Spectre has Abyssal Blade, dude. What do you think TP is? I'm starting to actually think that he's just misclicking his TP.
I mean, I'm not sure. Where did he die again? He died just outside the base.
No,
I mean,
he died there. No, he TP'd when the fight was happening here. He TP'd there. When he was surrounded by Spectre, right? And Abyssal Blade was not been used. I was wondering, it's like, is that TP supposed to bait out the Abyssal or something? It's just killed him instead.
I mean, I guess maybe there's a point for that, right? He's got Abyssal Blade.
No, because he got hit twice and then he got Abyssaled afterwards. So you just gave him Spectre like 3 free hits.
I guess. I mean, he was BKB'd, right? So there's, I don't know. I'm confused as well. Now Yadumi is going to be caught here. Cookie stunned up Flea in return, though. However, he should just about be dead. There's going to be the Abyssal Blade then. Decrepify trying to live a bit longer. Gobbles up right on top of herself. Still alive here for a bit longer. Getting some healing courtesy now of Robo-Z, but unfortunately the Desolate isn't going to be able to out-damage that heal. Costabile's like, I'm sitting on the high ground. I'm not leaving until we get the barracks.
Costabile's like the only person playing a normal game. Everyone else
farming stats.
Has descended into madness.
Farming tower damage.
Okay. Oh, he went for the double X Storm damage. You know, this wouldn't be a game where I would actually justify double hitting explosions, but okay, just to push faster. But yeah. I get it.
I mean, he really just wants to win these team fights, right? Because the push will come naturally from there. I think is the idea.
I'm sad he didn't go for the Lightning Storm slow duration, though. I think that's kind of powerful. 2 seconds
I agree.
Slow.
I agree.
I mean,
I'm personally a bit surprised. The Pulse Nova damage, of course, is really, really strong, but with the Ags, it almost feels like that's an instant take. But yeah.
I agree. Yeah, because the slow is very powerful. Because that's one of the biggest things. You're also playing against 2 melee cores, right? So, but yeah, whatever. Maybe he's just the BKBs. I don't know. I mean, the fact that there's so many BKBs also is a reasoning for them all getting talents as well.
They really need a break to kill Costabile here. Like
Yeah,
a
they
literal
have
break.
one on Drakil.
Yeah, they have one on the Sven as well, right? It's possible, but he's just too tanky now, especially with 25 talent. Ravage to follow up. They only catch Wish as well as Drakil with the tail end of it. But Wish has buyback. Down goes the
They
tier
can
3
fight.
tower.
They have Ags on. Sorry, they have Sven with God Strength.
Yep,
First break.
and a Silver Edge of his own.
Just a warning
Oh, the
break.
gobble up?
Gobble up. They missed the gobble up stun. No, they got exactly the target they wanted, which is 4DR. He's forced to his BKB, Bloodstone to heal back up, and 4DR just running out of the team fight, slowing down everybody with a lightning storm. Berna can no longer tank up because his BKB is done, and Berna will fall. Godlike for the slash track.
There we go.
Tries to avoid
Now
Luna
they
Blade.
pop him.
Impossible. Drakil, though, will die here. Or should die. The Coverfly, he being alive. There we go. The Spirit Vessel to finish him off.
Dead bodies cannot eat cookies today, we learned.
Yep.
And yeah,
Lee will get away.
it's a tough fight. I mean, you got to break so many different people. Well, really, 2 people in this fight, right? ADR just, he's like, I'm strong, and runs in there. Did he buy back? Wait, I thought he died. No, he lived. Sorry, he lived. They didn't even kill him.
Who?
ADR.
Oh, no. 4DR lived the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was confused by what you were saying. Yeah, no.
Wow.
It's CK and Sven that died there. Yeah, he was very impressive. Really good time with the BKB. Wage, they want to push him back. This time it's like, oh, they have Abyssal this whole time. Tell Berna, please. Glimmer Cape, let's see if they can heal him up from Roboteta. No, Wage will fall as well. Nice little bash. And Brazil can continue to take the racks here.
Yeah, I reckon this is going to be GG here quite shortly. A little bit of a gobble up to clear the way.
They're going around the base like a wrecking ball right now. So
Yeah.
Brazil is not really going to stop at anything. There's no reason. Not even when a gnome comes back. Oh, they just barely will have God's Strength.
My goodness.
They're just trying to catch the Pugna all the time right now, because Pugna is really important. It's crucial to catch him in the backline so they can't save the Sven. They push so slow though, even with a Lush Wreck, it's so sad. That's why you don't go for the double kitty explosions, guys. That's what happens. Look, 4DR just has one objective in mind, is to kill the stupid skeleton.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, though, he's going to be content just hitting the tower. He's got explosions up in a few more seconds. King RD getting nice and aggressive, as he might get broken here, but Drakil cannot get this kill. Well, he's not alone. Superman Sven's going to reflect the stun, but not his BKB. Down goes King RD. They're going to be looking for Megas, though. Better not just ignoring him, but he's going to get stunned up by the Abyssal Blade. And speaking of Abyssal, there it goes. 80 onto the back lines, but RoboZ now has the Aegis. Yadomin's going to spit the Sven right back into the fountain. Get back, my wayward son, he says, as he will then die in his place. ADR beyond godlike now with that kill. Drakil continuing to look for damage here. Has ADR in his sights, but Costabile just laying in the damage now. RoboZ has no BKB. Glimmer Cape in 2 seconds. Is that going to save him, though? As Better not jumping back in will end that godlike streak here of ADR. Cookie to get him back into safety, but Costabile is not leaving until he's got all the buildings here, and there we go. Actually, that's, wow, Flea's level 25. He's got magnetic grip effects allies. Uh-oh, goodness. But King RD, he's bought back. He's back in the fray. There's going to be a die back onto Yadomi. That should almost certainly be the game here.
Yeah, it should be, right? Not throwing GG, though, because Sven is still alive, so they still have hope. But there's no God Strength. Will it really take you 50 seconds to take these down? I mean, with this pushing power, almost, right?
Well, I mean, just wait till ADR gets in there with the edicts, right?
Well, but look, it doesn't deal that much damage. His level, I mean, you know, you don't get the talent, it actually does suck up in terms of damage. See? It's okay. A bit more. Costabile is not dealing enough damage either. We're just waiting for Unknown to actually stop defending this.
They're like, this
or
goddamn Nether
win
Ward.
this. This Nether Ward is so annoying. Their cupping is so annoying by Roboteta. Now they're the crap. There we go. Life drain constantly. Costabile doesn't even care about the life drain. He's actually walking into it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Done with this
I
game.
think Flea's like, come back, my son. Costabile's like, stop, let me finish.
Oh, there we go. 4DR is tired of this
Yeah,
Pugna.
man,
He's going to go and try to murder him. There's a BKB on Pugna.
Wow.
He's not going to activate it in time.
Yeah.
Pugna dies. 4DR activates his own BKB instead. Sword to heal him. Costabile trying his best to destroy this
Oh, they
ancient.
jumped on the wrong one?
They go for... that geometric grip is a joke, dude.
It's so funny.
It's so slow.
Costabile's like, stop it. Let me finish the game.
BKB, we have Abyssal, so Berna is, yeah, not going to get away. Ravage for celebration. It should be the game.
I mean, it should be at some point.
GG, there we go.
Yeah, GG. That gets called. Costabile's like, I'm going to buy BKB just so I can hit your goddamn ancient without Flea pulling me back. Good game. Good game out from Brazil. A little bit of back and forth there, as we like to see in SA Dota, right?
All right. I actually would say that Unknown actually played the better game, not going to lie. I think Unknown had a much more difficult draft to execute, and one of their win conditions was snowballing off the Pugna, and they weren't able to do that, right? I think Drakil was maybe a bit too passive with the CK, and the Pugna didn't really do as much as he should have. He did push towers, but then kind of fell off because he went to farm in the jungle, which was on a right. However, when it came to the mid-late game, it was completely Brazil's game. They played this really well to destabilize Unknown's lineup, and they gave him like 5 or 6 team fights they should not have had, right? So, while I think Brazil played this game quite well because they identified exactly what they had to do, they also made a lot of really dumb mistakes that shouldn't have happened, right? A bit of because of the overextension. That said, I want to know what key the TP is on for Berna, because I do not understand his TPs this game.
Yep, couldn't get it done, unfortunately, and that's going to be Brazil then getting 1 game closer to going to 50% here. 10-10. Currently, they stand 9-10, so 9 points for them. They're trying to get to that coveted 11, maybe even 12 points for themselves.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Unknown, victory and the playoffs seem further and further away now as they now fall to 7-10. Still within the realm of possibility, but not any easier. It's going to have to be pretty flawless play from here on out for Team Unknown. We'll see if they can get it done. You guys are watching Realms Collide 2. We'll be back for the draft of Game 2 here in just a bit, guys. Stick around and we'll see you then.
Hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We are your hosts, Alvaro and Richie. And
What is his voice?
did I go too far to port?
Yeah, I feel like
I'm sorry.
You kind of.
We are your hosts, Alvaro.
That's better. That's better.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why it was like, you're about to get all
You're
of your
about-
senses stimulated at once. Like, oh, okay. I don't think I.
There's a fine line between late night radio host and porn.
There, you know,
and I
it's-
crossed it. I apologize for that.
It's
My
it's-
mustache and your face does not help either.
Yeah, well, you know, we do got some good lookalikes, don't we? We got.
We
some
have a
lookalikes.
great Jordi El Nino special for you today.
We do. We do.
It's a draft between Team Brazil and Unknown.
Oh, stop it! What are you? Sounds like you're like the DJ at the club, you know. Now for his walk-up song, All Star.
Have you ever watched the Peruvian team butt heads with the Brazilian team? You will today,
This is strange.
as they saber fight.
I don't like this. I don't like this bit.
It wasn't on purpose. It was a completely unintentional bit.
That doesn't mean I cannot like it.
I apologize.
That
Dude.
doesn't mean I can't.
I'm
like
not
it.
always on point with my voice control. I apologize. I,
mean, that
wish I
was-
was a voice actor.
That one started, and I went, okay, maybe you can turn. Nope, it's got even worse.
Yep.
Ah, all right, well, we need to take a shower after this game, but
You should.
Team Unknown here is going to pick up the Drow Ranger pretty much immediately countered by the Storm Spirit.
Oof, that's tough, dude.
Yeah.
That is tough. I hope they have some sort of solution. Where's the save? Yes, loving the save. That's the best save in the game.
It's okay. It's
Not
not.
be-
It's
I'm be- I was
not. It's
being-
not great. I mean, it's set up for at least for a Marana arrow.
No, the
maybe.
CM is fine. It's just that like you need a fight here that was Oracle or like Shadow Demon evens, whatever it was. You know, something that can carry a Force Staff, something that can help the Drow Ranger. How are you gonna help her against a Storm? Genuinely, like it's really tough. To
You
deal with a
root the storm. You gust blow him back, and then he's out of range and still root.
Oh yeah, you just root him in the middle
And
of the
then
ball
you get him arrowed. Yeah, I mean even a Darkseer would have been better because you can vacuum him out of ball lightning. It's
I
really
knew you were
funny.
gonna say that. Actually, I saw it in your eyes, and it was weird to have lived with you too long.
It's really funny.
I don't know. This is a tough one for Unknown because I think like the last draft was the same thing.
Why not
right?
Avenge?
Yeah, Venge would have been great.
What's wrong with Venge, guys?
I mean, I guess they can still ball lightning to the Venge as well, but I agree that.
yeah, but then you're ball lightning to the Venge.
exactly right. Or
That's-
sorry, ball lightning to the Drow again. Like you swap and then you ball lightning to the Drow.
Yeah, but then you just swap him again, and then Storm's out of mana.
Exactly.
I mean, like,
no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that there is.
I don't see any reason for Storm ever to go. Oh, Maiden, I got a ball lightning. You know what I mean? Like, unless he just like wants Bloodstone
Well,
charges.
there's a bunch of other heroes that can have save. Like, yeah, you save Venge, right? But shit, you could have picked a Dazzle for like here,
Yeah.
Oracle. You know, there's a lot of options. Now you go for the PA. I think Ricky is better against Drow, but PA is better in the meta, so
Yeah.
it just works nicely. PA is not strong against CM, so maybe that's what they were predicting here, but that's not enough for justification, right? Like, not strong does not mean loses to CM.
Yeah.
necessarily.
I mean, okay. Like the good news is that the Void Spirit is not too bad against the PA.
No,
That's the good news.
but he loses the lane to the Storm.
yes.
Pretty hard, actually.
Yes.
Worse than Ember.
Yes. We need it. We need the Ember Spirit here for all four brothers. For
Oh,
team,
it's true.
It's for Team Spirit.
And then where's the Vengeful, though?
We wanted the Venge, right? The shit doesn't count though. Why doesn't Bara count?
What?
Bara?
Oh, 'cause he's a Spirit Breaker, though.
That's what I mean.
Oh, he's a hunter of the spirits. It's like he's anti-mage a mage because he has mage in his name.
Well, that's what Vengeful Spirit is just.
She's a spirit. What do you have?
She's
again?
fallen angel. It's
So
not
there's
a
a
spirit.
spirit of thunder, the spirit of storm, the spirit of earth, fire, the spirit of nothingness, and the spirit of revenge.
The spirit of revenge. And the spirit of breaking.
of breaking. Breaking what? Just breaking.
Yeah, you know what? They should give him a break. You know what? That's how they fix the hero. Seriously, give his ulti a break.
Oh, that'd be really good.
You know what I mean? Lower
I
appropriate.
just changed the ultimate.
No, just give it a break. It's
Break is
fine.
not bad.
Break
I
that
mean,
pierces BKB
it
with a
wouldn't
stun.
fix the ultimate, but it's still pretty strong.
No, it'd be way better
if
though.
you make it undispellable as well.
That's what I mean.
As opposed to like Vendetta and
That'd
stuff
be,
like that.
it's so much better,
I
isn't
agree.
it?
It would be much better.
Yeah.
That's true.
Then you would be like, oh, PA. Easy.
And you actually would be Spirit Breaker.
That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
you're totally right. Yeah.
Come on, Valve. But buff Spirit Breaker. He's a fun hero to watch, and he's like pretty garbage, unfortunately.
Well, he's not actually that bad, but I
Well,
think
the-
the
the-
ultimate is trash.
the
I would
problem-
not deny that the ultimate is absolute trash.
Okay. The problem is, it's like I agree he's not that bad. Like he's got amazing ags, but like how are you gonna farm that on a Spirit Breaker?
Well, because you don't play him 3 like they do in SCA. Like some regions have used it.
I get it. There's like a case, but like just make him a little better. He's fun. He's fun to watch.
I agree. I would like to see a break on him.
Yeah.
Anyway, we might need to break an unknown to deal with the PA because they have nothing
do.
right now to deal with the PA.
Yeah, we
Marksmanship
do.
does pierce evasion, so you are not too worried about that. But the chances that Drow can hit the PA freely is
Or the chance that you'll have the passive with an Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, and a PA.
You know, if you really want, they banned the Sanking themselves. I was gonna say if you really want to commit against Drow, you could also go Sanking here, but no Sanking available. Interesting, they banned themselves.
I mean, at least Unknown do have last pick here, so maybe they can tie it together.
What offlaner can you go for against against Drow? Sorry, that can sustain the lane. Like usually go for ranged offlaners against Drow.
Viper.
Yeah, Viper, but Viper loses the lane against Drow though, so it's bad. And then you lose the lane, and what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could pick the Venge yourself actually. Go for
Touch
the Venge
Spirit
offlane.
off lane?
It's still done sometimes.
Not awful.
NP is also an option, of course. Barry. I mean, yeah, he does beat the Drow in lane. It's a bit, you force Drow to go for, like, you have to take a special route. It's not like easy, but it is usually a counter to Drow in lane. So I like it. CM will protect you against that though, but CM is fodder to the Bat Rider. It is tough.
And to the Storm.
And
And
yeah,
to the PA.
and to the Storm.
I mean, what
Yeah,
lineup
I
is
was talking about
CM?
the lane, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, what lineup is CM not fodder in, I guess?
I mean, she's not fodder to PA, Effective Freezing Field, right? Because of the
Maybe.
Axe for Unknown. Yeah. Well, no,
What do you mean, no?
because Axe against Undying, right?
Yeah, it's a bit tough, isn't it?
At the door.
Oh, just a little British.
It's a bit rough, bruv.
This is tough, bruv. Sometimes,
tough, innit?
Sometimes you gotta chew the chaff, bruv.
What?
That sounds British, doesn't it?
Chew the chaff?
Chew the chaff. you
What does
know?
that mean?
That's when the chaff is tough, you gotta chew it.
What's chaff?
Well, you know, it's the chaff is when you're wincing and you're with your mates at the pub and you gotta chew the chaff. You know, it's like when you're getting a tattoo.
I feel
Bruv.
How did my Rowan
Ain't
accent
it?
come and offend people? This is not. This is the most offensive
Because
thing I've
you
heard.
know, American. It's better that it's this than the tea, right? The
Yeah,
common the tea
Yeah,
stuff.
that one's really dumb. I really don't
Yeah.
like that one.
See, at
They
least
do
I'm-
drink a lot of tea.
Well, that's fine. We can drink a lot of coffee, but you know,
That's true.
I'm going for the language, not just the tea.
I've never heard chew the chaff. I don't know what that
I
means.
just made it up, so you know.
Oh, okay, because I lived there. I was like, I've never heard that in my life. I was thinking that was like a southern expression or something. Anyway, Brazil, I like the draft much more, honestly. The Axe is a pretty decent pick for Unknown, sort of, because you got an Initiator. He's not so dependent on winning his lane anymore. But your lanes don't look too great. Even the off lane doesn't, even your safe lane with Drow doesn't look too great. Your mid lane doesn't look great. Your mid game doesn't look great. I don't know what point, no. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this draft very much by them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough.
And it's
game.
also Brazil's server now, or should be.
It should be Brazil server, and knowing the admin, it almost certainly is. I'd be surprised if that was a mistake made.
No, you definitely not make that mistake. That's the kind of mistake that you get fired for.
That's what I mean. That's a
But
pretty.
I'm saying, like, the first one was for sure in Peru. Right?
Yeah.
Yep, that's. Yeah, I don't know what to say. How do Unknown win this game? You need to snowball off the lanes. You need to absolutely destroy that lane with Drow, and Void Spirit needs to get a much better lane against Storm than you would expect. Axe just survives, honestly, as long as he gets a plane dagger, it's fine.
But it's so hard though, because really all that Brazil needs to do is just jump the Drow, and they like in the team fights, because it will come to some point where the Drow needs to start doing damage.
Yeah.
Like the game's gonna get there at
Yep.
some point, and I don't know how. Yeah, they just got to snowball off from the lanes. We'll see if they can do it, or if they won't. You got a rhyme? I might have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Well, now I'm panicking. I had a rhyme and then it immediately just went poof out of my head. Why don't you go ahead and give us a follow on Twitch instead?
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, now just getting underway. We have no SA pause, somewhat surprisingly. But we are going to get started here almost straight away. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here, so you can strike an Ivo Plus here, joining you and bringing you the action. We got one more match after this, by the way, guys, so make sure you stick around, drop a follow on the channel as well while you're here, as we're going to get to see Infinity Esports versus the Eagle Boys. Eagle Boys could very well secure themselves a almost guaranteed top 4 finish should they get the 2-0. That'll put them up to 13-7. With still one more match to be played. So Eagle Boys in a really, really good position here. Infinity, of course, already eliminated from playoff contention. So we'll see. They're going to be...
So is Midas today after the loss.
That is correct.
And if this is the loss, it might also be unknown, honestly. Because one of the people that they have to beat is Brazil, and
it could
lose
be
the 2 points. Like, this is really bad for them.
It could be. I think mathematically not, because they still have to face Infinity and Quincy, which are 2 tough games.
Well, Quincy is.
Well, we'll see. See about that one, Alvaro.
I mean, are you doing the point voice too, or we're just?
I don't know what to say. I don't know. Listen, that Alvaro guy on the panel was really, I don't know, his voice, you know.
I hear he hasn't seen his girlfriend in almost a year. So.
Yeah, that'll probably do it, right? That'll probably do it.
Let's see how these lanes go. I wasn't really trusting the bottom lane for the Axe, but the Mirana is true that Mirana can deal with the Undying. The thing is, PA is usually a hero that can deal with lanes semi-well. I would say she's the strongest out of the... like, besides Lifestealer, out of the melee carries, she's the strongest. You don't count her, of course, as a melee carry, right? But yeah, look at this. Darkiel's already struggling. Costabile, Stiffling Dagger.
Oh,
no. He has the magic wand. Or magic stick, sorry. Magic stick here is super value against an Undying in the PA, which is what's going to keep the Axe alive for a long time. And that plus the CM should keep the Battle Hunger going forever. Let's see if that is effective, though, for them. In the middle lane, though, that's the matchup that I was worried the most, actually, surprisingly. I think even if the side lanes go well for Unknown, if you destroy the middle lane and the Storm Spirit can play this as a fast game, you can't really take advantage of your early mid game, which is where Unknown Speak lays. Like, I don't dislike the Axe pick. It's a decent pick, but the problem is the rest of your picks, really.
Yeah, I agree. The lane's not too bad here. I think this is going to be a pretty fun lane to keep our eyes on here. As Wish nearly going down, as is King Jungles. First it'll be King Jungles, however. Down he goes. The Mirana able to leap out in time. Costabile coming out the loser on that end, unfortunately. As, not going for the Envy style build of going for the double area regen, opted instead for a Circlet, probably building that into a Wraith band here quite shortly. And Darkiel is going to be looking to stack and steal this wave now. Stack and steal, that was one of the finalists when I was deciding my IGN, you know. Stack and steal, seek and strike, surf and shoot, you know. Like,
Surf and turf, yeah, my favorite role.
King RD's having he's doing okay here. Like you said, though, the CM really the only one he can try and kill. Look at how bright this Drow is. Oh my goodness. I thought Drow were supposed to be dark elves. There we go. Much better.
Not this one's a bright elf.
Elf.
I don't know. I don't think the Drow is actually that safe in this lane either. But you need to flee to start, like, push her back, you know, have a couple sticky napalm stacks. She might want to go for a level early in Gus, which usually don't go for on Drow, but just to deal with the bat, it's a possibility. We'll see. I don't know. Drow doesn't really want to fight against Bat either, right? Like, they're both pretty weak against Bat, unfortunately. This is why Drow's playing so far behind, and why she only has 7 lasts to PA's 12. You know, everyone was saying, oh, Axe is good for the PA in lane. Yeah, you're forgetting about the Undying, first of all. And second of all, it's a PA. You don't really ever destroy a PA in lane. You just kind of stop her from farming as much, but her Stiffling Dagger will always guarantee at least a couple assets in the lane. As we can see, literally Costabile doing it.
Yeah, I was just keeping my eyes on mid here. Of course, we do have that level 3 power spike, and now level 4 here for ADR, as he's going to go for the 1-1-2 build here. Not too bad whatsoever. We'll see what this is. Probably going to be 1-1-2 for our Void Spirit, almost certainly. We did get an earlier point into the Aether Remnants than I feel like we usually see, as they tried for some aggression top lane. It's not working out too well. Flea's going to try to escape, but he will be shot down by Berena's arrows.
They tried to go, okay, so they completely forewent whatever we were saying and tried to go for the CM first, right? Instead, they went for the Drow Ranger, which of course was a much harder target to kill. They really messed up here, gave Yadomi a huge advantage, and this is the win condition that you wanted from the lanes. Like, if you can get good enough lanes, it is possible for Unknown to snowball. That's the one win condition I can see, because Storm will never come online. You don't have a carry that can deal with the Drow that easily. You know, you get an early BKB on Drow and just gush the PA away. It's possible. It is definitely not an unwinnable game for them.
The three brothers getting all together. They're actually speaking in more than 4 words at once as well, as Lorun will get denied. They're all like, man, Ember's so weird. He only speaks in groups of 4, and Storm's like, I'm a baby. I don't know. He's like the young.
I'm so happy that you imitate him so effectively.
He's like the
I
young.
could not tell the difference.
Yeah,
between
well,
you
I
and
did the voice
actor.
lines for him a while ago. You know, Valve, they hadn't brought me back into the studio for some time. They're like, hey, we think Soda Spirit shouldn't be a baby anymore. he's kind of a teenager, and you think he's a baby. I'm like, yeah.
I'm physically cringing. I've not done this in a cast in a while. My goodness. Drakeel looking to annoy Costabile. Still 20 last. At least Drakeel will have a good lane himself as well. So has Batrider, by the way. And they have denied Drow's farm, but that kill was a big melt.
King Jungles is back, so he denied himself under a tier 2 tower. So he'll be back now and able to do a little bit more here. As you can see, he's going to go for the stack here. Not going to be able to contest the 5-minute bounty, but should be looking to next make this lane a little bit easier, as Drakeel does have that Ring of Health now up and running with already some pretty high base HP regen. It's going to be a pretty fun time here now. This is when the lane starts to get really, really hard for the PA.
Yeah, this is when Axe can actually dive towers, and we're seeing this, right? King Jungle's in trouble.
Oh, nice arrow.
I don't know, that Phantom Strike to cover the arrow, I guess, from King Jungle's. Drakeel doesn't want to dive the tower, of course, because he doesn't have a huge base armor, so diving the tower is a bit dangerous, especially with the extra regen it provides these days.
Top lane,
but
King
Drakeel
RD's
can always
dead.
start to cut this.
Oh, good job.
Another death by King RD. This time he did go for Yadomi, though, so
What
at least... Yep, 2 deaths.
Bedna's at level 6. I was like, why are you getting... Oh, right, of course, you're not level 6. Just get in there, dude. Bedna with a double kill. He's going to be up to 4 kills already here, Avo.
I'm surprised by all these plays that are making the top lane. I think like the threat of Batrider is important this lane, but I didn't think the kills were going to be that easy. Usually it's about the threat of Batrider against a Drow Ranger and against a CM. And because Yadomi also went for 2 points in Frostbite, very smart by the way, as opposed to going for the typical King Aura build, you are actually capable of stopping the Batrider right in his tracks. Or DR in the middle lane, also in trouble as they kill Drakeel in the bottom lane. The Simulate will hit. He does have bot lightning, so I think he should be fine, unless Robotheta. No, he does not have the extra Astral Step to chase after.
Yep, King Jungles is alive on a sliver of HP. He managed to escape and almost gets denied to the creep. I'm not sure if he meant to do that, but he did aggro the full camp. Luckily, they were slow to react. But that was real close down bottom. It is going to be Drakeel overall taking the L, as he is going to be the only one to die there. Tried to get a double wave there into the small camp, and it was just way too much damage. Costabile then jumping him. Costabile as well, actually with a Ring of Health, has some decent regen to rival Drakeel's, who now does have the Culling Blade available at level 6. Marana.
Now they're diving King RD. They have to come in.
Wow.
4DR does help out. I don't know if he can kill Berna though. Messed up with the first ball lighting. It's okay. It's Electric Vortex him to the Sticker not going to be good enough. He has a bunch of charges of Magic Stick. 4DR. Where's the help, dude? 4DR. What the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan here? There's no plan. There's nobody TPing. Finally, King Jungles comes in, and 4DR is just going to walk back.
Yeah. He's like, refill my bottle, please. Thanks. Maybe now he can go for a dive. Oh, he didn't refill the bottle.
No, he didn't refill the bottle.
That's interesting.
And now he gets hit by the multi-shot. He just tanks it.
Wait. Did he not TP from the
Tombstone?
fountain?
King Jungles? I'm not really sure.
What is going on?
They did... What?
What
What is play by Brazil?
Okay.
And then Flea dies in the middle lane because he went to soak experience,
Okay.
but also ended up in the middle of the lanes for some reason.
I don't understand. Like, I was thinking, okay, they're going to refill the bottle, ADR is going to get 3 more bottle sips, and then he's going to dive the drop.
the kill, right?
Right?
Exactly, yeah.
And then he just TP'd in, and then they said hi to each other, and that was that.
I mean, I was also seeing 4DR dance around the drought for like 15 minutes and no TPs coming from his team, which I get. Like, maybe you don't have TPs available, but then why is 4DR doing that, right? You're not really wasting time in the drought, you're wasting your time. And now they frostbite him. They're actually gonna kill him in the mid lane.
This is unbelievable. I don't know what I'm watching, Alvaro. I don't know. They even have a ward there. They knew where the maiden was.
No, of course. You're a Storm, dude. Like, you're not invulnerable, especially with level 1 bot. Like, what?
All right, well,
You know
they've been
what?
caught
Let's
off guard
just
here.
Yeah, caught off guard. Okay.
We'll see how they recover, as King Jungle is going to force out Widge and Robo Z, who was looking to gank that top lane. All alone down bottom is Costabile. He's having not too great, not too bad a time here versus Drakeel, who does lead in CS, but a lot of these, of course, by Axe's nature, are going to be jungle creeps, so we'll see how that translates over to net worth, as I think Storm might be caught again in the mid lane. No, he's going to get the ball lightning away.
The thing is, if Unknown not only survive these lanes, but also come with an advantage in these lanes, their early mid game is much stronger, right? Because PA takes a while to get online. You can just take advantage of that. I don't think, like, these mistakes by Brazil are going to cost them dearly. Direly.
Dearly. There's no Ench in the game, but yeah, it's going to hurt.
Stabile in the bottom lane. Trakeel. No, he actually went for the Hood Defiance first. Interesting. Because he has such a good lane that he can go for the Hood Defiance and afford to go for that. Yeah, look, this is what gank looks like, by the way.
No arrow. Okay.
No, yeah, they have arrow now. It's okay.
It's a little late. You could see the pings coming out from Drakeel.
Trakeel is frustrated right
Yeah, he was a bit frustrated. He's like, come on, dude, call into arrow is a good combo.
Oh,
nice
middle
2-minute
lane.
silence. Nice. That's what
That
we're
was a
looking
really
for.
good silence. And Flea wasn't being seen there, so that was a good counter initiation. But see, that makes sense that no one might make that mistake, right? Because they're thinking to kill Storm. They don't see the supports of the map, but they don't know they're there. I mean, it was a bit hasty, sure, but it's understandable. Whereas Brazil saw them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the Storm didn't see the Maiden, but he did see her walk up the stairs, you know, and it's like, I wonder where she's going, right?
Oh, there we go. We got the arrow. This time they're going to get a kill bomb bottom to Flea.
Nice.
Good. Drakeel's doing what he should, and now they're always swapping lanes. Very smart. Berna's going to avoid the Bad Rider before he starts to gank her, which should have been able to until now. I mean, I even said it in the draft, right? Like, if you play against Drow, you have to kind of play oddly with your Bad Rider to actually make sure to gank her. You can't just go up to her, and that's why he died multiple times.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we'll see. King RD going to get rooted up by Yadomi. Does have the ultimate available, both of them actually, but the haste from bo2 is going to be able to net them a kill for free onto the Bat Rider, who has not been off to a very great start either this game here. He's going to be trailing the pack of cores here currently with his net worth just sitting over at 3,500.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's not too good here of a start for Team Brazil. Over all the way on the other side is actually both Drakeel and the Drow Ranger. Just about vying for the top spot here in net worth, sitting just above, just below 5,200, we'll call it for now. Which is some pretty impressive farm for both of these heroes, to be honest. This Axe got off to such an amazing start here.
Yep, you did. And now Unknown is in the driver's seat. This is actually what they were hoping to do. But as long as you just need to play around the PA timings. You know the PA is kind of a slow hero, especially if you go for the Battle Fury build. So you just need to play around her timings. The BKB is very important because PA can still be countered by quote-unquote Dust, right? Sorry, Gust. The whole point is that, of course, BKB counters that Gust. So you're pretty safe if this goes into late game as Brazil, because once you get BKBs, Unknown will have limited use to do it, and it's going to have to limited ability, to deal with you, and it's really up to the Axe to deal with you, which is not easy. But in the early mid game, that's completely for the Drow range of this game. Completely.
It is, yeah. This hero is pretty ridiculous as well if she gets a good start, especially with multi-shot level 4.
With the whole lightning. Yeah, they can catch Perna. This is a good flame break into the lasso. Perfect. And these are the kind of kills you should be looking for as Brazil. All right, they're recovering, they're starting to play as a team, and they're taking advantage of some of their power peaks as well. Yadomi in trouble as well, they want to push him back. There's a similar Drakeel did call the Undying, so they get a guaranteed kill on Undying. And they do lack damage here in Brazil, which Unknown knows, which is why they're playing so aggressively here. Yadomi actually gets flame break into Frostbite in the Bad Rider, because Stabile takes advantage of this to take a kill. It missed the Dissimulate, but King RT should die anyway to that Battle Hunger. Drakeel playing this really well, already has a Blink Dagger. This Axe is snowballing as if we're watching one of the old-timey Axes, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I really do like this build actually quite a bit. The Blink already on the way. It used to be just like straight up, maybe even Brown Boots. Actually, it was like 2 Stout Shields and then Blink Dagger. That's it. That's all it used to be on Axe. Now he's going to go for the Phase Boots, right? He's going to go for the Hood of Defiance. So 2 really great items. So not only is he going to be fast and a great initiator, but he's also incredibly tanky versus your Storm, versus your Bat, versus your Earth Spirit, which is where all your damage is coming from right now. And there's the Blink reveal. They're going to go for King RD into the arrow, beautifully placed here. And that should allow them to get this kill relatively easily. Soul Rip is not going to be able to keep him alive. The rotations, though, as ADR now joining the fray. Onto Drakeel he goes, who will also be critted. Drakeel, though, with a 3-man call. Look at the spinning to win. There's 1 dunk. There's a second one. And how about 3? No. Okay, instead it's going to be better now who will steal that one. But there we go. Drakeel eventually will get his 4th dunk there of the engagement. Very, very nice job there for Team Unknown. And this is exactly what they need to be doing, Avo. Whew.
Yeah, that's exactly how you take advantage of an early farm Dax and of an early farm Drow Ranger. They know Brazil is weaker right now. Yes, they can play on the lasso, but you're looking for pickups as Brazil right now. Maybe with a Storm Spirit as well, and the Earth Spirit, you have good mobility, but you really cannot fight head on. The PA will lose. And more importantly, this also slows down the PA's Battle Fury farm, which is important because until you get Battle Fury, you really can't start properly farming this game. So anytime that Berna goes down to the Ancients and starts farming herself, she is going to be much more effective here than the PA, and this is a big, big deal. That's Costabile. Yeah, you can see. The blur helps you, but not as much as Drow Ranger's damage.
I was
and Beth has gone for BKB straight up.
I was personally shocked to see 3 heroes kind of just run into the face of an axe, who didn't even need to blink onto them to land a 3-man call. That was great.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm just enjoying this game at this point.
Yeah.
In the bottom lane, he has lasso, uses it a bit too late,
Oh.
gets dunked. Flea, Berserker's
Holy
Call,
moly.
catches him. Drakil's playing this really well though.
This
on
axe
that
is
note.
so farmed.
And Flea is going to fall here to a second calling play.
Wow.
Do you understand now why I thought we swapped the servers, dude? Because it seems like the team that has the bit higher ping is playing better.
Dire's middle
Yeah, this is definitely server Brazil, by the way. Oh, King Jungles
Yes.
is going to die too. He
It is.
tanks
I
a
double
smoke gank. And this is dunk number 3. Couldn't even get it done
Why is King Jungles going then?
to tank a smoke gank.
Is that the point?
Well, I don't
Was
know.
it
He
really
saw
tank?
them smoke, so I presume yes.
Okay, so I guess then it's fair. That's a fair point. Oh, sure. Because usually when I say tank the smoke gank, you're behind the enemy you're behind your own carry. You're quote
Well,
unquote tanking it like
he's-
that. But I guess yeah.
He's on the way, right? Because they wanted to head top lane and boot the PA. So
Yeah, sure. I
that
can
allows him
see
to
that.
finish farming here. The 14-minute spawns. That allows him to push 1 wave top, right? I mean,
Oh wait, CM. They found King RT. King RT. Now what is he doing here?
collecting bounty runes.
Okay.
Now he's dead.
I don't know if
Drakil's
that's worth it
godlike, by
for
the way.
an
Today.
offlane.
This is going to be a game for his highlight reel.
You're giving him so much. Oh, he already has blade mail now. You're giving him so much farm, and Axe is one of the offlaners that can utilize farm best, especially as an initiator, right? It's like really dangerous, particularly as getting this many kills. And he also has an easy time getting the kill because of Colin Blade, so you never are dividing the gold between you and the supports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're playing the dead lane pretty aggressively, and it's very clear that Unknown either has wards or doesn't care about your vision, right? So one of the two, either way, it's dangerous, and you should probably be careful.
Yeah, I mean, you were totally on the money about how Axe just does so well with this. He pushes incredibly effectively, right? Because you can always aggro the creep. I mean, there it is. And you can always aggro the creep globally, right? So you just push so quickly, assuming you have vision on an enemy hero, that is. And with that little trick, that allows you to farm incredibly fast. You know, creep hate this one trick, right? You know, if you click on enemy heroes that you can see, you're going to aggro them, and then Axe will spin and kill them.
Exactly,
It's true.
Yeah, that's how you farm fast and actually using Berserker's Call. For anyone that's like, I guess 1K, because I think a lot of people know this. I'm surprised by how many people know how to aggro creeps. I was watching an BSJ analyze an 800 MR dude that was aggroing creeps in the lane. I'm like, wow.
That's dude. I'm telling you, the more the game ages, the smarter the player base gets
It's
here.
ridiculous. I don't even do that.
Oh my goodness, Yadomine is actually gonna fight versus ADR here and King Jungles. He can go. Oh, doesn't have the
freezing
point in the
kill.
ulti, unfortunately. But RoboZ has been cut down enough time as
Might even
ADR
kill
still
him.
struggling to kill. There we go. Finally gets the job done. Completely out of mana, however. But Akil running on in, gusted up, dunked right down. And look at the fall, 1 by 1. King Jungle's still alive, but Flea, even though he lands a really nice 4-man magnetize, isn't really going to get much done there with that. King Jungles will live thanks to him, but that's a position 5, living thanks to position 4, and all you got out of that was a maiden.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That play by 4DR is Brazil losing sight of their objective here. You go, as you say, killing the maiden, but you're supposed to be creating space. You're also going for a Bloodstone build, by the way, which is entirely... like, you go for your first defensive item, you're hoping that this will go a bit later, right, so the Bloodstone can make use of it, but you really can't gank and get these easy kills. And once the kill is clearly not easy, which this one was, because... Oh, Yadomi actually got the point of facing field to farm. Yadomi already has the cloak right now, which has actually helped him a lot, survive a fair amount of damage.
Yeah,
and gets a bounty,
50%.
of course.
It's no
Yeah,
joke.
so this is an easy kill.
Oh, here they go.
This would be an easier kill. Because you have the Battery to join you, have a fair amount of damage, but you are wasting an ultimate here just for the CM. Whereas the kill mid, near a TP spot for the enemy team, while you don't have a TP spot nearby, that was very, very dangerous by 4DR, and he goes out of mana by the end of it. Now we see a smoke by Roboceta. This is a tanking of the smoke by King Jungles. It's fine if he dies for this, honestly. Yeah,
Yep,
that would
and
have been
he's-
much worse if it went up to the enemy high ground.
And he's dead. Yeah, I agree with you. That would have been a little bit dangerous, to say the least. As, yeah, I mean, and now we have the full pipe on X, a full blade mail on X. I mean, what's next for him here? BKB, maybe? Is what I would go for. And then kind of just be unstoppable. Oh, he sees Costabile farming. Oh, wait, does he?
Yeah, I guess so. I was thinking between BKB and Ags, because if you get Ags, right, Costavina will also deal half damage, which is a big deal.
Whoa.
They're in the team house, so this makes sense.
Big ol' disconnect here. Some internet issues. As I'm sure we're going to be paused here for some time, Alvaro.
And guys, by the way, I want to rephrase this. It's not that the CM was necessarily the worst pick here, because we did mention this in the draft. But it's not that the CM was the best pick here, and that's why they're winning by any means at all. Just because she's having impact, because Brazil is diving really hard, they could have any hero with a stun, and they would have the same amount of impact this game, honestly. CM just secured the lanes for them, which was nice, but Batrider could have played that lane and destroyed the CM.
Yep.
He just chose not to. He really chose to play much more aggressively towards the Drow and didn't really use his threat properly, and that's why CM got so good.
Well, we're paused, and we're going to get unpaused here briefly. Do you want to give a quick shout out to the Realms Collide Community Cups that we got going on here? We're getting it underway already. I was hoping this would be a little bit of a longer pause for the ad read, but we got ourselves an infinitely scaling prize pool tournament, one for each server region, NA, Peru, and Brazil. You guys can find out more at onipolls.com, where you can sign up. $5 reduce for every single team that participates in the tournament. So get your 5-stack and get going, because those puppies, that'll get that prize pool will get ready. It'll get high. More people that sign up. We're gonna have links in the MooBot eventually, so make sure you guys keep your eyes out for that.
Indeed.
Dire's
And
bottom
with that,
tower is
oh
under
no,
attack.
another pause.
No,
This
they
time
wanted to give me
it's-
more time.
Is it ready and Berna is not ready? Oh, 300 ping. Okay. I mean, it is to the Brazil server, so it makes sense that they're having issues this time.
Yeah, I mean, they all disconnected at the same time, clearly. I was wondering why Drakil was just sitting there. I was like, looks like he was going to make a jump onto Costa Beal, and then kind of thought about it, and then they disconnected and went, oh, okay.
Yep.
That tracks.
By the way, despite Brazil's game this game, which is going to become harder and harder for them because they don't really have any options to really come back right now. I mean, that's the strength of the Axe versus a Batrider, right? Batrider can get really nice pickoffs, but we're seeing that they're trying to go pickoffs at the CM because you can't really kill anything else this game. Anona's playing this really well. I don't want to discount from their game at all, because they're playing this really, really well. They're playing this very secure. They understand how to play this game fast, and this kind of shows that draft isn't the only thing that matters. It's also how you execute it. And we did mention it. They had one win condition. That win condition was to play the lanes fast and try to play this game aggressively, and they're executing it perfectly. So kudos to them for that. That should be said, right? Like, especially after last game, where it seemed like halfway through the game they felt a bit lost. This game they had a really clear game plan, and they're playing to it. I'm never going to criticize a team for going for a draft that I quote-unquote disagree with, as long as they play that draft accordingly, right? Like, maybe I think your draft is a bit weaker, but that's my opinion. I have a right to it, but I will never criticize you for going for a draft as long as you play according to that.
I got a question.
What?
Do you cleave off of the damage you do, like after reductions? So, like, if the PA gets called by an Axe has the rest of the team, like, within spill range of the Battle Fury.
Yeah, the cleave calculates the damage independently per armor of the target.
Got it. So even though Axe gets 40 bonus armor during his thing, or 30, right?
I'm pretty certain, but now you made me doubt that, but I was pretty certain that's how
well,
it
I got no clue. That's why I'm asking, so.
Because the recent changes made it a bit different.
Yeah, because now it cleave no longer ignores armor, and I get that. But does that mean that does it cleave? I don't know, because then I feel like you're right on your initial hunch, because then I feel like you're reducing cleave double, right? Because it was with that nerf, which it seems huge.
Oh wait, here I thought. Please.
I don't disagree with the Axe.
That's not true.
It's a good idea as well.
If an attack modifier increases or reduces attack damage, it affects the cleave damage.
Tower is under attack.
So.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait, I think that's a different thing, though.
Because I'm questioning now if the cleave damage. Because I know that when they changed it so it's affected by armor type, I'm unaware if they made it so that.
Because, like, you know what I'm asking, right? If there's, like, a maiden standing behind an Axe.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
the Access Berserker's Call on is 40 plus. Because now you're making me doubt it. Because ever since the armor changed, I'm doubting how. I know it's affected by the enemy's armor.
I wonder if we'll see it here. We're going to see King Jungles die again. They might want to try for Roche, but they know where Flea is. Wow, they know exactly where Flea is thanks to the Observer Ward. There's going to be an arrow to follow up. You might kick him away, but Drakil is coming back to dunk you. 11-1-5 now. Having a really great game on the Axe.
Oh, okay. I was right. I was correct with my initial hunch, by the way. Yeah. It does not matter how much damage the primary target actually took from the attack.
They calculate
it
all
only checks the
independently.
attack value. Yeah.
That makes sense, because then it's like, then you're reducing the armor twice, and I feel like then cleave would be
exactly.
really
That's
bad.
what I was thinking to myself as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God I was right with my initial hunch. Sorry, guys. When these things come into question, you go, do I really know this? Because these mechanics that you don't check every day, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's what.
No, I just double checked.
No, yeah, I'm sure.
They're gonna find the Batrider.
Yep, that's another free kill for them.
Call. They have Lemio here as well, which means the Firefly's working against King RD.
Stupendous.
Yeah, they're just now staggering kills. 7 to 28 here, 20 minutes in, 13k net worth lead. A pretty good game for Team Unknown at this point.
It's going great. And you with the Drow, this is the perfect lineup for the Drow.
Oh,
This is what I
yeah.
was talking about with Drow versus PA, right? PA, because, oh, she's actually going for Desolator still. Some PAs in this situation would opt for the Axe BKB as opposed to Desolator, but I understand the choice. Of course, Nabil is still trying to play this game normally. His farm is not that bad, honestly, but the Drow has a huge advantage. She got BKB beforehand. So even now, if you Phantom Strike, they have a way to deal with you. Like right now, what they can do is Drow can just BKB to ignore the Storm and the Earth Spirit, and you just stop the Pad Rider. It's not like that's too difficult. He has no items. He has a Blink Dagger. And then you have the Gust deal with a PA to push her back. And if PA gets BKB, you have the Axe to protect the Drow from the PA, no matter what. So that's pretty good.
You got him, he's going to sacrifice himself again.
Yep. I mean, he's playing this bottom lane, which honestly, Brazil has kind of played it as if this was the enemy's dead lane to put a lot of pressure here, even though they don't have a tower here, which is pretty impressive. But it's only Yadomi going that. So it's good that Unknown identifies that the map has changed this game, and they're actually playing more along the top lanes.
They found King Jungles again. He's going to be as good as dead. But hey, we did see a purchase at the... Oh, Mr. Stomps. Nice job there, buddy.
No, he was just trying to help it and I get the kills.
Yeah. But we did see our first big item here come for our PA. That's going to be the Desolator going next into the BKB. So some progress being made on that front. Is it enough? Will it be enough? We're yet to see. My inkling says no, but you never know. One crit here and there could really turn a team fight. What level is coup de grace even? Is it level 2 yet? It is. Okay.
Oh, you don't think you go for the Gust play there. And catching Storm is difficult when he's cutting lanes. If he's doing it effectively, he's not going to get cut. But now you have the Aegis or Lasso, bring the Axe back. Can they kill him in time? Oh, apparently they do. Axe, not as tanky as we expected. They do murder Costabil as a result, so Axe did his job more or less.
Yeah, Flea with a good counter initiation on the backliner. He's going to slow them down. Is that going to allow anyone else to go in is the question. And I believe the answer is no.
Maybe the Axe shouldn't have been there pushing the tower. That was maybe a mistake. In hindsight 2020 though.
Yeah, but then who do you have there instead?
Nobody. Oh, right, you need someone for pushing. The creeps, right?
Nobody. You don't have anyone pushing the high ground.
Well, I was thinking of Drow pushing for the low ground, but I guess you're right about that. You need someone to give you vision. Pause.
Yep. A little bit of pause this time here outside of the Brazil side. Is now they get a little bit of lag.
Yep. Yeah. I guess, because I was surprised by that play too. I guess the Blink Dagger really mattered. He did get all the PA, which is a good idea. But once you lose the Axe, I do also respect Unknown's choice to retreat immediately. This is a difficult gank in the bottom lane. Now the freezing field is perfectly fine. And Robota already has the Axe as well, plus the clumsy net. That's a really good use of the freezing field there, Yadomi. That's also the power of a comfort pick, right? Yadomi knows the CM really well. Something we didn't really mention in the draft, but should be considered as well. Sometimes a pick might not be the best one, but you play it better. Even supports matter in that sense.
Yeah, now they're going to know that there's a ward there as well because the tower hit them, so they're going to be able to use that to their advantage. And it's a fresh ward, too. That one really hurts.
You could smell the ward all the way from over here. Now, see, look, this is what I'm saying. Nobody needs to go on the high ground. That's the strategy, and don't figure it out.
No, I guess they do. You're right. That brought was up there, which is a pretty good one.
I had no clue how they had vision, though, the high ground. But anyway. Because the creeps were there, then they disappear, and they still were attacking it, but okay. There's the backdoor protection. Creeps are coming by. It should be able to stay here long enough, unless the Mirana misplaced. The Berserker's called to counter this, but the Lasso was ready. They try to silence him, though, and the Axe still alive. Drakeel trying to get away. The arrow, beautiful. Stopped by a zombie, though, unfortunately. They gotta get rid of that tombstone. First, though, getting rid of the whole enemy team. Berna is destroying them, and this silence will stop the Storm as well, who's unable to even kill Robozeta. Tombstone's down, they don't even lose Aegis there. Berna's like, nope, I am killing every single one of you, some of you twice, and King Jungles will be one of the lucky winners of that.
Yeah, and I think I reckon that'll be a GG call here relatively shortly.
Oh, they're actually pushing tier 4s? Or no, they should go top.
I mean, they can't go megas, they can do whatever they want.
I mean, yeah, sure, you're right, they do have a lot of advantage because they still have the Aegis. This might be a bit risky, though. No, Flea is dead too, that's 2 diebacks. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, the 1-1. I didn't expect that whatsoever. I mean, this is really the only way this game could have ended, to be honest. If Unknown was to win, I should say.
I think that Unknown played this game pretty great, honestly. I think they should be really proud of themselves. This was a hard draft to execute, which is usually... When I watch a pro team draft like this, I always think, hard draft to execute, probably not the safest bet, I'll say. Though not actually betting, of course, but not the safest idea. But in this case, Unknown executed it so well that it was just rally easy, honestly. Especially the Axe and the Axe CM and Drow really stood up to me this game. I mean, even the Void Spirit kind of won his lane, despite that lane matchup being not very good. The top lane, King RT should have done much better in that lane than he did. The bottom lane was the only one that Brazil can be happy about. Yeah, it was not a good game for Brazil, though.
Yep. It was pretty tough. We'll see here how they can rally. As I think this is going to, I mean, it's one of those scenarios where obviously both teams want to win, but because they both win, it might end up screwing them both over in the end. As now I believe this is going to put neither of them above 10 wins, right? This should be Brazil 9 and 10. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. 8 and 10, and then 8 and wait, what? What is the score now for these two teams?
For Unknown is 8 and 10. Yeah, you're correct about that one.
Okay.
And then for Brazil, it'll be also 8 and 10.
Interesting.
Yep. Or should be, unless the Wikipedia. No, they updated that one. Yeah, so it's 8 and 10, 8 and 10. So they're now neck and neck. However, wait. No, it must be Unknown as 8 and 9. Unknown. No, that's impossible.
That's what I mean, right? Now I'm confused, Alvaro.
How's that
Alvaro,
possible?
I'm
No,
scared.
Brazil. Okay, Brazil is 9 and 11, and Unknown is 8 and 10. That makes sense.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
do
it.
it.
So Unknown has one less point than them. However, they have played one less game, so actually kind of good for them. Unknown also has relatively easy matchups left. One easy matchup, which is the Infinity matchup, right? Where they can, I would say, guarantee 2 points. And then the matchup against Quincy, that's where Unknown is really put to the test. If they can get 1 point against Quincy, they might be able to pass into the losers brackets, tying with some people here.
Indeed. For now, guys, stick around. We have one last best of 2 remaining. Infinity versus the Ego Boys. We'll be live with that draft here in just a little bit. Until then, enjoy some ads.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. You find yourself here alone again with myself. As Alvaro has decided, he's going to go cast in Spanish. They, last minute, needed some casters, and of course, his Spanish being better than mine, he's going to go ahead and step in and help him out here. So, 4DR, or 4D Esports, so if you're here for Alvaro, si estás aquí por Darklight o Darky, ya está en el stream en el Face. Está en el Facebook there. So you can go to facebook.gg/4D Esports to find that one there if you want to listen to the Spanish stream, that is. So if you're listening to this message, probably here for the English stream, now that I think about it. So welcome, guys, and thanks for tuning in as we have our final best of 2 now beginning for the day. Infinity Esports versus the Ego Boys. Our draft here already getting started. Let's go ahead and see how that one is breaking down here, as, of course, we're now starting to hear those opening picks. There we are. Okay, so far, pretty standard opening from both teams. Nothing too crazy. Ego Boys, they might decide to run a Spectre here. They might decide against it. The Mars Dark Willow lane is pretty darn difficult. The Undying does give you a lot of sustain at the very least, yeah. So the thing is, the Undying gives you sustain. He reduces... It's a good matchup versus the Mars as well, all right? So it's going to be not too tough of a lane for the Ego Boys. I wouldn't be surprised if they had decided to try and pick something else, though, just because it can be a little bit weak, especially if you have... I mean, we saw... The For Fun roster, Gunnar was just yeah, right, Gunnar. Again, I'm confused now with my NA mid laners. I apologize. I don't know why it escapes me every single time. Did we see Zoomers today? I don't think we did. It was Gunnar. Gunnar on the not For Fun though, on the 4 Zoomers. I swear it's just like I have dyslexia of the mind. And when the teams have the exact same start, I'm just so confused. But we saw Gunnar go the Quasik Zord Invoker, which was amazing, because they also had a Mars Willow in the lane, of course, into the Cataclysm. But most importantly, for those Sunstrike kills, it made it rather easy for Gunnar to get off to an amazing start. He kept nuking down the Spectre, so of course that hurt their enemies as well. It was a good game. I don't think we're going to see the combo here necessarily for Infinity, however. I think it's definitely doable. But whether they or not they feel confident in actually drafting it is a whole separate thing. They do have Alone as their mid laner, so we'll see what they decide as we get into the second ban phase. But big reason why this Undying Spectre lane is so strong is basically Spectre plus any healing is always going to be great. Because of Dispersion, you're always going to be damaging some enemies for a little bit as much as they damage you. If you can imagine, think of it a little bit easier because maybe the math gets hard or not too easy to understand once it becomes percentage based, and because Dispersion is a whole thing. If you think of Retaliate or Return, whatever you want to call the Centaur, passive, right? For every bit of damage that he takes, he deals a fixed amount of damage, right? So if you can heal them so he can take more damage without dying, then he will be able to deal more damage back, right? It's the same concept here with the Spectre. With the Undying, of course, the combo is beautiful because not only do you heal your Spectre and allow the Spectre to do more damage by just getting hit, but you also reduce the enemy's maximum HP by 80 every single time. For strength heroes, you also reduce their damage by 4 apiece, which doesn't sound like a lot, but remember, Mars, he's got a God's Rebuke crit, right? So that's going to add up, making a little bit of a difference, especially once... Wait, I mean, you God Rebuke 5 times in a lane, right? And you're going to be missing 100 damage. I don't know. That doesn't sound too fun to me. And of course, your HP missing on top of that. So it's a really strong lane here, particularly against an off lane Mars, or really any melee off laner for the most part. So it's a strong opening, and that's why we tend to see it. Willow and Mars, of course, for a far simpler reason. Scream into a pokey arena wall is very, very good. And it's also a strong lane. You can generally set up very nicely if you can land a God's Rebuke crit when no one has boots yet, and then set up for a pretty easy spear stun. Willow usually is able to set up the Bramble Mace right on top, and that gives you way more damage than you're normally going to get. So it's a really strong lane combo as well. It'll be pretty feisty in that lane. It'll be pretty feisty, but both teams are probably going to be heading into it confident that they have the upper hand. By the way, I know a lot of people are asking right now in the chat. I don't have chat open. I just know this. We have this connection, you and I, chat. The first game is going to be played on the Peruvian servers. Game number 2 is going to be on US East. Now, I'm not going to repeat that, so you know, help each other out. If someone asks, they don't know, and you know. Game 1, Peru. Game 2, US East. Now, the Viper pick is going to come out from the Eagle Boys, likely to be their offlaner. You could always threaten it for a mid lane matchup as well, but I always prefer to see it in the off lane because it makes it a little bit more difficult. My only concern is that Infinity Esports, so far, they have yet to define anything about their safe lane. So you can really kind of counter the Viper quite hard here. And in fact, you can remove a lot of wind out from his sails, right? By that, I mean, if a Viper doesn't get like an early Atos or an early mech or whatever he wants to go for, he tends to be quite useless in the lane, to say the least. So that's going to be my main concern here, picking the Viper in this phase. I wouldn't mind seeing Infinity try to punish us. The question is, how do you punish a Viper? You could probably go for... No, but the Drow versus Spectre is not that good either is the problem. The Drow not too bad versus the Viper, of course. It makes you a little bit annoying, but... rather, the Nether Toxin Break is a bit annoying for your passive, especially with the ulti. But honestly, that's normally not too much of a problem in lane, as well as during the game. You know, ideally, Viper's never within Nether Toxin range of you, right? Because it's got not too great of a cast range. The Spectre, of course, is a much bigger issue, especially as the game progresses. If she goes for the Ags, or even just a Haunt onto a Manta style onto you, makes your game very, very difficult as a Drow Ranger. So it's not really too fun there for a Drow, even though the lane is good. You do end up losing the game, so it's an important consideration. The Troll's not too great either. Okay, so they're just gonna pick a support now with the Ogre. You can break multicast, which might be underestimated sometimes. You know, by the time you hit level 18, you're more likely than not going to get a 2 times whatever, 2 times Bloodlust, 2 times your item cast. Most importantly, at that stage of the game anyway, it's for the stuns, and if not the damage, so... I wonder if you can... No, you can't quite hear. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing some sort of different Spanish accent that is not his natural Spanish, and he is yelling very loud over where he's casting at. But Eagle Boys, they're going to continue. Very aggressive off lane here. Viper Earth Spirit is really, really great. Earth Spirit naturally counters most ranged heroes. Viper counters naturally most melee heroes. So this is a really tough pick for Infinity. This is a really tough pick. If I knew what to pick here, guys, I'll tell you what. I would be coaching or playing instead. That'd be really darn smart. Let me think here. I mean, the thing is, Infinity, they don't have last pick. They can't really afford to flex anything. I'd be tempted. I mean, the thing is, Gyrocopter's just so bad. Gyro's not good. He's a ranger, but you need to get up close and personal. Yeah, the Jug, he's just a safe pick, right? You got the spin to win. Viper Strike is going to continue to slow you, though, is the really big concern there. But it does kind of nullify the Earth Spirit pick a little bit. You do have the Ogre to buff you up to recover in the jungle, because the lane is not going to be that easy regardless of the Jug pick. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Magnus ban here, to be honest, just because with a Magnus, Bloodlust, as well as Empower, the Juggernaut becomes a farming machine. He no longer needs to go for the battlefield. That's not a consideration. Instead, you probably go for something like the Mask of Madness, and then you can actually, with Empower, without an aggressive Dispel, and with Bloodlust, you have a pretty dangerous and lethal Omni Slash that you can actually really use to your advantage here. Oh, and there's the Magnus ban, like we're talking about. It's just way too good. It's way too dangerous, this game. You can't allow it. The Cleave, not so strong anymore. It's mostly for the base damage increase, because Juggernaut does like building plenty of stats. So a very, very strong ban out from the Juggernaut. Now, they ban the LC. I don't know what they're expecting. I think perhaps they're thinking about a Batrider. They maybe want that on the table versus a Spectre. It's not completely terrible. Something to get a little bit of tempo, some wind under your sails early on in the game for Infinity to fight off of. It sounds pretty decent to me. Eagle Boys, of course, with last pick overall, should be better off than not here. But lots of mid laners being banned in this phase here. Eagle Boys... I think here you have to consider what your mid laner is going to be. Yeah, they banned the Batrider. That's a good idea. I think it's a little bit too dangerous, and they don't... I'm trying to think of a mid laner that doesn't get crushed by a Batrider that you can get some tempo with, right? Because I think that's what Eagle Boys are looking for as well. Both teams actually need a little bit of tempo. The Mars is going to be a little bit better than the Viper here at the very least, especially in the teamfight department. That's where we're looking... Not too weak for Infinity. We could use a little bit more. I'd like to see just a little bit of team fight in this last pick, and that'll do. Yeah, the Lesh is a pretty strong pick here. What do you counter the Lesh with? The Pugna's still in the pool. That gives you some team fight, some early push, some sustain. It leaves you a little bit vulnerable to getting run over, however, the Eagle Boys will, because it's not the safest pick, but hopefully it can buy you a little bit of time. I feel like you just pick the Pugna here and you call it a day. And then you got yourself a pretty well-rounded draft as well. 4 green heroes, 1 purple hero is pretty darn good in terms of the color balance. I think you can be pretty happy with that. Yeah, I think you pick Pugna. Other considerations, still in the pool, could potentially be... Yeah, the Storm is just a little weak, I think, in my opinion, versus the Lesh. Takes too much damage, and he's banned anyway, so let's not even discuss that man anymore. Who's Storm Spirit? Never heard of him. Perhaps you go for... I just don't know what else you would want to build. DP gets her butt kicked by the Lesh. Mixed damage is really tough. I just think Pugna's so good. I just really think the Pugna's just too good. It's good against the Jug as well, right? Because if you get Omni'd or someone's getting Omni'd, you can go ahead and decrepify them. He's a little bit vulnerable to all this magic damage, but I think you do well in the lane. You push the tower. It's one of the few heroes that you can boot the Lesh out. I think you go Pugna here. I can't think of anything else. Yeah. Okay. Good pick. Sounds smart for once. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? I think this is a way better draft from Eagle Boys, though. Kind of with that last pick, Pugna. It's a really good one. A good tower push. Not to mention, of course, the... wait, let me find the right screen here. There we go. Not to mention that the Nether Ward is incredibly annoying for the Lesh, for the Willow, even for the Mars. You might be able to cancel a Blink Dagger if you're unlucky. It's not a whole lot of fun here. Eagle Boys with Frank the Tank on the Viper. It's one of his best heroes that I've personally seen him on in this tournament. Dimado on the Spectre. No stranger there. Eagle Boys as well having a commanding lead going into this game as well. They're currently situated, well, when I made the overlays, they were situated in 3rd. That has since changed as the Zoomers have broken that tie, 12 and 10. But we do have 11 and 7, the current score for Eagle Boys. So with at least a draw here, which against Infinity, who only have 2 draws to their name and no wins, I would suspect at least a tie, and that will almost certainly guarantee Eagle Boys' participation in the playoffs. From there, it depends on how they do throughout the rest of their matches. The Eagle Boys, they still have to play. Let me just pull it up here and make sure I don't misspeak. Where are you, Eagle Boys? There you are. They still have to play Quincy Crew after this match. So not exactly the easiest of opponents, but, you know, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And Quincy have both lost to... Well, they lost to the Zoomers and they've lost to Omega and have quite a few draws here and there as well. So not impossible either to beat the Quincy Crew here. But Infinity, they'd prefer not to have... they'd prefer their playoff contention not to have to, you know, depend on them beating another team here. If they can just get the job done here and take a 1-0 or even a 2-0, who knows? Well, folks, Alvaro has decided to leave me before game number 1. I'm trying to think of a rhyme. Unfortunately, alone does not rhyme with 1. Why don't you go ahead and follow the Twitch channel to have some fun. There we go.
Hello everyone, this one's spicy already. Let's jump straight into the action. You had this in some trouble at level 1. The smoke gank looking very successful. Frank nearby, but doesn't have anything leveled with boots already here on, I saw someone with boots. Oh my goodness, it's really popping off as well. Look at the Nether Blast out from Faker, doing pretty good, but now G staying alive. 2 stacks of the poison attack, not enough. Frank looking like he's in trouble next as a Fairy Fire will not save his life. Raykill will be next to fall, but it looks like Faker in some trouble alone, running him down straight into the Bramble Maze he goes. They need a little bit more attack damage, and they're gonna find it, ladies and gentlemen. It is popping off here at the horn. 3-1 already. My goodness, just tuned in the nick of time for that one. Everyone is so low on HP. Look at this, Slytheon actually taking a fair amount of damage out from Valky. Make that Prada. And finally, we'll get to relax, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 4th and final series of the day. Infinity Esports starting it off with a bang. Blink and you miss it, and there's 4 kills already before the horn. Thanks for tuning in, guys. You can strike here on the solo cast for you. This one's turned into a real showman sort of vibe here, but I guess that's what I'm here to do. As we'll keep this one rolling for now. That's going to be a denial under the tier 2 tower. Don't worry about it. That does not count as T-tours. That does not count. And they go here. Looking pretty good so far for the start of Infinity. They can't really complain too much. This team desperately, I mean at this point, playing for the experience. It's really important. They're a brand new roster. They're relatively new to the scene. Valky, a very, very strong offlaner here. The team's not had very much success this tournament. And generally speaking, at least for C, I know for sure it's hard for some of these tier 2, breakout teams to really get experience, to really get some respect and some scrims. So I think they ought to look forward toward the remaining series of this tournament, this one included, just looking for the experience to learn as much as they can here in these games here, make a name for themselves and show that, hey, take us seriously. They're not a bad team, unfortunately. I don't mean to imply that either. It's just that there's a lot of strong teams in the region here as the competition has been fierce. Frank taking a bit of damage out from the spin, courtesy of Now G. Just trying to keep him out of experience range. He did go for poison attack level 1 because of that early skirmish, and that hurts a little bit. Normally you start off with another toxin, nuke the first wave with your support out of XP range, and then that'll get you a quick level 2 that you can then use to bully the crap out of the offlaner or the enemy safe laner. That's not been the case here. Dimano, speaking of bullying, is definitely having a tough time, but at this, lots of strength stolen here already versus Valky. Oh, almost a double kill, and that's what I mean. 8 strength stolen, 53 base damage. He's only actually critting there for like 78 compared to what would normally be a bit more there. As it will be Faker getting the kill onto Alone, barely living by the skin of his teeth. As he's going to be just doing okay in this mid lane. Staying alive. He's probably got a salve on his way. Indeed, he does. He's going to have to take care not to get nuked immediately as soon as they return. As that's a good kill onto the courier there. Sliding, killing the courier, containing the boots for now. G is going to delay them by about another minute and a half, which means that these spins are not going to be quite as lethal as he's potentially looking for them to be. Alone with a full bottle now. Faker, having been healed up, has now the bottle back on the way. As bottom, Slytheon, he's got a rolling boulder, he'll be fine. He'll be okay. But for now, an early CS lead, not too bad here for Timavo. As we can see, he's doing plenty of damage. Didn't go for the EE build. The EE likes to go for the double ringer regen, while most others will maybe just go for the circlet. We'll see here how they want to go. Our Spirit Legis team flying across the map to go home and return as quickly as possible. Let's look at this mid lane matchup here. It is going to be 2 points in the Lightning Storm here, 2 points now in the Nether Blast. We'll see why this lane is so goddamn annoying for Leshes here in just a second here, as out comes the Nether Ward already. -1 basically mana regeneration. Anytime you cast a spell, you're taking a ton of damage. Faker can even decrepify you or the Nether Ward to keep you alive. As Slytheon will TP back into the mid lane here. Make sure that that bottle gets refilled. 4 minutes as well is a perfect time to rotate on over. They already have the Undying top lane, and Infinity, they're not going to be able to secure themselves a bounty rune, or sorry, a power rune here, the first one of the game. Most likely. This is going to be a nice buff here for Faker, right? It cannot be understated the effect that this can definitely compound into. And there we go. A rune that the Lesh would have liked to have, would have been able to refill the bottle. With 2 charges, not doing too bad here either. but actually was doing a good job of harassing the Pugna. And because of that Earth Spirit rotation, he has to go home. He returns, refills the bottle. They stick around, ensure that they guarantee the 4-minute power rune. You're just off to such a great start now on our Pugna. He's hoping for a quick level 6 as well with this Arcane rune as bottom lane. Now G will get the kill onto Frank, who in return will get a kill onto the support. Top lane though, Team Maldo getting pinned to the trees for just a little bit here. As they will actually now turn onto him. This is going to be a pretty easy kill, and they will find it. Nice job there. But doing his best to try and slow that one down, but couldn't really have a chance. Again, I would expect to be a lot of blood to be spilled here on the side of Eagle Boys early on. They do have themselves a really mean early game roster, with the exception being Faker in the mid lane. Alone, doing really quite a respectable job, though. I have to commend him. Pretty impressive, given that it's a really tough start. But now we can see, yep, the mana suck there. Just get a little bit extra. Force Alone further away. As it's not a very fun lane for the Lesh whatsoever. We can even see a few licks of damage here being done to that tier 1 tower. So he is doing pretty decently here. Can't complain too much. 25 and 6 compared to 28 and 6. So he's just about keeping pace here in terms of CS. Really wants that catapult. Not going to find it, unfortunately. That's unlucky. But hey, not a bad start, all things considered. I think the game is going to settle out here just for a few minutes, so we can start talking about some item progression here. As this might be getting ran down. We do need a slow, courtesy of Lightning Storm. Decay, stealing a little bit more. Is this likely to die? Alone asking for the high five, as this not even able to soul rip himself up to live a bit longer. Faker finding a regen rune in the river. He's going to go ahead and waste all of his mana here, and you know, go ahead and bottle that bad boy back up. Wow, Alone turned that into a kill on Team Maldo. I am shocked. I apologize for missing that kill, but I did not think that was a kill that was going to happen. Apparently, they just connected onto a spear, and that's really all you need in a lot of cases. As mid lane, we'll see the kill. Rekill was hoping to try and absorb some experience. Slide in with a very nice roll on in, and that's the regen rune actually activated for Faker, who now has full mana and is ready to fight again. Retes does not have a point here in the Tombstone, only at level 3. He's gone for 2 points in Soul Rip and the 1 in Decay, so he's not really able to slow down the enemies too much. Faker, though quite fast on this hero, is granted vision by the creeps that are now chasing Alone all the way underneath the tier 2 tower. He's going to be able to farm him up quite nicely indeed, as they end up killing Prada instead. Nice job. Now G, Omni Slash there with the Bloodlust. Good damage on a Frank. Is it going to be enough? There's going to be the break applied. We need a spin to win. Cannot multicast as the Ogre is still only level 4. The kill might die in return and needs to toggle the aggro away from him. Will do so now underneath the tower. And now G and him get the kill onto Frank. Good kill there indeed. 8 to 6 then. So she kills onto the Viper, and some gold onto your Juggernaut is going to do you real good. But that's already the power of just Bloodlust alone. I would assume that he's maxing it. Not even. That's a level 1 Bloodlust. 30 bonus attack speed, though, is pretty darn good, though. For a Juggernaut already at level 6, I mean, you'll take that. You will take that. Taking a quick breather, of course, needing to stay hydrated, as we will look on over to the mid lane. Faker from below can go for the life drain now, but we have a split earth at the ready. Edict explosions as well happening. So Aretes would do well to try and run away, as there's no camp here to absorb any of these explosions. So he's going to be looking to run back towards the river. There's a good Decrepify, which will not block the Pulse Nova, but will, of course, block the Edict explosion. So it was a good try out from Faker, but no cigar there, as unfortunately he will end up dying. Oh, Curse Crown here is going to be applied. We got to Edict in 6 more seconds. Pulse Nova at the ready here. Split Earth on top. Faker in some serious trouble here, but Alone not too confident. Sees the TP out from Frank the tank, and will then retreat back up to his own side of the river. Top lane Team Maldo is actually kind of suffering a little bit. There's his courier dying to the God's Rebuke. Level 6 at the ready here for our Mars, but lacks the mana for an arena. As actually now Frank could potentially be in trouble. Nice rotation from Slathian, however. Actually landing a stun on a Jug. Jug is in trouble. Jug is dead. Oh, the healing ward just keeping him alive. Of course, the spin as well, preventing any poison or magic damage. themselves applying a debuff. Very, very nice job there. Infinity turned that into another kill here. It's a very bloody game, averaging well over a kill a minute, nearly 2 here at the rate we're going at. In fact, it is 2 kills a minute by my quick math calculations. What can I say? He can cast, and he can do basic math real good. I mean, what else do you want? Hit me up, Gamer Girls. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Now, G. Go ahead and back off. I did this. Chasing him down. Going for this Battle Fury without the Magnus. It is a pretty decent item for him here. Needing to scale a little bit. As that's another kill top lane. Valkyrie barely staying alive. But the important part is the Spectre taking a second death. Make that a third death already in this lane. Alone rotating up to the top lane, facilitating in 1. We had a solo kill early on. And now another one here. Slathen looking to apply some pressure. It's not too bad though. It's okay if your Spectre dies a few times. It's not completely GG. Raykill here is in a bad spot here. He's got 1 zombie. Now there's going to be the nice little Earth Spirit combo into the life drain. Absolutely destroyed by another blast. Yeah, but it's going to be a bit tough here for sure. As now our Spectre into the jungle she goes. Still does not have the full blade mail yet done. Went for a ring of health here in this lane. As Aretes will be nuked down. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with this ring of health purchase from Timado. I know what the idea is. There's a lot of constant harass, so you're just going to look for a lot of HP regen, bang for your buck. You can eventually turn it into, I don't know actually if you're going to turn that into anything here for a Spectre. I guess, yeah, for the Vanguard. Okay, so it's eventually going to go into Vanguard. Just had to refresh my memory there, pardon me. So, it turns into something. I like it better than the Ring of Tarask. It's a good idea. But it's also pretty darn expensive for what it gives you, right? I mean, you almost would have had Blade Mail by now without that item, for example. In fact, I'm almost certain you would have had Blade Mail by now. Does that save you from your death top lane versus the Mars? No, probably not. But, I don't know. So the calculus you have to do is Ring of Health just gives me raw HP, just HP regen, I should say. It's good against lanes that have constant harass, right? There's a lot of constant harass being shoved out by Mars. That's very true, especially with the Soul Ring. He's able to get the God's Rebuke off quite frequently. But I guess it's just strange because I feel like sometimes you usually see those in very brawly or very right-click heavy lanes, like a Venno, like a Slardar even. You might consider going for a Ring of Health or just, leaving the lane because that one sucks. But Timado doesn't really have anywhere to go right now. He smartly is going to read the Smoke Ank. I don't know how he reads this one, but my man is just got Spidey senses. It's probably this ward, but they're going to still go for it. TP is already being called in. However, they really want this kill onto Timado. He's going to run back into the Spear Wall. No, actually, the Fear not going to go in. I believe he instead got caught by the Brambles. And now in trouble is going to be Prada. Life Drain and broken there. And her body will fall limpless to the ground on top of the puddle of poison. Alone though, is true to his name. He's going to set to work then on the mid-tier 1 tower. No creeps surrounding him. Edict Explosions really doing some work there, but he's going to back off as well thanks to this Observer Ward planted by Infinity. And he's going to know that there's a gang coming his way. Doesn't want any of it. Well, rolling Boulder on in. They actually have found Alone. They're looking to turn this into something, and they are going to find themselves a kill. Very nicely done indeed. They also get another solo kill here, courtesy of Faker, just hitting Raykill with the life drain, already having the Aether Lens. He's not going to be building another one, no worries. He's probably instead going to be going for a Yasha, maybe this game, I could see. I think you just want to keep snowballing. I wouldn't really mind a Blink on the Pugna either, to be honest with you. I think that can be really good. Blink away from a Mars. The problem is he's building a Yules. He is, so that's not going to save you. Yules does like 50 magic damage as soon as you land, so there's no chance for you to actually blink away from that one. That's why Puck is the only one who can avoid that combo, because it goes directly into phase shift, hides out there for a few seconds, and gets the blink dagger off of cooldown. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his next item is. Force Staff? It's not bad, not amazing. It's good against the Lesh, though. I'll give him that. Problem is they're going to have a couple of Yule Scepters up. Slathen now is going to jump right into the arena with Mars. Nice job canceling that one, as Alone fighting in the river is going to be able to completely melt them with all of his magic damage. Needs to be careful here. We do have no Haunt yet at level 8. not looking to fight whatsoever here, but Aretes dropping the tombstone now onto 2, nearly having enough damage for Prada. The zombies will be able to finish off that little fairy. As Reiko slowed a bit here by the zombies. Do they have a stun, however? No, it's just a bit late, unfortunately, and they will be able to escape there with the Ogre. Now G looking to push down this mid lane tower. Spectre TPing in, but he ain't afraid of no ghost, not no Spectre lady. Dimalo is going to go ahead and swiftly deny the tower, however, as these two will now meet up. Now G looking for the TP off and away, and he will be able to freely go back to the tier 2 tower and continue farming. Oh, Drums of Endurance used into the enemy jungle they go. Who will they find? Nobody knows. As for now, they see the Lesh, much easier kill, nice and isolated right underneath a ward as down he goes. Could not literally do anything against Faker. Literally could do nothing against Faker and Viper. Very unfortunate. Life Drain is going to be just too strong right now. It's not even Life Drain level 2, folks. Just you wait. 300 extra. Well, actually close to 75 extra damage per second there. Is that the Faker? No, it's not like League of Legends Faker, who is probably a bigger Faker than this one. This is just this is just his name. Good smoke here out from the Ego boys as they're hesitant to go up to the high ground. They know what awaits them, and for now, it's supports stacking. Boots traveling on in is going to be Slaven. He tried to TP in on a zombie, that madman. Prada in some trouble here. Valky from within the Roche pit will now drop himself in arena. In the meantime, however, Faker's actually going to be back there. Let's zoom in here as it's a nice job canceling Valky's TP. Faker then with the life drain, nearly having enough. That last little stun is going to be enough damage to secure the kill. Good job there. Both supports forced out by the tombstone, zoned away. Frank tried to TP in on a zombie. That didn't work out too well, as that zombie got one hit by the creep, as all zombies are. For now, though, Ego boys, they are going to finally take the lead in terms of the kill counter, 14-13, and the net worth will just barely squeak ahead in their favor. Not really anything too notable here, but we'll see now. For the first time this game, they're going to have a real sort of advantage here. As definitely, like we were saying, the early game here definitely favors in the side of Infinity. We'll see, though, as now our Spectre with the Blade Mail up and running, going next into the Manta style, then probably the Scotty. Maybe you want to turn that Ring of Health, however, into the Vanguard, just to have it in case. Against the Juggernaut, it's not too bad. Same thing against the Mars, to be honest. Decent amount of physical damage to be blocked this game. So it's got its uses. As I love this build, actually. It's just going to be straight into the Dagon. I think this is the right call, to be honest, for Faker. I think he's got Kaya already on the way, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. No, Force Staff, my apologies. He's got already Force Staff coming to him. He's got plenty of explosions that I'm sure he doesn't want to deal with. There he goes. Yep. He's like, yeah, you want to take 50 extra damage per second? Let me do this to you. Dimalo then, secure the kill with the dagger. Going now underneath the tier 2 tower here as a kill. Rolling Boulder just going to miss. Frank as well diving them just underneath this tier 2. Valky dropping the arena is going to keep Frank out, but it won't keep Slauden in, as he will be able to just jump right in there. Good Force Staff to force Dimalo there out of danger. That's going to be 3 kills then for the Ego boys, who end up converting that pickoff into another kill here. Actually, 2 cores dead out of that one all of a sudden. Now G is continuing to farm. Actually probably got scouted by the dagger, but he's going to do well to steal some stacks here. And with the Blade Mail, I'm sorry, with the Battle Fury, it's going to be some really, really good damage for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tower here likely to fall, as we have an aggressive Fortify to keep the creep here in position. And of course with Nether Blast level 4, we have some serious damage. This will, yeah, we need a little bit more. Oh no, they kill. Not a very wise decision. That's the type of thing you do and you immediately regret it here, as it's not going to save his tower. They will get the deny at the very least. As Ego boys, they have no intention of really dying over this. They've got a good lead, and they know it's relatively easy for Infinity to get back into this game with a Juggernaut. They really only need one good fight here, and it's just neck and neck yet again. So with a Pugna, especially with a Pugna going for the Dagon build, which again, I like to see, but is very, 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 very vulnerable, I should say, to the sort of comeback disease, right? Because yeah, it gives you some good stats now as compared to before, and it's some good extra burst damage. Actually not going to deny this tower, surprisingly. It gives you some extra stats for sure, but it also, like, you know, it's no BKB, it's no Yule Scepter, it's no defensive item. It's full tilt aggressiveness. You can't use it on an ally to save them. You can't really do anything like that. That is full greed. I'm here to do one thing, and that's kill you. And for now, Raykill is likely to die again. As Team Mallow then going onto Alone with the Blade Mail active, plenty of damage. As there's a 2x multicast out from Raykill. Another blast blowing him up. Alone trying to TP. We'll have that one rudely interrupted by the Rolling Boulder of Slavin. And we already see him standing still here. Generally not a good sign. Now G at the very least, though, gets off a really, really nice Omni Slash there for a solo pickoff. We'll be able to spin and TP away. No way. Actually, Valky is free to go as well. Unfortunately, left behind will be Prada, forced to pay for the sins of the Juggernauts. Good fight there. Unfortunately, just farming a bit too far out here for Ailesh. So he's going to end up dying there all alone. Yes, that's correct. Hatred 90 is correct. This is Ego's mid laner, formerly from Infamous, although apparently, I mean, kind of everyone has been on Infamous, right? So that's not much. That's not saying much. Either way, really, really good damage here on the side of Eagle Boys. But we did see, you know, glimmers of hope there. The Omni Slash is no joke here for sure. But another very annoying interaction, of course, is with 2 wards to play with. Another ward, of course, as well as the Tombstone, which is also a ward unit. You can decrepify that and make it immune to attacks. Very annoying, and unbelievably, they didn't deny this tower, so Faker just walks up to it and blasts it. There's no way backdoor saving it from that. This is going to be now the rest of Eagle Boys beginning to take over the jungle, just farm up whatever they can. Valky has finished up the Yule Scepter. There's his first item. So that does make the arenas a little bit easier to set up for, a little bit easier to interrupt someone and potentially go for a kill here or there. So we have 1 TP coming. Actually, they didn't cut down the tree, so Alone is, well, exactly that. Valky from behind is threatening them. Will at least get incur the wrath of Faker, who hits him with a Decrepify and another blast as to shoo him away. For now, he's going to be fine. He'll live. Dimalo then, he's going to keep farming. Ring of Health in the backpack, which is why I wouldn't mind seeing him pick up the Vanguard quite yet. It's still fine. He's going to be able to finish off this Manta style here in just about a second. He should stay in the river, though, for the Bounty Rune, and he's going to realize that, oh, I'm just throwing around my Spectral Dagger for fun. And there we go. Manta Recipe purchased. That piece of paper will now combine into one of the most, honestly, OP items in the game. Manta style, giving yourself a Dispel is pretty darn strong. Especially because you can't mute him anymore, and it's a hard counter to Nullifier. Not only does it disjoint the projectile, but you can also dispel. Very strong. But it's going to be matching, and in fact, a little bit slower than the Manta timing here of our Juggernaut, who is going to be going for the Swift Slash next, and is going to be able to get 1 free kill, maybe even a +1. No, very unlikely. Now G realizes I need to get out of here. Oh my goodness, the damage is serious, though, because of the Desolate Piercing Magic immunity. That is no joke. Now G, he's TP'd to the Tier 1 tower? What? What are you doing here? Oh no, that's a bad place to be. All of a sudden, Valky, even with the DD rune, is in danger. He's going to need to back out of his own arena, as they're going to be looking to close the gap now onto him. They've also lost the Leshrac here. Faker killing him alone in the bottom lane. Those are big deaths. I do not know why now G TP to the Tier 1 tower. I was shocked. I was shocked. It may have been a misclick, but that's unfortunate. Beautiful rolling boulder, by the way. He's going to find Prada. Frank is a little bit low, so he needs to watch his spacing so he doesn't die to the Bedlam. But he's got a nice little tanky rock there with Slavin to make sure that they secure that kill there onto the Fairy. Nice job.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
15 to 25 here. Already 6K net worth difference here in favor of Eagle Boys as they're going to set to look into Roche. That's a Dagon 1 finish up for our Pugna. Any other big items here? Kaya, Yules, Battle Fury. We have 2 Yules at the very least here for the side of Infinity, but not going to be able to contest this Roshan very realistically, as he will be dropping. There he goes. Dimalo then grabbing himself up that Aegis of Immortality. He's going to do him quite nicely here. We are going to be going into the BKB next for our Lesh. That's definitely what he needs, and he needed it yesterday. Can't really blame him too much. He's having a very hard game here versus the Pugna, who's just blowing him up constantly, unfortunately. And in fact, they're going to be looking to fight again. It looks like Frank the tank nearby. Oh, it's a bait though. Valky is going to be able to push him right back in. We have a spear pinned to the trees now as Prada with the Bedlam setting to work. And there is going to be a nice kill there. And even the gold going over the way of Alone, who's going to then TP top lane with a boot to travel and continue farming up his BKB. He's very vulnerable when he's farming in this state, however. And Eagle Boys, they do well to punish him. They got him once here earlier. We'll see if they can get him again. For now, though, he really does need this BKB, so he is going to risk life and limb to farm it. As you can see, he's farming in a bit of a dangerous position. They will scan, however, the Eagle Boys will, to notice that there's someone here. They've got a great ward as well that should cover any rotations here. But once again, we need to cut down these two trees. You can TP without vision in here. We're going to switch on over to our Radiant Vision. You don't really get vision here too easily, so it's important to cut those bad boys down. This tree sometimes can hide you away as Valky pinning one to the tower. It's going to be Faker. He's in trouble. Did not get the decrep off, and that's going to be a free Omni Slash there for our Juggernaut. As the fight breaking out now, Valky's got Arena and Ape, but the Hans is coming now for him, and Dimado is going to be able to nuke him down. Next, he's going to go on to the free kill there. That is the Fairy. Rayquil then will die to it. This is Soul Rip, and that's a 3-for-1, but not too bad. You do lose your offlaner, but that's honestly kind of his job. He sets up for the kill, and I think you have to be happy with that. Now G to secure it, Alone nearby for the experience and the gold. Now nearly has enough here for the BKB. He's still shy of about 500 gold, though. He's still just shy here, but he's getting there. He is getting there. Dimado, yeah, he's got Basher now, though, so now Juggernaut is in danger. The game changes here, to be honest, and I don't just mean that ironically, or even unironically, to be honest, as it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. Now she's got to leave, and he's got to leave now, but his TP has already been canceled, and in comes Dimado now, Alone nearby. Can he really get the job done here? There's going to be the Blade Mail active. That'll turn off the Pulse Nova as Frank will be chasing down Alone in the trees. In he goes, but that's a very, very tanky Frank here. Viper Strike applied now to Alone, who was going to save the life here of his safe laner. Down he goes. There's going to be the Arena of Blood now. Faker in a lot of trouble. Will be right-clicked down by now G, as that's a very good terrorize, but it's not nearly enough damage, and already we need to get back off Infinity. They need to run. Now G is quite fast there. He will be able to leave quite freely, but Dimalo and Crump Company are just cleaning up the rest of Infinity now, diving underneath this tier 2 tower. Rayquil doing whatever he can to live as long as possible. But that's now going to be a triple kill for Dimalo. 8, 3, and 10 here on the Spectre, as he now, for the first time this game, and only briefly, will have more farm than the Juggernaut. They know where he's going, though. Slavian is going to be looking to contest here and trying to pick off the Juggernaut here, who is more than likely not going for the bounty rune, but does a good job there. He's going to rotate on over, and the rest of his team should be able to make quick work then of this bottom tier 2 tower. We still have a full minute and a half left of this Aegis, 90 seconds, so expect that to be up right around the 27-minute mark. It should be reclaimed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Infamous. Already Dagon 1 completed. We're going back for the Aeon Disc. I think it's a good call, especially on a big old, you know, hero made of paper like the Pugna. If they can catch him, he is in serious trouble. Valky should be fine here. He's going to be slowed a bit, but shouldn't really cause too much concern here. It's Alone actually in some trouble. Somehow that boulder hit him. It's a little bit generous, to be honest with you, but Alone is going to be dead regardless. Broken, latched down. He's not even going to be bothering going for the Pulse Nova, nor will he bother to move any further. The Abyssal Blade reveal then is going to be a very rude awakening for Prada, as now in trouble is going to be Valky. Closing the gap is Dimado here. There's another rolling boulder. Arena will be dropped. Oh my goodness gracious me. Faker just blew him up. And of all people, Dimado there reflecting the damage off of the spear wall to secure the kill. 18 to 35 already onto the high ground we go. Aegis for another 30 seconds about here for Dimado, so expect him to play very, very crazy. He doesn't care. He wants them to throw the spells at him. We do have an Omni Slash. It's a level 4 Bloodlust now, so some serious attack speed potentially, but they need to clear the creep wave. He's going to use the... Oh, what? Oh, it's a Swift Slash. It was a Swift Slash. It's okay. Abyssal Blade through the spin. However, Dinalo wanting to get back. The Sage is about to be reclaimed here momentarily, however. So he's going to go back, make sure that he gets the full utility out of this Aegis heal. It does heal you back up to full HP pretty much instantly. And there's another Swift Slash. Good damage here onto Aretes. They're going to be able to decrepify him up to make sure he's not going to die, however. As now stuck onto the low ground will be Faker, nearly getting the kill onto Prada. In the meantime, they've gotten the Ogre. That's Aretes there, turning with the Soul Whip, doing the damage. Now G chasing the invaders off of the high ground. This could be a good Omni Slash. It's going to be only onto Dimado. Okay, bounces over to Frank. Not bad. In a bit of a bad spot, but he does have the team right behind him. 10 seconds left to another Arena of Mars, but it doesn't look like Valky will be able to catch anyone here. They're going to be a little bit too fast on the retreat. Good kill there on the Frank. You take that. Nice job there, Omni Slash. The Swift Slash is up. That allows the Jug to poke and prod. He just has to be a little bit careful, because if he comes out of that Swift Slash in a bad spot behind enemy lines too far away from his team to help him, not even the spin is going to save him. They have the Abyssal Blade already for Dimalo, and that is more than enough time, even through a spin, for the rest of his team to kill him. It's of some serious concern here. Jug, in the meantime, does not have a BKB queued up. I was going to suggest a BKB here, to be quite honest with you. I think that is a prudent choice. Instead, it will be the Silver Edge. Someone needs to break the Spectre. And, well, I guess it's going to have to be the Juggernaut. No one else really having the farm. No one else really having the farm to do so. It's a tough game, however. We'll see here how Infinity can continue to try and pull this one back, but they are down just now 8K. It was over 10K there for a brief moment, but they have managed to bring it back down here just a little bit under potentially the realm of control. Blink Dagger now from Valky could potentially lead them to a great team fight here, especially with the initiations that even happened. The arenas have not been too bad. It's just been the fact that, well, frankly, his team is just out-farmed by quite a bit. The Lesh, though, has now finished up the BKB, eventually, 7-8-3. It's been a tough game here for the Lesh. He has now the BKB, and he might need to use it instantly. Faker's going to dodge him out. Aretes instead going to be the one to break the smoke, as now Faker will turn. Spectral Haunt, there's the Abyssal Blade immediately into alone. They're just going to be able to burst him before the... No, the BKB will get off. Is it going to help him? Great Terrorize will keep them at bay, but for how long is Slavin closing the gap? Magnetize Pierce's BKB, by the way, just doesn't do the damage here, but he can now refresh it, and he's instantly dead. Slavin, what a play. Well done. That's the 10-second BKB done, wasted, and dusted, as now G is in some trouble. The Abyssal Blade back up in 13 seconds here. There's a beautiful arena. It's going to catch 4. We have an Omni in 13, a Swift Slash in 3 seconds, but there's no follow-up to this arena, even though all 5 heroes are in it. Eagle Boys, then they're just going to go continue it right up to the high ground, and that should just about be the game. I cannot imagine this goes any better here for the side of Infinity. As there's the Abyssal Blade now through the spin. Dimalo still with a little bit left of this DD rune, looking to fight. Doesn't even have the agent, but playing like it. Swift Slash, again, up in 3 seconds. We're going to be able to buff up our Juggernaut yet again for that additional attack speed. There goes the Nether Ward. Again, though, Dimalo, you don't want to make this jump. It's a bit too difficult here. You can't kill all 5 of them reasonably, as Raykill then will go down. There's going to be the Swift Slash bouncing on over the Slavian. Now the Omni Slash on top of the Yule Scepter to counter. And oh, it hurts, baby. That's going to be a great Curse Crown. Alone actually doing some damage. Has the BKB at the ready. Needs to pop it now, though. And that's some good stuff. Oh, no, but immediately Dimalo is going to isolate him. Divide and conquer there. The Desolate damage is too high. Now G needing to retreat as well, as Faker hitting him with the Dagon 1. Looking to try and burst him through. Healing Ward not going to save the ally there, unfortunately. And so far, everyone on Eagle Boys is wounded, but still quite healthy. Fighting, and most importantly, the dive back onto the Ogre is the rest of Eagle Boys. They're going to play it patiently. No need to push their luck here. They know now G is going to have Swift Slashes quite constantly, so they're just going to go ahead and back out safely. Wait for next Roche here. It's going to be a bit of a longer one, up in 1 more minute here, so expect that to be the point of contention around the 31-minute mark. Sorry, make that the 32-minute mark. Dimalo is playing very well, as a lot of people in chat are highlighting. He's going next immediately into the Eye of Scotty, so we do have a quick pause, courtesy of the Eagle Boys. Taking a look at items, Frank actually has decided to go for the Vanguard this game. Pretty darn strong this game. It's going to block 60 damage from each instance of the Battle Fury. Will not help against the Cleave, unfortunately, but it makes tanking these Swift Slashes much, much easier for the Juggernaut. Before, there was no reason for him not to use them. Now, to me, the calculus sort of changes with the guard buff applied from the Crimson. as, like I said, it can really do more harm than good, the Swift Slash, because you can end up getting isolated pretty terribly, way, way too far behind enemy lines. Every single time you go for that, in fact, you find yourself potentially coming out on the other end dying. Infinity, though, they are, yeah, lots of Deakisis. Was there a reason given, or is he just... No reason yet. Ahí viene Ladin. Dije 1 second. All right. Ladin. He's saying he's coming back. As there we go. They get the G, and immediately they will go right back in. It's a little bit frustrating of a game here for Alone, who, unlike his name, does not want to be alone whatsoever. Mistake? What? What is this about here? Not really sure. He doesn't want to be alone, though, as that's going to be a bit tough, right? Oh, second. Okay, another pause needed here. This time for Aretes. Because the problem is, Desolate completely goes to the BKB, and with 3 with 3 Spectres, one of them dealing full damage, the other 2 basically dealing their Desolate bonus damage to you. Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter if you got a BKB or not. You are just getting melted. Yeah, Aghanim's next year for the Lash, but the problem is, will he be able to build it? They're down 17k here currently. And currently, Eagle Boys are gearing up to take next Roche, go through the top tier 2 tower, and then continue to push. Ta cortado la cola de Kakaruto Aretes. Something, his butt, usually cola means butt, at least in Mexican Spanish. Something, his butt is short. I don't know what Kakaruto is, though, so I have no clue. Let me go ahead and Google it real quick to help you all out. I think it's Japanese. That's a carrot? Is it really? It's like zanahoria? So his carrot? Is something with his carrot? All right. I think that was probably a phallic joke there, courtesy of one of his teammates there. Nicely done there. Nicely done. Oh, Frank is going to see Valky now. I think it's a bait. Could be. Now G nearby. Salving makes the jump in. Has the Lotus active, so now G cannot jump onto him here. It's no good target. Already the Haunt breaking out. Everyone taking so much damage alone, needing to back out. He's quite fast, will be able to do so, as Valky will sacrifice himself to the 2. Will it matter, though? It's a great terrorize there, catching quite a few heroes. Already spinning is now G, as running back in there for a second was Faker, who off the back of that zombie was really hauling ass there with that TP. The zombies get even faster the less HP you have. A little bit of a messy fight there, but of course it's going to be to the benefit of the Eagle Boys, who now have a full Eye of Scotty up on the Spectre, currently sitting at 3,700 HP. That's a lot of damage, folks. We desperately need a break here. I do not think they can even outlast her, to be honest, and we do. We have the Silver Edge now completed for our Juggernaut. Of course, the problem is we're about to hit that level 25 talent for an additional 5% dispersion. That's going to be up to 27 dispersion. You can think of that as just over a quarter of the damage being dealt to Spectre without being broken is going to be reflected back to the allies here of Infinity. Rolling Boulder can pass into the arena. I think it can pass. I don't know about out of. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about that one. Someone says no, so I'll believe them. Faker. Diving. Wow, Slavin is managing to find a kill all the way onto the back lines. He might be punished here, though, with the Lotus active again. They don't really want to make a jump onto him. As now G forced to rotate back on over. Has the Silver Edge at the ready. They need to kill Timado twice. It doesn't look quite possible. There's already the Abyssal Blade. Onto now G. Will he be able to get off anything? He's broken. He's getting sucked, and he's barely alive before the boulder is going to smash him from behind. Dead for a minute and a half, and GG will be dropped alone. Tried his best this game. Unfortunately, the Pugna to counter pick him just really screwed the pooch here for Team Infinity, as they will fall in game number 1. And this, for the Eagle Boys, then puts them up to their all-important 12th point here in the group stage, which ties them with the likes of Zoomers, For Fun, and Beast Coast. Very, very impressive. Currently, the teams with 11 points are now Infamous, Omega, Quincy Crew, and Thunder Predator. So you definitely want to be winning a second game here if you're Infinity, or I'm sorry, if you're Ego Boys rather, or if you're an Ego Boys fan, as that would put them at a 13th point and a 2-game advantage here over the teams that all have 11 points. It's been a really close group stage here thus far, and we have a few more games, actually just one more game for today, guys. So don't go anywhere. Seek and Strike Dota here on the call. We'll be right back with our draft for game number 2 between Ego Boys and Infinity Esports in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello, and welcome to The Voice of the Realm. We are your nightly podcast that brings you the best NASA Dota that we can muster.
Yes, hello.
And-
You're back. Bienvenidos.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was back to be doing the porn voice.
Bienvenidos al nuestro programa del radio.
Hola, bienvenidos. Estamos aquí en el Realem Scolique. Intentamos castear Infinity Sportes contra Ego Boys.
Aquí tenemos nuestras picks del draft.
Nuestros.
Nuestros.
Picks for some reason. I realize that a lot of things in my mind's like, of course picks is masculine, you moron. And I go in my mind, I go, huh,
It's 'cause
why
you're-
do I think
It's
that?
your native speaker, you know. It's,
Well, no, because it doesn't even make sense, because picks is not even like it's an English term, right? And we still call them picks? That's so weird. Same as weaver is a woman in
Well,
Spanish.
well,
which
I
is-
would assume whatever a pick is in French is like feminine or whatever, or
you mean in
masculine.
Spanish, right?
Well,
Because I wasn't speaking French.
well, yeah, but you use the word picks, right? It's got to come from somewhere.
No, it comes from English. We just use the word from English. It's like picks.
Yeah, but I'm sure. I mean, los picks. Pues aquí tenemos los picks.
Los picks.
Ándale pues.
Andale pues.
Los picks.
Infinity, you have the Alina, Mars, and Dying. I think the Mars worked well. I think actually the Mars was the only real good player for Infinity that last game. Him and Naoji.
Yeah, Naoji was
Naoji
there.
played well.
The game became so hard as soon as I had the.
Sorry. Let me reiterate, not good player per se, because that implies the other players did badly. It was more the good pick, the pick that actually worked
Yeah,
out. Because
yeah.
I don't think Alone played badly. I think it was more along the lines that you picked the last track against Spectre.
Yeah, and there
Don't
was
do-
there's some problems, of course. They're gonna throw the Chaos Knight at it. Although it looks like it's a core Chaos Knight or a
carry.
mid Mars.
I think it's carry Chaos Knight, to be
Okay.
honest. Because the matchup Chaos Knight versus Spectre is pretty good.
But the of course the one thing Naoji played well, but his damage got mitigated quite significantly as soon as the Crimson Guard came out.
Mhm.
One of the few games I've seen where Crimson Guard is like, oh, that's like GG. I
Yeah.
think like the Crimson Guard is here. Like, how do you turn this now?
I would also say that a big deal was the Scotty, because the Scotty gave them kill potential.
Oh, of
against the Blade
course,
Fury.
of
Those were
course.
the two. Like one defensive turning point, and the other one the offensive.
I would
turning point.
even go with the Basher, right?
Yeah, the Basher was a big-
right
big thing too.
because I mean I can't
But he
I
got
can't
away
count.
from it a couple times though.
He did surprisingly.
Right?
Surprisingly.
I would agree with you usually, but in that game particularly, I think it was the
Fair
Scotty
enough.
that.
Yeah, fair enough. I just noticed once I saw that barrier buff, I was like, oh, this poor man, he's gonna tickle them now with the Swift Slashes.
Is it Barry the pipe buff?
Oh, it is. It's technically called guard.
Oh, it's called guard.
It's called guard for Crimson
It's
Guard.
not creative at all.
No, not really.
Like Mjolnir has an active called static charge, but then you have Crimson Guard. Well, a guard.
guard.
So
Oh,
guard.
guards. I mean, what do you want it to be called?
Shield.
It's the same thing.
Shields.
That seems silly. I mean, I understand your point. I just if you listen, if you don't have a better one, sit down, son.
Hexadecimal protector.
Why is it hexadecimal?
No, I meant to say hexagonal. hexa.
Hexa.
Because it has a lot of like squares.
It's got a lot of squares in it. That's what hexagons are, right?
Can you imagine like the ability is called bunch of squares?
Bunch of squares. That's what Chronosphere is called. It's called was it hemisphere hemi-hexaspheregon or something.
Hexasphere. Yeah, you taught me that. Chaos is really good against Spectre because you mitigate the dispersion damage among the illusions. So if you play the carry, of course, you play with the illusions. I mean, not only, but you usually do play with the illusions.
All right,
You
probably the armlet into Manta sort of build.
Well, no, I don't think Manta's actually that good because then Spectre just counters you. I think it's you still go for the normal Chaos Knight with the normal today's Chaos Knight with armlet into like Echo Saber, maybe Midas if you want to. You can go for the early Silver Edge, but obviously Phantasm now has a much lower cooldown, so you can just play with those. The point though is that Chaos Knight heals and he can disperse damage, so dispersion is not as effective.
What's your favorite like active ability in the game called like for items? I think mine is transmute.
For Midas,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
yeah, transmute.
I really like Unholy Rage from Satanic. It's
Ah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's another really good
Unholy
one.
Rage is quite nice. I
Yeah.
agree. That's an interesting question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Just in terms of Avatar is another good one. for the
Soulburn
BKB.
is an interesting one.
Soulburn. Is it still Soulburn on Bloodthorn?
I don't know actually. To be honest with you, I know it's for sure an Orchid. I don't know about.
I know, yeah, 100% that's an Orchid.
I've never bought an Soulburn in my games.
I have. I did it yesterday in my Dire Tide game. I was being a bastard and I played Nyx Assassin. I mean, I randomed him, so I was like, and I just ran at a sniper all game. It
It's
was
the most expensive item in the game.
it's
Dude. I never
pristine.
get to that point in fun.
pristine. Yeah, it's true. It is a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's very slot efficient, though. That's why
Very,
it's got to
very
be.
slot efficient.
That's why it could be so expensive. Anyway, last picks here for Infinity. They need. It looks like. What did
Mid
this?
laner, I wanna
Yeah,
say.
I would assume as well. I don't know if that's something you can
Honestly,
flex
I
as a four.
hate to suggest this to them, but I think this is actually pretty some Morphling mid game
Why do you hate to suggest that?
because then Infinity's gonna run the same draft they always run, and then they're not going to practice. Like they've
Oh,
been
I see
actually
what you mean.
playing. So see, last game they lost, right? But they played the draft as viable. Like the last round pick was bad, but they played the draft that was viable. And so Infinity can now go after that game and go, oh, I can learn from that.
Exactly.
They're already eliminated from the tournament. You don't care about winning, but you need to be able to use these as practice and learning. Because I'll be honest with you, these teams don't scrim against Infinity usually. They don't. They ignore them. I don't like this. Unless it's CK mid, unless it's Mars mid, like you said earlier, and then you go CK offlane and PA mid.
Well, I reckon
PA
it.
carry. Sorry.
Well, okay, wait. So why don't you like it? Because I think
Because then
that's-
they're going back to this typical thing they always did, which
Oh,
is
it's
we
a-
pick 2 carries. And we pick 1 carry that's CK, 1 carry that's PA.
Okay.
If it's Mars mid and you go for PA as a carry and CK offlane, sure.
All
I'm
right,
okay with that.
so then how does a team like Eagle Boys punish it? What have we been seeing then from Infinity to refresh the minds of our
to
viewers?
punish Infinity.
To punish this sort of style, the dual core
You go
draft.
for like a relatively quick mid, like for example last game's Pugna, something like a Leshrac, which I think Leshrac is. Oh no, he's actually in the pool. still.
He's in the pool.
Yeah, something like that is pretty decent. In fact, Leshrac is actually really good because he beats Mars and PA and CK in the lane. Well, maybe CK no, but I don't know if it's going to be a CK mid.
Okay, I mean, are there any dangers that Infinity they go, oh shit, I run the Lina mid versus the Lesh, and then instead you switch that up and maybe run
Yeah,
the
but then
Mars
what do you-
4?
Yeah, I guess you can run Chaos on 4.
Okay, it's the Ember instead.
Ember actually loses the lane to Mars and PA.
Yeah, it was. I'm a
Okay, it
little-
is Mars mid. Oh, good catch, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by the Ember's pick, though, to be honest. I mean, it's Faker. That's why.
Yeah, but I don't know if
His
it's.
hero pool's a bit limited.
It's a little slow. It's a
What,
little
the
s-
Ember?
Yeah, it's a little slow.
I
I mean, normally I don't mind it if you have a little bit of like the slightest bit of tempo in your safe lane.
Yeah.
I mean, who's the offlaner here, by the way? For
Eagle Boys?
It's Frank. It's a clockwork.
That's
Okay.
awful. So you have a fast offlaner
It's,
at least?
it's not bad. Okay, it's better because I'm thinking, how do you play fast on an Ember Spirit? Usually, I always think either drums, which I think is kind of bad, or like Desolator. But then
like
you need something to pair it with to really make
I
it
mean,
shine.
Vessel this game actually not too bad because Chaos Knight heals a bunch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
You
that's,
can even go Veil this game and go for an older build against PA particularly, right?
yeah.
I mean, I agree with you though, but my concern more is like Mars, if he wins the lane mid, he can really hardcore snowball. He's like, if you see Mars offlane snowball, imagine mid is like 2 times that, right? So it's very difficult. I'm surprised they pick up a hero I wouldn't usually say is decent against Mars mid. Because Mars mid beats most melee heroes. But maybe they know something I don't.
It could be here. Is Faker back to the...
If they lose a 1 point to Infinity, that's why they don't qualify to upper brackets. Eagle Boys is never gonna.
Well, they're at 12 points. They're at 12 points. It would be surprising to see them not qualify at this point.
No, but if they don't get upper brackets.
I see. No, I
Because they're at
understand.
the verge of upper brackets right now. Everyone else has 11 points.
They
and the
are.
last game is against Quincy Crew.
They are. Yeah, they do have one more game, so that's going to be a bit of a tough one for them for sure. But
Yeah, that's the hardest game you
not,
could possibly
Not out
win.
of the question. That's true.
Exactly.
We'll see here as we're about to get underway with our last match of the day. Last game of the day.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say.
It's okay. He was thinking in Spanish before. Why don't you give us a follow
You whore.
on Twitch so you can watch Dota some more?
That's a better right.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 underway now as we're just making sure, I think the players making sure we're on the right servers. Of course, all the players very keen to ensure that, obviously. As we have now Avo Plus back with myself, Seek and Strike here. This time not off to as explosive a start. Avo, last time I switched over to the in-game scene. Oh my goodness, I'll tell you what, Alvaro for the 3rd time today is not in the TeamSpeak server. We'll see how long it'll take me to realize, folks. Oh boy, it might be a while. Let's see here. How long will it be, Alvaro? We're waiting for that little noise. The user is connected to your channel. Still nothing. He has not yet realized. Let me go ahead and say... No, I can't.
A flash of inspiration.
Let's see if he'll eventually know. There it is. Hello.
Hello.
I was trying to message you through the mini-map.
Yeah, it takes me a long time to realize that we're on TeamSpeak. you know, when I make fun of my teammates in Dota, but I think I brain lag myself. I'm not going to.
We all do. We all do at the end of a 4-game day. You know, you cast it in Spanish, you come back right into English. I imagine that's got to be a little bit jarring on the brain to switch gears like that.
We'll find out when I have to hype.
Yeah, we'll find out. Valky, ándale Valky, sí, güey. Why are you so Mexican, man?
I cast so much with Carlos, you know. Carlos is me.
Yes, Carlos.
Carlos.
Es muy esotérico ir por un teamfight así. Aunque no.
It's incredible. You actually speak a better Spanish when you imitate the Mexican accent.
Well, it's
actually.
because
That's
you
much
know,
more natural.
it's because I don't speak in Spanish, so I do not have an
A natural accent.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
I
So-
only have one when I imitate an accent.
I guess that makes a lot of sense. I
Yeah.
guess that makes sense. I guess that's how Americans see me when I speak English to them. Like, your accent is not American, but it's.
Well, because you've developed your own one, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's more of the international
Yeah.
default accent. I can understand that.
You have the frickin' what's that guy? The owl.
Battle
The
begins.
Duolingo
You have the
accent.
Duolingo accent. That's what you have, I think.
No, the Duolingo accent is awful. I actually
For
realized for all the languages. Just by judging, I actually tried some of the Spanish, Catalan, and English, and their accent is pretty awful.
Oh, there's
like-
Catalan on Duolingo?
Yep.
That's pretty cool, but there's also no Bahasa Malay, so that's like
No, there's also Gaelic if you want to learn.
Gaelic.
It's the language of the Irish.
Yeah, I know. I was saying Gaelic, but I don't know. Does anyone even speak Gaelic?
Yeah, in Ireland, it's still 2 to 4%.
Wow, that's pretty. How many people speak Catalan then? I'll
Around 10 million.
wow.
Much more. More people speak Catalan than Finnish.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That's surprising. That is, they don't have Bahasa. Either way.
Yeah,
they're the
I'm
game.
surprised by that too. They also have High Valyrian, dude, so I don't know what to tell you.
Like, don't get me wrong.
Like the language from Game of Thrones
yeah,
on Duolingo.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy that we have languages. I'm happy that Gaelic is on there. I'm happy that
Yeah, I'm
you
very-
know
very happy
Catalan
with
is
it.
on there. But
They
you
have
know.
Nahuatl as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's very cool.
That's Peru, the or the Incan,
No,
right?
Mexican.
Mexican? Oh, you know, I think it's Mayan.
Mayan, yeah. Sorry,
Or is it?
like,
Or is it Aztecan?
I'm not really sure.
I'm not
I'll
sure
be honest.
either.
I'm a bit uncultured, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I'm really happy that they're keeping languages alive. In all honesty, I think it's a really cool project. Anyway, Frank is getting destroyed by Reikyo here in this bottom lane. Yeah. Clockwork, unfortunately, is just not. He's actually going for the RTK build where you go for Rocket Flare, which is smart. They killed Timado in the top lane.
They do. It's Aztecan,
So-
by the way.
So the RTK build used to be actually maxing Rocket Flare to just find farm in the lane and going for like Midas Clockwork and be useful in the mid game. And it's a good idea in this lane particularly, even if you don't max Rocket Flare, to go for level 1 Rocket Flare because you are not going to be able to get close to the lane. As we can see here, he gets close, literally tries to go for a last hit, and is killed.
And he
This shows you, don't go for a last hit here.
He does so little damage as well. I mean, every single point of strength stolen. As a strength hero, it's going to be -1 damage. I was pointing this out last game when we had the Undying Spectre lane versus the Dark Willow Mars lane. Especially, and that's of course going to be even worse because whenever you use the God's Rebuke, you're critting for even less damage, which really, really sucks. This lane, though, alone is going to be taking the Mars for a whirl versus Faker mid. And should be off to a little bit of a better start. You do tend to have a nice little advantage for the spear because you can set up either way on the wings and look for the crossfire in terms of actually nailing someone with the spear there in the mid lane, which is a little bit more convenient than some of the side lanes can be for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, that's very true. The mid lane Mars as well has the much more use to the God's Rebuke because the lane is much shorter, so it's much harder to keep your distance from him, right? Which is a big deal. Whereas in the other one, you can play around with the creep aggro to evade the God's Rebuke.
Frank.
Not the case. Yeah, Frank, I think. No, nice telekinesis.
Yeah,
actually.
very good.
Very,
Level
very
1
good
as well.
telekinesis.
That's
Yeah.
pretty hard to actually
I'm
make
always
it useful.
impressed by Rubik's that can pull people back. I can never do that with level 1
I'm
telekinesis.
impressed when they do it in a spot that actually makes sense.
Right, okay, sure, fair enough. 'Cause I guess they're pro players, so their APM is obviously much higher.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, their brain mind is firing on all cylinders. You know.
Their brain mind?
Yeah, the electricity crackling between all the different folds in the brain,
Y-
which
yeah.
sounds like an insult, but is not. If your brain is very folded, that's good.
Yeah, it's true. Why would anyone take it by this?
Well, I don't know. If your brain's a little more smooth, maybe you're
If you
like,
told me my brain was folded, I wouldn't know what to answer to that, to be honest with you. I wouldn't take it as anything. I'd be like, okay, you weirdo, stop talking to me.
but you would have known if I had called you a smooth brain, though.
No? Was that
Really?
like a thing?
Wait, I mean, yeah, it used to be on some of the predecessors to human beings.
Is that
The
like a
Homo sapien.
meme? Like people to call you smooth brain as an insult? Oh,
Yeah,
Prada's gonna die?
Yeah,
Nice
Prada's
one.
gonna die. Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
people use that as an insult? I've never heard that.
Yeah, it means because
You know I don't use the internet very often.
I guess you don't. It shows sometimes. Faker's gonna stay alive. Spear of Mars not pinning to the tree. He's gonna be okay. Raycole's at least able to get a little bit more aggressive now. Has the point in Rocket Flare, no point in the cogs, but it's not a very fun lane for him whatsoever here. Just constantly getting strength stolen from him. The Desolator as well, almost always applied because of the dagger.
Yep. That's why it's kind of nice here. I really.
Alone is going to stay alive as well. He's going to be able to pin Faker to the tree there as the rune spawns bottom. Very anticlimactic, but that should be Faker pretty easily securing this one. That'll be nice. He's going to be maxing the Flame Guard. Mars doesn't really have any way of, at least right now, currently, bursting through the Flame Guard, so it's basically guaranteed damage, and you can farm real fast with it. But he will get a kill down bottom onto Sladin.
Yeah, this lane didn't go as much as well as I expected.
Ooh.
Top lane is going very well. Timado in trouble as they stun him twice, but not enough damage. Midas finally comes in. Timado will be able to get away with Spectral Dagger, extra little buff there, even using it to farm and harass. But yeah, usually when I've seen Mars against melee lineups, you actually just try to push the guy out of lane, literally with Spear. And Alone didn't play this especially aggressively. Like, he played like a normal matchup, he didn't play it badly, but he didn't play as aggressively as he could have. We've seen, like, for example, Mars vs. Ricky, or Mars vs. Ember, or Mars vs. Voice Barrier, where you just get kicked out of lane, literally. Right?
Yeah, there's now G actually dying. They will get a kill in return, though. Rayco running him down. Fade Bolt now level up 2. Is doing a fair bit more damage there to RPA. Quite a squishy hero, all things considered, right? It really does depend on her evasion to help out. Because evasion, it's deceptively, it really does just increase your HP by that percent of evasion almost. I was looking top here as I hit this. Oh, we needed one more for the kill onto him.
That's what I was looking at as well, sorry. I didn't see the Rayco kill.
Me neither.
Well, I don't know. The Clocker got the... Or no, Sladin got him. I think he was just trying to play a bit too aggressively, and Fable finished them off. It must have been, or maybe he was going for denial, and Sladin surprised him. But no, they have a ward here, so they have a lot of vision to kill the Undying with. And honestly, as long as Frank just is not going to have a great game, unfortunately.
No.
But you're a Clockwork, so you're not really a farm-dependent off-laner. You're not really an off-laner to begin with, but you're not really a farm-dependent one for sure, because you're more of a support than anything. So I don't think he cares too much. This game. What does he really need this game? Blade Mail probably is actually a pretty decent idea.
Blade Mail, Eggs, maybe a Yules.
Yeah, Eggs. I'd rather Force stuff than Yules, to be honest. But yeah.
Against the Mars?
Yeah, because the Force stuff would be really useful to close, use the cogs and get away.
Yeah,
and you can Force stuff yourself out of arena before it gets created.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of dodging some Lena stuff, dodging a mirror.
That's true.
You know, a spear. That's all I'm thinking about. But you got a point. Yeah, but definitely Eggs, It's actually pretty darn good this game, right? Locking down
very good.
the PA 3 PKB. It's a pretty strong Eggs. It seems kind of deceptively weak, but not too bad here.
I thought it was very weak when it first came out of the patch. I was
Me too.
analyzing it. I was like, oh, I can't see too much use for this, but double hookshot really mattered. However, I did see the buff to hookshot as being a huge one, right? The cooldown reduction for hookshot was amazing.
Yeah, they definitely needed to buff to hookshot as soon as they reworked the Eggs, right? Because then it was way too long of a cooldown.
Exactly.
Even
the old Dags wasn't even the greatest thing in the world. Right?
No, it was kind of fun to have in pubs, though. The crappy thing for Frank this game, though, is the Axe actually gives you a really good amount of attack speed that you're just not going to be able to put to use against a PA too effectively, right? We're not going to see, like, yes, he's going to still attack the PA, but he's not going to land all of his attacks. And it's not like he's going to build, like, you know, an MKB, right?
I'll be honest, I've never seen a Clockwork use the attack speed effectively. It's usually just for the cooldown reduction, if I'm honest.
I mean, it's like, it's worth just, you know, you just click on them and when they're in cogs and they're battery assaulted, right? Like, you're not gonna not, you know, double hookshot them so you can get in some extra attacks. That's the risk not worth taking. But Clockwork has a strength hero with decent strength gain. He's got decent damage, you know.
Yep.
So it's, you know, it could always be one of those things that ends up making a difference because the attack speed bonus is not insignificant.
There's a question which I'm going to answer because they ask us this very often. It's very useful.
Oh, hold on.
Aslight is going to get killed.
Yep.
People ask what servers they play, how it works in this league. Is if you're a North American team, it's US East, US East. No, unless, wait, careful, Prada. He's going to slide a fist. Faker's going for more. Alone is in trouble. They know he doesn't have an ultimate, so Faker just playing this to the end. And God's Rebuke is not really going to take away that Flame Guard, and Alone is burning up right now. That Rocket Flare damage is pretty fair. Faker sees the opportunity. The Fate Bolt, yeah, Alone.
Yeah, he didn't judge that correctly whatsoever.
Misjudging the Flame Guard damage.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't have a point in the Bulwark either, right? So it's not like he was going to reduce any of that damage. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there.
Valky? No, they're going to take Team Midas like. Alright, so servers, very quick. American teams always USCs to USCs. For South American teams, they each get a pick, right? In the case of Infinity, they always pick to play in US East because they have a player that is from Venezuela, so they play better there. So it's going to be, usually it's Peru, US East in this case.
Yep.
As to who plays first, doesn't really matter. It's a best of two, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep, Valky is going to die. as that's a good smoke gang top. They want to get the kill to Timado, and get pretty close to actually killing him there. It was a bit dicey, but he's going to live.
Timado calculates these things. Honestly, I bet you, judging by his stream, that he told his team, like, I got this with dispersion no matter what, so
Yep.
don't worry about it.
He probably knew.
Lola's getting crushed by this Ember, though. He's really struggling to...
Yeah, as a DD
become
inactive
relevant.
and no bulwark, Tombstone dropped to try and defend him, as that's a good spear pushback back into the river for him. He's going to go right back in, however, maybe trying to bait. We have... Oh, okay, we had the remnants at the ready, though. Oh my goodness, those zombies closed the gap so quickly.
Yep. But the middle lane is still...
Timado's in trouble. He's probably dead.
Again? Yeah, he's most likely going to die. That he overstayed his welcome in that lane. Sure enough, been there with so low HP, especially against CK Lina. Like, that lane is still very strong, right? It's a good lane. It's really the mid lane that I was concerned about, though. And the mid lane not only went the way of the Ember, who can play this fast if he wants, so play this however he wants, but the Mars has also been denied. And you now have a mid laner who you know has a limited impact this game, because Mars tends to be countered once everyone gets BKBs.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, at the very least, the clockwork is, like, still a clockwork, right? A hook shot here, hook shot there.
He's always useful. Yes.
Yeah, he's always useful to some degree, just based off of his skills. Whereas the Mars, he could use some, movement utilities. All right, Frank. You can still hit that one.
Warning hook shot, right?
This is, zoning them out. Here's Faker, going to go for a bit of a dive, then pin to the tree. However, he might be in some trouble. We do have the Laguna Blade available, and he is burnt to a crisp.
Oh, the top lane,
boys.
Balki, as an exchange here. They're going to try to kill this man as well. Impetus should do the trick. Tima's like, it was mine! And it was like, no, it's Tiba.
No? No era.
Sliding. Careful. He has the Spirit of Mars, and that's not going to help whatsoever as the Soul Rip kills him. Timado, my dude, don't farm here, please. He's committed to this camp. They committed Tombstone.
Brother almost kills himself,
and
actually.
it is next to this. Yeah, he does. Here comes Prada. They have the spear.
My goodness.
Timado being slowed down by the zombies, and the Dragon Slayer will finish him off. Aretes will at least kill Raykill. In comes the Clockwork to clean this up. They destroy Raykill with us, and with the Rocket Flare, almost murdered Lina, but she had the magic stick the whole time. Now, going for a loan. They have Balki here, so they're just going to ignore him.
Yeah,
Timado, don't farm there, dude. Come on.
I don't know what he was. He's like, pero el oro.
No, Timado's not Spanish. He doesn't.
Oh, you're all right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
he doesn't know what that means anymore.
Oh, let's take a look at net worth here. 5K in the bank here for our Phantom Assassin, making pretty good progress here towards the battlefield. I already haven't gone for the Things boots here. So it's a good start. That's the good news here, right? Yes, we do still have the Clockwork Beam, somewhat useful if Frank hits a hook shot, right?
Yeah.
But it is not going to do as good as a job here as slowing down the farm of Timado, who could very easily also have the same amount of farm as the PA. Hook shot there.
He just chooses not to.
Yeah, right? I mean, at this point. Nice LSA there, stolen by the Rubik, will secure the kill there. Spectral Dagger on the way in for a bit more damage, courtesy of Timado, as he's going to continue farming here in the easy camp. He just wants to take all the aggressive farm. Okay, again, like, this is a bad place to be farming Timalo. Yeah, he realizes that now. I hear
especially because all Infinity wants to do right now is kill you. And at any point of the game, because Spread doesn't go. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be another kill because of the aggressive farming. Timalo has a haste rune. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
He just debated them.
Unbelievable.
He absolutely debated them. Timalo's a god. He hunts away. He's hunting, playing with illusions. Raykill, he has the haste rune, but he can't catch up to Timado. Use the ward, Timado.
Oh,
no, he has Spectral Dagger in a second. The Frank Cog save him. But unfortunately, he did not consider Decay a thing. He's like, oh, there's a ward here. Yeah, Timado. You didn't have to farm that. Spear of Mars saves Sladic's life. The Rocket Flare stopping Raykill and Balki. Yeah, you're going to dance to your grave, buddy. You're going to dance to your grave here. Battery Assault will ensure Balki goes down.
Yep, they give the kill to Faker there, just takes him down with a level 4 Flame Guard. I don't know why he was like, yes, this is the place to be farming at this. It has the untouchable, but will find themselves touched by the PA there, and not in a very good way either. That's going to be a kill then in favor of our Phantom Assassin, who also got involved in the kill mid lane. Good stuff there. Yeah, that was very questionable. I don't know why he was...
Before that happened, I was going to mention that that core-to-core matchup between PA and Spectre is not that bad for PA, so it's not like last game where Jug really has to solo carry this game. PA can realistically do this, right? And Mars is a really good hero against Spectre at any point. I did mention that when everyone gets BKBs, quote-unquote, he becomes much weaker, and Ember can certainly go for it. Certainly can Clockwork as well at some point if he has enough farm, but Spectre tends to not go for that BKB, so that's going to take much longer to deal with the Mars. And of course, Chaos Knight can also become a secondary carry in this game. So the late game is not as easy for Ego Boy, sorry. So I would really request that Timado stop farming like that, please.
I would really request. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure his team would request as well here, right? Because this could be the difference between upper and lower bracket, which gives you, you know, a loss, if not guaranteed, you know, 2 better places or something like that mathematically.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
yeah, it's
Like going from winners to losers, dude. This is kind of important.
Yeah, well, because it's important to note, by the way, the format. Make that the middle 4 teams are seeded directly into a round 1 lower bracket, right? So there's already teams eliminated there. It's not like, you know, a whole thing where they get seeded into a strange way. No. You could be out like immediately after in place. Probably what, 7th and 8th? Yeah, it could be the difference between 7th and 8th and 5th and 6th, which is, you know, not insignificant.
Oh, you're totally right.
So that's what's on this game here, and I think Eagle Boys, they're going to go and chill out. They were, to me, seemingly playing a little bit fast and loose here. d1mado was just like, I want to steal this farm. It's efficient. Like, the plays, like, I could see the calculated risk there, you know? It's just, like, the risk was way too much higher than the reward. Like, he dies here because he wants to farm an easy camp away from the enemy team. Right.
I mean, you can see the reward for that risk, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Because I can also see that he didn't calculate how much risk that was.
No,
right?
he didn't. I guess that's right. I could see what he was thinking, right? He was
Yeah,
thinking, I need to steal farm from enemies, but bruh, it's the easy camp. It's okay. You can let him have it. Don't die, right?
Exactly, right? Don't die for an easy camp of all things. Even if, yeah, you're totally right. We're going to get bounties now. It's time.
Like,
but
it's
also
a
at the
bit
same
silly,
time,
isn't it, bro?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it is, just in case if you were British watching this broadcast and aren't pissed yet, and it is, the load is here, God's Rebuke. I think they're going to kill the Enchanters, but it's only a support for the Arena of Blood. And that's a mid laner's Arena of Blood, not an off laner's.
That's a good point.
Much more important initiation here.
In fact, what does he have? He still doesn't have much, right? He kind of, I didn't really think rather I forgot he was a mid laner because he's got kind of offlane items and offlane farm for this point of the game. Decent offlane farm, it should be said, but like, you know, he's still struggling a little bit.
Mars still has Mars can actually farm relatively quickly. It's just that he's just choosing not to because he's giving all that farm to the CK instead. And well, not true. CK is also very poor. He's giving all that farm to the PA, I suppose. Is the only justification I can see here.
Yeah, and the PA is making decent use of it now. Battle Fury
yeah.
completed. Going next for the Deso. We'll have that relatively soon. Out farming, of course, d1mado, which we hear the drum charges. It looks like the rest of Eagle Boys are going into the enemy jungle. Oh, they decide not to make the jump there. They got scared. They got spooked. No. They lost the vision.
They want Alone instead. Alone's a really valuable kill here because he's your main initiator for the enemy team. They also see Rake kill. Rake kill's also valuable. There's the hook shot. Oh, for Valky. Valky doesn't have any farm, by the way, right now, so he's super vulnerable to the Clockwork. Easy kill for Clock. Yeah, Clock is so much better than the CK. He actually gets more strength than the CK as well. So if you go in at him and you have Battery Assault activated, that's done. By the way, the Ember's going for a Maelstrom build this game, not the Desolator, which is a good idea to actually become useful with very little farm.
Yeah, I guess
it's
that's
better
true.
against PA as well.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, exactly. It's better against the PA. There's the zombies as well to bounce off of, so it's not too bad here. As PA does not get pinned there. Volvo, please fix. Alone will pop the arena now. d1mado out will haunt himself away immediately onto Raykill. He goes. He's going to get tired of Raykill. Now he's going to get tired of Raykill and decides to go back but take the scenic route. Raykill up to the high ground, knows he's dead. Will accept his fate as it's going to be Faker to take him down again with this Flame Guard. Not really much to go through Flame Guard this game, huh? I guess Lina. That's about it.
Yeah, you're totally right, actually. The Spear of Mars, Lina, and Soul Ripper. That's kind of it. So you really have to commit a fair amount of your damage just to deal with a Flame Guard, and then you can kill the Ember, right?
I'm curious as to maybe if you just go for the Flame Guard absorption and you just, you know, ignore magic damage this game. Of course, it's still dangerous.
And the DPS afterwards?
Yeah.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because you still get stunned, but that's exactly what I'm thinking of. You go for the DPS.
Honestly, I don't see it as that bad of an idea. I think this is actually a pretty good idea, this game. I usually think the Searing Chains talent is much more value, of course.
I agree. Yeah.
But I think in this game it's kind of justified. So, yeah, I don't disagree.
Did we still blur? What the heck? Does Rubik get evasion now? Amazing.
Yeah, does he still get the passive bust? Yeah. Huh. That's interesting steal. I
Not
didn't know you
bad.
could steal that either, actually, to be honest.
I mean, it does have an active and a mana cost, so it makes sense.
Yeah, but so does, like, for example... Oh, I guess it has a mana cost, you're right? Because, like, Wraith King Aura, for example, is an active you can't steal.
Yeah, but you can steal skeletons, can't you?
Yes, I think so. I think you can.
But not the Vampiric Aura. You're right, that's more of a toggle. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but you can also toggle, for example, what was it? Split Shot, you can't steal that, right? Sorry, or Mana Shield, but you can't steal that for some reason.
Wait, you can't steal Mana Shield?
I'm sorry to doubt it. What a
I don't
spell.
know. I feel like you should be able to. I feel like it'll let you. If not,
I
Valve,
felt like
please
this
fix.
was an inconsistency thing.
Yeah, well, you know, it's Rubik.
Yeah.
The janitor's shuddering at this conversation.
Yeah,
Shut up! What do you mean? Rubik is perfect. It's not bugged in any way.
Everything that he can steal, it's meant to be stolen.
Well, you know, it's because Valve, they have a good design philosophy and communication philosophy that is maybe outdated, right? But and tends to piss off their clientele. But the way they consider these
Are
things,
we their clientele?
I mean, we're like, you know, business partners here, Valve. You know, we're trying to help you, help us help you. But basically, they decide that when they look at their things, they decide, is this a bug? Should it be fixed? Can it be fixed? And is it better that it's not fixed?
You cannot steal bonus.
Good to know.
Totally wrong, sorry.
3 second stun there for Frank. They do have a little bit here to deal with him as well. Oh my goodness, he's gonna live. That's unbelievable. Hook shot. Nope, not if he misses a hook shot onto his friendly units. And I think Slavin moved a little bit too fast for him there. Juked his friendly hook shot. He's like, why would I want to get hook shotted, dude? That's bad. Whoa, Prada 4-stepped on the low ground. My goodness. Now Faker's like, okay, what's up? And that is going to be Prada just simply ran down. There's a soul rip. Midas attack is going to miss uphill. As Dimado is going to get the kill there with the Laguna Blade. Oh, that's going to be a long stun.
Yeah, that's a plus the Arcane Supremacy. I'm surprised they didn't go for that. They could have killed him easily. Look how much impetus damage he did with a single spear. Oh, now they lose Faker. They didn't go for that kill. Faker's dead. Phantom Assassin has the Desolator now, so she's ready to fight. This Arena of Blood is a bit annoying, but Timado still committing to this. Wanted to kill Alone. Balki in the middle of this. Who are they killing first? Alone first to die. Balki next target. They give out Naoji. Nice clumsy net though. Balki giving a lot of space to Naoji, so he can get away unscathed. Aretes will fall because of a simple Stifling Dagger.
Stolen Soul Rip. Oh, sorry, that's Naoji. Sorry, Valky died due to a Stolen Soul Rip. I apologize.
Yeah, no, but the Aretes was the Stifling Dagger.
You're right, you're right.
And now they're going to go for Reikil, maybe? Prada? Not really sure. They're kind of dividing their efforts. Wow. There we go. Mata style to destroy Reikil. Prada does get the kill on Slavin. Timado still alive. We have Blade Mail. Oh, the Soul Rip hurt him too much. Timado was not expecting that, and he gets killed because of that.
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive. I mean, they dive underneath the tier 2. Sorry, make that a tier 3 tower, and of course they don't have the tier 2 yet. So, EB, I'm trying to make an EU reference here. You know, unfortunately, it's not Omega Gaming playing, so that one doesn't make much sense. But yeah, very EG, aggressive.
Dude. Ego Boys is EG.
Ego Boys is EG?
Yeah, of course.
How?
Because the first word is E, and the second one is Go Boys.
That's not how EG plays, though.
No, it's not at all.
EG doesn't play right now, unfortunately.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, but I can't wait to see them play, to be honest. Because it seems like that'll be an NA roster, or at least located in NA. And with Ice 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 on there, that'll be fun.
I'm hoping it's not located in NA, if I'm honest with you.
Well,
I'm hoping they go to EU.
Well,
I think it's a bit doggish to go... Sorry, as the Australian term, not the racist term, by the way, guys. To leave a region when you find that there's no competition, never foster competition in that region or prize pools or anything, and then go back to it because now they have a TPC qualifying slot. That doesn't sit well with me, if I'm honest with you. You can't just go back. You can't go back once that you get a TPC points from that, right? You should stay in EU because you committed to that, and that's fine, and let the teams in NA thrive and get a free slot. I mean, I wouldn't say free, but like get a slot there that's relatively easier, right?
I see what you're saying. Saying.
I think I want to see Zoomers at a major or Quincy.
I just want to see Abed and Ice Ice play together.
I mean, I would love to, right? But I would love
they
to
are,
if they played
right?
Why can't they play in EU, right? They can just
I just want to see them play together, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so they can just go to EU, dude.
I agree. I just want to see them play together.
I agree.
It's going to be fun. I want to see Daryl back in action. He's a fun offlaner.
He's a great offlaner. That was a steal by EG. I was very surprised when they got that. And then Fnatic is like, well, they destroyed our team, so time to destroy the Thai team now.
Yeah. He took, what, Motivate? Or which one, Neon?
Yeah, Motivate Trust. Yeah, most Motivate. No, Neon is Filipino.
Neon changed a bit as well, though.
Yeah, they lost KG.
Yeah. Anyway.
And Skem is a support as well.
Skem back to support, yeah. Well, back to support. He played so much Chen core that he turned into a support. Nice job there. Dodging the
that was amazing. He goes
spear.
back to regain the high ground, and now they can actually re-engage if they wanted to, but they're going to choose not to.
Oh, Spectral Haunt? No, they want to go in. Oh, they found the PA. That's going to be a kill. Oh, not if she can, Phantom Strike from across the screen. And there she goes, off and away to safety. Timado not going to be able to chase, instead tossing the Spectral Dagger onto Alone, as they're going to now try for Frank. So they're jumping on in. They actually have managed to find one Faker, rooting him down. Timado trying to blow him up, but once again, it's just too difficult. Now G's got someone to Blink Strike to. Down he goes. Reikil then to be the first to fall. Surprisingly, there's the Laguna Blade then. This Eagle Boys will lose their first member of the engagement. Now this just laying in the impetus attacks from the high ground there will eventually force Valky back, and it's going to be offlaner for position 5. A better trade, technically, for Infinity.
Yes, a better trade for Infinity that... Yeah, they get an offlaner that's not really that worth it though, unfortunately. And you're still getting space for Eagle Boys, right? The Spectre's going to win this if you just manage to match the PA in terms of farm. That's what concerns me, especially with her blade mail. It's a bit difficult for this PA to just destroy her. She needs a BKB soon. She's going for Ags, maybe? Or I'm not really sure if it's Ags or BKB, honestly. I see an Ogre Axe, but that could be either. And in her inventory, both are cute.
I prefer Ags.
Really? Over BKB this game? If you don't get BKB, you can't deal with a blade mill here.
Radiant's top tower.
That's my concern. That's why I think you need BKB this game.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I just like
you
the
can
Ags.
kill yourself against I mean, I like the Ags too, but I just think BKB first, then Ags.
Yeah, you make a good point. Again, I don't have a solid argumentation for mine. I just like Ags.
I mean, that's a fair point too.
I mean, I just like it. It's not really. It doesn't make it any better. It's just it's purely subjective opinion.
That's your fair point. Everyone's right to their opinion. Doesn't mean their opinion is correct.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think mine is correct either, but we'll see here. They're gonna go into.
It's a lot of self-awareness.
They're gonna go into Roche.
Leave the bottle.
I just like it. Yeah, I just like X. There we go. Get the Desolate, or bonus damage rather, onto Roche. Look at that. 4 Spectres all attacking our boy Roshan. Poor dude. Not gonna know what hit him. Even the Basher now available on a couple of these. And that'll be Aegis before you can even say, you know, oh, there's a hook shot. Oh, the fight's breaking out on the back lines. Valky jumping on into Frank as there goes now G. Wants to nuke down Slayden with the Stolen Laguna Blade. Does a fair chunk of damage here as Dimalo running him down. Needs to find a bash or something. But now G into the pit he goes. And going to follow up with a kill onto Frank. And all of a sudden Infinity with a great fight, or off to a great fight for now. They have this in their sight. The Yule Scepter to cancel it. LSA might have not caught him there, so it was a good decision there. As it's going to be now a triple kill for the PA. Yeah, I feel like now you're going to go or you can afford to go for the BKB first, right? I think.
Like, I don't mind the Ags. I think it's a good pickup, but I think that Ags is more when you want to elongate the game.
He's committed. He's committed for the Ags.
Okay, he's committed for the Ags. I mean, it's okay. I don't think it's bad, but this is more for elongating the game. I don't know how effective that's going to be because we saw this last game, right? You're playing 4-1 again. The only person getting farmed this game is now G, and somehow the Lina, which I decided that she's the carry now.
Yeah.
It's a difficult game to take late because you're up against a Spectre. Especially with that BKB, you're not able to fight her. You're not a good Silver Edge carrier.
I would say that, but I think it is going to eventually boil down to what is... Oh, hold that thought. As Frank right back in, he goes to Ray kill. Meantime, I think I see another fight breaking out. Indeed, there's Valky now dead. Nuked by Dimado. Now G once again going directly onto Slavian. Has that kill nice and easy. Ray kill eventually will waste plenty of time here. Lives extra a little bit longer. As there's another arena of blood there. 2 for 2 thus far, the trade. Dimado going to get a few auto attacks courtesy of Prada here. As now Faker running back in. Laguna Blade is not going to really do too much there. Prada still alive. However, now G 1v1ing versus Frank. Finding a crit into the back lines. Needs one more. The dagger. The Phantom Strike will finally get it. 3 kills for him. Dimado still alive. And with this, my goodness, the match style barely holds on to this Aegis. Very well played.
He dodged that final hit with a Manta. That was impressive. That was really... I obviously know you can dodge hits with Manta.
1200 crit.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't need it, right? We might as well. Just a free flashy.
Cancel the TP.
That's the Aegis god. I mean, they still win this team fight, the Eagle Boys, despite losing the Aegis, but yeah, the PA is a problem. The PA is a problem. You need to have Blade Mail active for her to deal with her. I guess Ember might itemize against her. He's going for BKB himself. He decided not to go for the Maelstrom in the end. Honestly, not a bad MKB game for Ember.
Yeah, actually. It's a pretty good one as PA is farming up all the neutral items in the world right now, holding on to just that bonus damage with the Greater Fairy Fire. Yeah, no, I agree. And here's the Axe going next in the Satanic. Screw your BKB. I don't need one. I'll just blur everything.
I mean, the Satanic is the other solution to the Blade Mail. That's the point. The Satanic
just out-heal it.
Exactly. That's what a lot of people try to do. And it's actually effective.
HP? Yeah, she will have the HP.
Oh, she will. Just the lifesteal alone is enough to mitigate a lot of the damage that you deal. Like, you won't kill yourself, right? Because the lifesteal should heal you at the same time. Usually you should deal... The damage gets dealt first, then you lifesteal afterwards. That's why lifesteal is so effective against Blade Mail. Theoretically. Now, that's what the rules say, right? Then BKB is up on the Ember. This might help a bit. The thing about the PA versus Spectre matchup that makes it so tough on Spectre is that you don't really, or you can't really go for MKB. Like, it's not like Terrorblade where you can kind of afford an MKB. You really cannot go MKB on Spectre unless you're super farm.
So the point I was making before that last fight broke out was I think late game, I think the lane in the game might work out for Infinity because right now the Lina is you know, actually about to overtake the Mars in terms of farm alone, has kind of recognized his position as the utility mid, and he's probably going to be sitting on the Yule's Blink for, well, maybe even another 5 or so minutes, right? Right for now, they really want the pure damage out from the Lina. I think Valky has the BKB. I would recommend, or I would maybe suggest, just kind of thinking that out loud, would go for an Echo Saber into the Silver Edge for the break. Oh, otros. What is...
Another shit.
Ah, I see.
Yep. That's why I was laughing.
Hmm.
Like, I've translated as literally as possible because this is the crassest way you could ask. You literally cannot ask. It's not even that. It's more like, are you pooping again? But in a very much crasser way, which I'm not going to repeat.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I don't know. I kind of like the late game of Infinity a little bit better, because then you're going to have CKPA versus late game Ember and Spectre. And I think those two cores will take it for Infinity. So I see the idea of trying to, quote-unquote, delay the game here, although I suspect now G is going to probably play a little bit aggressively, perhaps even too aggressively with the Aghanim Scepter now. We shall see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm starting to be unconfident in the Eagle Boys lineup if nobody tries to harmonize against PA.
Yeah.
I know people always see Spectre as the late game god, and it is true. You don't want to take this late game against Spectre, but there is a lot. Like, we're talking about super late game, right? Not 40 minutes in. Also, people overestimate the Spectre in late. Whenever you make a statement, especially sweeping generalizations in Dota, like, this hero is the best hero late game, you're wrong. I can guarantee you 100% that you're wrong, because in the late game, saying that a hero is, say, quote-unquote, unbeatable is just wrong.
Yeah.
Team fights matter so much more. There's a whole 5 heroes, by the way, not just one.
Dota's more nuanced than that.
It's a game of counters as well. So, for example, there are some heroes that get countered by others that are great in late game, besides one counter, right?
Although I will say Frank is going for a really great item here. He's going to be going, oh, I thought this was for Nullifier. I apologize. He's actually going for the Crimson Guard. Okay.
I like it equally as much, though.
Yeah.
Really good against Lina, because you can tell that Lina, for some reason, has decided that she's the carry of this game. It's really good against Undying Zombies as well. Prevents CK damage. It's decent against PA, because all her hits, besides the crits, are not going to matter. It's actually good. I like that.
That already kind of feels like what PA is anyway, right?
Well, yeah, but her actual hits do matter. Like, it doesn't feel that way, but they do. With Crimson Guard, you completely nullify those. And you also become much tankier. Clockwork has a great strength gain, so he becomes a really...
Yes, 3.5. Big boy, big tanky boy.
Better than CK was 3.4, so imagine.
Yeah,
like, we always talk about CK being a really, really good tank, and both Mars and CK have less of a strength gain than Clockwork.
All right, so it is going to be the Echo Saber next for CK, speaking of our Casino Knight.
Yeah, going straight for Silver Edge, I suppose.
Yep, I think that's the best move here to try and deal with the Spectre, who, as well, is pretty darn tanky with the itemization here. Should be sitting roughly around 3,700 HP once they get the Scotty up and closer to level 25. With the Dispersion talent, there's a lot of damage that's going to be reflected, right? And the great thing... Oh, hold on, thought. They're fighting again.
Yeah, the Mars is great against Spectre. They stop him real big. Laguna blade to burst him, but here comes Frank. And can they initiate with Han? For now, Prada is in trouble. Prada's losing a lot of HP. The Phantasm won't help too much to mitigate this damage as they go for the 2 supports. Technically supports. This is the real support. Valky, who's going to fall really easily. They haven't found Now G a single time. Doesn't really matter as long as they can just push this. Now G can just dedicate himself to now cut the lanes. He actually takes the bounty first. He already has Satanic, by the way. Alone. Okay. The target, they can't stop him, I don't think.
Okay, so wait, PA? Let me make sure now G is not going to go crazy here. It does have the Satanic, lots of farm here. Okay, I think he's going to go maybe cut the wave or whatever, pick up a bounty. So you know how sometimes when you listen to a cast and like one of the casters is a little brutal to one of the players and it's like this player literally did nothing in that fight, right? I'm about to do that. Full disclosure, Valky popped BKB, used Phantasm, and then literally just walked around. Didn't do anything.
Well, because that was to try to mitigate the dispersion damage.
I get that. But he didn't use a stun. He didn't throw out a Reality Rift against any of the non-BKB targets. I mean, the fight was so hard for them. I understand.
I mean, I get your point.
And I get the play.
I unfortunately have to make a threat about this.
Just, there it is. There it is.
Wait longer, maybe.
I mean, what is he to do, right? He's just got BKB. All he does is that makes him immune from basically the Ember damage for now, right? I get it, but it's tough. It's a tough game right now. You know, that's what happens when only one person has farm on your team.
Yep. Sorry, but I'm gonna post it anyway.
Oh, I did this.
Okay, well, your justification. Ghost after Glimmer Cape, Laguna Blade solution.
Laguna Blade tonight, it doesn't even break fog for that one, or it doesn't even break smoke.
Yeah, smoke, that's it. I love it because it's like, oh, I got Glimmer Cape. That way, it nullifies the Laguna Blade. Easy. Just brute force it.
What is this? This is like a when they introduce cards on Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I have this card which does this. Oh, Laguna Blade and Abyssal Blade there for Valky. They are not going to be able to save him. Just gets absolutely murdered. Frank missing another hook shot with another Zony one. Is they're actually going to steal? Fantastic.
Oh, they steal?
Careful
Fantastic.
for these Rubik
How do you
illusions.
use no other spell?
Yeah, he didn't use any other spell since he ran around here.
Are you serious? My goodness. Maybe
That's
you're
what
right,
I'm talking about. He didn't use any spells. I wasn't kidding, Alvo.
There's Arena Blood, by the way. That team fight happening. Frank dies. Haunt used, though, trying to go for the Lina, but they really need to deal with a PA at some point in this game, right? The PA has to die. For now, they're just killing Prada.
Oh, the crit.
Again, Prada's going to die to the Searing Chains of the Flame Guard, and they ignore Alone easily, as Timado also ignores Alone and now G.
Soul Rip, stolen.
Okay, you can't really ignore the PA forever, though. At some point, you're going to have to fight her, dude.
Well, they're going
This
to try.
PA currently is just like global warming, and at some point, that's going to become a problem.
All right, well, there's a kill there. Timado really wanted to kill him through the bulwark and has enough damage for it.
He did it, he did it. Oh, wait, what will Valky do? He has Phantasm again. Will he run around? Oh, he was activated. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes.
That's what I
He was so excited to start his choreographed dance again.
Like that's what I mean. Like it's not like he reality refed this guy didn't do anything. No, like he literally didn't do anything. That's why I was.
Stop justifying yourself. I get where your point.
So
You're totally right.
He
Dude. I was just joking.
He
I was
stole
memeing.
Phantasm.
Do you think I used Reddit? Come on,
like a
dude.
minute later.
That was ridiculous, though. That was ridiculous. That Rubik stealing Phantasm shouldn't have happened. But again, this match seems like last one, where they're just ignoring Nao G and pray that Nao G can't beat them because he's not good enough. Like, that's kind of what they're doing.
Yeah. The problem
That's
is
not the best of solutions.
he's on a hero that can actually do it a bit better. Yes, Jug has a crit,
exactly, I agree.
right? Jug's
No,
got
I
a
agree with
crit,
you.
but the PA crit is way scarier.
But Jug depends on Omni Slash, and his stat gain is trash.
Yeah,
PA
yeah.
stat gain is actually quite decent. 3.4 agility per level, not bad. Jug has 2.5 agility per level, right? Not good.
Yep. And
the
PA
Omni-
has a broken talent.
and a broken ability, which is
Yeah.
Phantom Strike in general. Which
Yeah.
shouldn't be this ability, you shouldn't be able to Phantom
Where'd she
Strike
go?
the
There she
teammates.
is. I couldn't even find her, to be honest.
Because her range is... Look, you actually have to zoom out fully to see the range of Phantom Strike. It is so
It's
stupid.
pretty ridiculous. Like, what?
It's so stupid. Change this talent, dude.
Oh, no. Now they
I
they have a
think
DD.
Frank just tried to hookshot to a rune.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No.
No, I saw it. He did
He
not.
tried to hook
No,
shot
he
to the
didn't.
rune.
I saw that. He did not try to hook shot the room. He was trying to blindly guess where Nao G was going because he was
okay.
blurred, so he can try and hook shot over and deny the
okay.
rune. Because now they're gonna lose Roche. See,
Yeah,
now
yeah, 'cause
this
it's
is what they're waiting. That's why they waited for the Rockets to end it. Oh my
Okay.
God, come on, dude. I'm making a Reddit thread about
I
you.
mean, I'm memeing, obviously. It's not really true, but it's just really funny to see that. 'Cause I saw the hook shot right through the rune. It's like, oh, you can't do that, dude. Anyway, the PA doesn't quite catch the
Yeah,
Emperor.
Roche is half HP.
Yeah, I mean, the double damage PA. What are you going to do? Reality Rift?
Oh my goodness, the minus armor.
Valky has accepted he's a support this game. There we go. Phantasm.
There it is.
And they stole it again.
That's stolen. There's Rubik with the fantastic. There's a hook shot on the
That's
way
a
in.
good hook
Aegis
shot.
is still going to be picked up by Nao G. However, he does manage to recover. Timado into the pit as well with the haunt. They're still continuing to fight. I think it's stunned by 3 seconds.
Arena.
Valky, he's going to get one auto attack out.
Where's
He's
Nao G?
done it. He's done something with Nao G with the critical damage. Oh my goodness, the crit onto Timado. Look at this. He still has Satanic to use, but he's going to opt to try and get out of the pit. Sladin running around with the God's Rebuke now stolen. Is Nao G likely to die on this first life? There goes the Rubik, courtesy of the Laguna Blade. Prada still alive. Unfortunately, will tick down. Nao G's still alive here as he will get one big old crit onto Faker before he goes. Respawning shortly. Will not have the Satanic, however. As the Phantom Strike very aggressively. Rubik buys back. Has stolen the dagger as Valky's still alive. Frank as well being quite annoying. 2 seconds stun there on the Timalo, but now G just continuing to solo basically the entire backlines. Faker's still barely alive as Valky make that actually alone, getting killed by Timalo. The hookshot being put to good use there. A buyback
Finally,
now.
the carries meet each other in
They
the
do.
top lane.
And now G wants to run. And in
Duel
fact,
for the ages. Can this happen? Not for the
Oh.
ages, for the ages.
Satanic active.
As Frank will die, Satanic helping out a lot, but they have Bastion though to deal with the PA, and yeah, maybe your hits don't all hit. You gotta leave.
Sladin
Gonna leave?
nearly got one shot
I mean,
there.
I don't know. They Stifling Daggered thanks to the Rubik who stole that spell. And now, maybe they can kill the PA as long as he has Blade Mail. Stop appearing in front of the PA! You're giving her more targets to kill, dude! Aretes, get away from here!
Faker's
Phantom
really dead
Strike
as
has too much range! Aretes will die at this rate. Sladin died already. Aretes will fall to Stifling
Triple
Dagger.
dagger, yeah.
The zombies as well. Yeah, there we go. Just let Timado fight her. Stop
Holy
appearing
moly.
behind him. You're not
Well,
helping.
they really want to. I mean, he was kind of helping. All right, Fade Bolt, of course, reducing percentage-based damage of the base damage, which really does hurt the coup de grace crits. I understand the play.
No, the Fate Bull was fine. The Enchantress was not.
Yeah.
I know she had Ghost Scepters, like, look at me, they can't kill me.
What is
But
this? He's dead.
He's dead, because that team fight was a clown fiesta. You had Blade Mail activate on Timado, okay, and instead Enchantress like, hey, look at me, I don't have Blade Mail. So him to bait the PA, but she only had Ghost Scepter. That's not as effective as Blade Mail. Force the PA to hit the Spectre, dude. Don't give her another Blink point. That was not well played.
Yeah.
I mean, you are literally like you punished the Naoji. I don't know if you saw in the beginning of that team fight, she almost killed herself with a crit because of the Blade Mail.
Yep, in the
because she doesn't have
pit.
BKB. So Timado's punishing her lack of BKB, and Timado's team is helping her despite lack of BKB. So Timado is working against like 5 heroes here, and most of them are in his team.
Valkyrie actually got probably the best item he could have asked for. He's got the Illusionscape up and running. That's amazing for him.
Yeah,
Wait, is it?
I can dance around with 5 illusions.
Wait, isn't this not good? Because doesn't
It's
it?
really
Oh no,
good.
it does. It's really good. The passive.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, and the extra illusion is also very useful
Yeah.
because it still gets affected by reality. Right?
Oh, that's gonna be Faker.
That's a very
We need a
important
crit.
skill.
We need a crit. We're not gonna get one. That was unbelievable. It was like 8 auto attacks there. But one crit.
Timado has bitten the bullet right now, and he's like, I'm going for MKB. I know it's the worst item on Spectre, but I have to. Like, there's no other way. My team is not helping me. I have
My
to
team
solo
is
carry this
trolling
game.
me, dude.
They really are. Okay, Faker and Timado, though, they can deal with the PA, I believe. If they have MKB.
Faker and yes, yes, they can. They can. It's
Once
going
the
Ags
MKB
first for Faker though, who can maybe try and kite the.
No, it's
the
a good
PA
idea.
around.
He's going for the magic damage, and he was kiting the PA around really effectively. I mean, for a while, Eagle Boy's kited the PA really effectively, while Timado dealt with the rest of his team. But there comes a point where, like I said, you have to deal with the PA. You can't keep avoiding now OG. It's not going to go away because you do that.
Yep. It's tough. It's going to be tough here. Lina now has, of course, the Aghanim Scepter, so she is doing 900, actually just over 1,000 pure damage here. Nothing really to stop that, except perhaps the Blade Mail. But we've seen Prada just kind of Laguna regardless, even if it's going to end his own life. He doesn't really care. Let Shaco is going to be decent, I believe, for the Undying. Probably want to throw that on him as we start dropping a few neutral items. Faker holding on to Spell Prism's amazing. That's going to be a really great item for him this game. Prada with Telescope is also really, really strong. This gives the Lina some ridiculous attack range. Absolutely bonkers. Once again, like I said earlier, Mars alone, he's just going to have to kind of sit on this Blink Yules for a long time, as he was sitting on the ward spot and will be forced away by the Rockets.
Is under attack.
Okay, now G takes another tower. The advantage of the Axe, of course, is that insane map presence you get. He's going to go for Rapier. The best way to deal with a Blade Mail and Spectre is more damage. Sure, honestly. Maybe he kills himself with 1 crit, and that's how Eagle Boys win this game.
Yeah, I mean...
He's definitely going to kill everyone else, though, because he didn't kill Faker because he was actually lacking damage. He won't lack it ever again. He has a Spirit, though.
Oh, there's the Abyssal Blade, though.
Oh,
No,
enough
they've actually
time?
pinned Timado. He does get out just barely. The hook shot now from Frank onto Now G. Into the cogs he goes. Where is Now G? Out of the pit, immediately just off of my screen. Valkyrie running around here is BKB, buying a lot of time for the rest of his team. As Reiko with the Tombstone still leaving these guys alive. Now G jumping back in as he is going to be getting some decent damage in. There's going to be now the first kill onto Slavin. He's really hoping for the kill on Timado. Really hoping for it, and there he goes. There's going to be the crit, all they need. It's really Now G versus the entire world. Tombstone stolen here is going to be quite annoying for Now G, jumping in instead onto Aretes, who has a Ghost Scepter. Second buyback now from the side of Infinity, and now they're going to be looking to escape. The Abyssal Blade back up for Now G. Needs one more crit. Hook shot this time. He's going to find it. As Faker back, joining the fray. Is going to be full HP after TPing home and back.
Now G is so good that he murdered the enemy team and half his teammates as well with dispersion.
He really did, yeah.
He killed the leader with that crit. It was hilarious. But anyway, Infinity here, they've actually put a really good team fight because if you force them to haunt in like that, they don't kill the backlines soon enough. And as we saw, Eagle Boy's backlines is just not as useful as Infinity. All Infinity backlines have to do is secure the PA. And the core-to-core matchup does favor the PA currently until they get MKB on Timado. And he does have it now. Fine.
Yeah, we even actually, by the way, have a full leveler, which is actually makes Now G push not insignificant.
No, it's very, very good.
In case it already wasn't. So this is going to be pretty strong. We nearly have enough, by the way, for the Divine Rapier. It's going to be first into the Aghanim Synth, which does lose you the stats, by the way, of the Rapier. Or sorry, that the Axe normally gives you. Yeah.
Yep.
So there's something to be said. They're minus 10 all
Used to not
stats.
be the case actually when Alk used to give you Ags and stuff. They used to
That's
not be the
true.
case.
That's true. And I think
And
it
they were
still
like-
is the case if Al gives you eggs.
If Alk give you Ags, you still do get it.
Yeah. Because it's
But
a
then-
different thing. But
Yep.
yeah, the one that Roche gives you and the one that you can buy yourself in the shop will remove your tensor. Yeah, the
That was having to be broken, right? Like,
Yeah.
Also, in any pubs you ever played, regardless of how bad the carry Ags is, they would always take it because they'd be
Yep.
like, I need 200 more health, bro. It's good for me. I'm the carry.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's yeah.
And it's very
110
obvious in the
damage.
last patches that Ice Frog plays support. It's very obvious.
Well, I don't know about that. He did buff spend PA and
Yeah,
one shotting.
but the warding changes and everything. It's kind of
Oh,
obvious.
I mean, come on. We supports get one thing. Meanwhile, everyone gets to one-shot the supports in the
Well,
pubs
part
for
of
a whole
part
year.
of the fun in the support is trying to play a difficult game.
Haunts. Oh, there's Prada. It's a dieback. Good start.
Yeah, that's
Going
really
for
good.
another
They
one.
killed
There's
two. Ray
Reiko.
kills also
That's a
dead. Oh,
dieback.
he's going for a third one. Oh my god. Timado knows no chill. He has the basher.
Wow.
Goes for Malky. Phantasm. Why?
I mean,
Okay.
why not? He doesn't
yeah, I
have buyback.
guess. Yeah, I guess so.
That's two diebacks, I should say, here with the Haunt just in and around the entire map at once. Now G, though, has cut the mid-wave, so they're going to have to send someone to go ahead and clear that. And, in fact, they actually have the Valkyrie Illusion here as well to do a little bit of damage.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And we have enough money for the Rapier. And we have the Rapier. Go ahead and ping that
Dyer's
for our
bottom tower
4D
is
friends.
under attack.
Flapjack, please ping it back to me, please.
Radiant's
No,
top
I don't
tower
Flapjack is not
under
pinging it. Are you
attack.
serious?
Oh, goodness.
Alright,
Oh.
well, friendship ended, I guess.
Slavin is going to be... Oh, what the heck was that preemptive? What? Did you see that?
Yeah. That was an
How?
incredible
Radiant's
Ghost
top
Scepter.
tower
What the heck?
That was an incredible Ghost Scepter. I don't know how you saw that, honestly.
That was... The woods begin to stir. They sure do, but...
Radiant's top
Well,
tower
not because you're dying. Holy moly, that was incredible. All right, we'll still have no BKB, but there was a creep wave there at one point. Just be careful here. There's triple stifling daggers. They only do 50% damage, of course, but you really only need one of these puppies to crit.
PA still does not have like a fucking BKB. I mean, this whole game.
No, Mars is
They
dead.
kill alone in a matter of seconds. You
There's a
seriously
crit.
can't go in because the lack of BKB makes you actually vulnerable to simple Singing Chains combo or just a Blade Mill. Like, if you jump on Timado, he'll activate Blade Mill, you'll blow yourself up. Please buy BKB, dude.
Faker BKBs to run away.
I mean, it's fine, right? What else do
Whatever.
you need it for?
I mean, it was a 7-second BKB for
Are
that.
you serious?
So,
That's how you ping Flapjack?
yeah, I thought it was like, ¿Qué fue eso? ¿Qué asco?
Yeah, he does say that, actually. It's pretty accurate as to what Flapjack sounds like.
Radiant's courier has
I don't know.
been
I
killed.
really wish they would build a BKB. I understand
Alright.
why he thinks he doesn't need it with Satanic, but I wish he would build it regardless. Hookshot actually hits a zombie, I'm pretty sure there, but still they're going to sort of tombstone. This is a good arena of blood, though. Can
Wow.
PA take advantage of this? He tries to blow up the backlines. He go for sliding first. Faker's trying to control him. The lack of BKB. And just ignoring the PA for now. No,
there's the crit.
Spectre! Didn't activate Blade Mill in time. Almost died there. Too many stunts. The Searing Chain. Spectre's dead. Has to come back now. G heals back up thanks to the Satanic. And she's back in it. She's back in it. They couldn't control her properly. Now G will survive. Keep the Rapier. Go for the Ember. Nice Yule Scepter to avoid the LSA. Now Spectre's
the
back
Haunt.
with the Haunt. And they're
Oh,
trying
the
to
good
kill Nao
assault.
G. They have the Abyssal. They have the damage to the MKB. Finally, Nao G falls and the Rapier's on the ground. Who
There it is.
takes
Timado
this?
has it.
Timado.
Yeah, that's a beautiful animation, by the way. Nice job on that one, Valve. That was an amazing fight. Holy moly, I thought they were going to throw that when they all were buying back, but the Haunt was available halfway through that fight.
Dude,
PA
just
is
buy
gonna
BKB,
back.
please. My goodness.
Yeah.
Like, the lack of BKB there allowed them to get the Searing Chains off, allowed them to stun him for so long, allowed Faker to survive. They got the Laguna Blade damage, which forces you to use Satanic early. Like, just please.
Yeah, now that's going to be an Aegis on our spooky, scary Spectre, who's even scarier now. Abo, 3,800 HP, 27% Dispersion, Divine Rapier, and an Aegis. Not to mention, of course, plus 60 attack speed, courtesy of the Leveler, and an MKB. It's pretty spooky. Like, I know the Ghostbusters ain't afraid of no ghosts, pretty much just giant marshmallow men, but, like, I would be pretty scared of the Spectre.
Yeah, I'd be afraid of the Spectre. She's not a regular ghost anymore. She's a ghost with a sword, dude.
It's true.
And they never really dealt with those things, right? In Ghostbusters, all the ghosts for some reason always just shot goo.
Yep, they're all Slimers.
Should make my life
Now
easier.
G's like, well, another day, another Rapier. Might as well buy another one here. And we'll
I
cue
mean,
that
it's
one
gonna
right
take him
back up.
forever, though. Look at his net worth
Yeah.
dropped like that, and Timado's
Yep.
net worth is incredible. He also has a leveler, by the way, so he deals so much damage to his towers. He's high, he doesn't need boots anymore, which is true.
I mean,
honestly.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Oh, Prada messed up with a force time, I think. Yep.
Oh.
He forced himself to the wrong place. They got
Neantes.
Neantes, though. Neantes saved him. Oh, those trees apparently are made out of cardboard.
I think, yeah, the arc or the spectral dagger. Oh, 2-man root. Faker? No? Okay. Team just wants buildings.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you should do. Leveler and Raid Root.
He's like, I'm not letting you guys throw my game. I'm buying a BKB.
I am not letting my team throw this.
Yeah.
Nice
There
Midas
we go.
dodge there towards the end.
And they're going to head directly to bottom. He even takes the safe path instead of running this way, which a lot of people do. They take the much, much safer path, the scenic route.
Team Mado is carrying this game so hard. He's
really
playing
is.
this game so well.
He really, really
Team Mado
is.
and
The
Faker are
Abyssal,
the two winners.
there's a blow up and a kill, will not be able to do. 4-second stun. Hook
Nice
shot
hook
is
shot.
going to connect. It might be just the first life here, though, Avo, as they are struggling to kill her, but they will kill her just
That was
once.
fun.
Double tombstone on the back lines. Frank trying to make quick work of these. She does have the haunt, but immediately LSA. Can they continue to stun her? We don't have the arena pinned to the barracks. Now Valkyrie needs some more damage. Now G looking for another crit. Finds one. The haunt comes out, but not in
the
time.
Rapier's to the
Rapier
floor
on
again.
deck. Right back to Now G. On to Faker goes Now G. Has the crit. Level 30 as well. First hit bash out of the...
Oh my.
Whew, my goodness, out of the sleight of fist. And just like that, the tables have turned.
And the Spectre had BKB, but she didn't have time to get it. It was on the courier.
Oh my goodness, Avo.
Okay. Now, G, sell your fucking Battle Fury by a BKB. Please, please.
No, but he needs a crit. What do you mean? Wait, we have Abyssal.
It's
Wait, just
Battle
Abyssal
Fury.
him. What? What are you doing, Faker? What the heck did I just... Okay, no, wait. Now G was blurred. He didn't know. She was blurred.
Okay, that's why.
She was blurred. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Okay, holy
Okay.
moly.
Please.
No, he's going to buy the second rapier, dude.
All right. Okay, just go for the tower now. I don't know. I don't know if they can turn this around. Ego Boys actually for 60
Yeah,
seconds.
there's a whole minute. They know. Everyone bought back already.
I can't believe a BK Midless PA will win this game. I honestly cannot.
I think this is it. Something
I think
dire
this
this
is
way
the
comes. Yep. I think this is it, Alvaro.
100% win when you don't buy that item.
Unbelievable. Actually, I think now G bought a second rapier, by the way.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Who
All
needs Magic Immunity? He's just gonna want to win the game.
Magic Immunity? If you can just do, what, plus 500 something damage? Faker's going to try and cut the wave here. Is going to be somewhat successful in doing so. Oh my god, look at the throne. Plus 825. Now G hit him with the smiley face. It's the third game Infinity have won this entire tournament.
Sorry, Agorko. Oh,
But they're
wow.
going to take it away. Ego Boys now potentially not in the upper bracket all of a sudden.
Oh, wow.
Wouldn't that be a shock?
Yeah, so Egorko, by the way, is the owner of Ego Boys, and all this team of Infinity used to play for. So they're the old Ego Boys. That's why they're quite fond of throwing shade this way. So yeah, I just want to check the standings again. So Ego Boys with this has 12 points, right? Yep. So there's actually a relatively big chance, especially if tomorrow they get 2-0 by Quincy, which could happen, honestly, that they don't make it to the winners brackets just based off this game alone.
Yeah, that's why all these games matter, you know.
If I was Timado, I would take out my firing stick so quickly after this game.
And you know what,
I
like,
can't imagine how frustrated the poor dude must
it's important to like, yes, that's absolutely right, but also, right, this, you know, there are 7 other losses that the team also went through,
be. Oh
right?
yeah,
that
no,
aren't
I'm
because of
joking.
this. Like,
Don't actually fire anyone, Timado. Your team is
I know you're joking, but like for the fans, like it's hard for humans. Literally, it's a biological fact. It's hard for us to see things that are more than 2 weeks in the future, right? This
Yeah, it's
tournament
recency
started.
bias.
This tournament started 18 days ago, right? A loss 2 weeks ago does not feel the same as a loss today will to these teams, right? Even though they're worth just as much, and that's why every game really does matter in the group stage. But I mean, nice, well played to Infinity. That was a great comeback. What a game!
Yeah, I mean, yeah. They won. In an incredible way, they absolutely managed to win. Lack of BKBs on both carries lost them the team fight, but of course, if you lose the team fight first, it means that you can actually win the last team fight. So next level thinking by this PA, right?
That's right. It's absolutely right. Absolutely.
That's how
right.
math works. All right. Well, this is the day. We're done. We're done for today. Tomorrow, we'll start again at 1 p.m. EST, if you guys want to join us for that. Es la una de la tarde, hora Peru, which is going to be 7 p.m. in European time, 6 p.m. if you're from the UK, 8 p.m. if you're from Russia, or 2 a.m. if you are here in Malaysia with us. And we'll have 5 matches tomorrow, going as long as today, but starting a bit earlier. It's Midas versus 4 Zoomers, then Omega Gaming versus Midas, 4 Zoomers versus Thunder Predator, Eagle Boys versus Quincy Crew, and ending the day with Unknown versus Infinity.
Indeed. Really, really good games today, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Few solo casts here and there, but I think, Avo, you're with us all day tomorrow for all 5 games.
Well, not the last one, though, because I'm in the Spanish cast.
Not the last one. So the first 4 games, and then you're stuck with me for the last one. And ladies and gentlemen, that'll be a brain melter. On behalf of Avo and myself, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We can't wait for you guys to be back tomorrow. And yeah, until then, make sure you're following the channel to get notified when we go live. And we'll see you next time, guys. Take it easy.